the Rashford House 1965. Just many shows, including Right Angle, Corner, Rashford House Sausage shows, and down Australia, touring on the show, and also Germany and Holland. This year is continuing to Australia to Judge International Show in Section A's. There's prefix, an AC prefix, which is going to be Home AC in Hertfordshire. And the column for start to compete is Westbrook Ponies and his Crackers Farm. Lucy Stead is run with his wife Sarah and Jess. And strong pace, colorful, nice. As well as the overall use of the AC prefix. Not long as Sarah for the showing, introduces the top class left of the ponies, Section 8, and ponies, Section 8 is the show had when I started Section 11, and they tried to recess that there's always the years for the CMAC produced ponies. There's also one of Kelly here, also the show, a few occasions, twice with Alex.
Good morning and welcome to the main ring commentary at the Royal Welsh. This is Beth Simons. I'll be with you all morning along with Mr. John Kirk and Mr. Robert Parker-Jones. As you can see, we've already got some cobs in the main ring. This will be the junior Baron Mare class, so for Baron Mares aged between 4 and 7 years old. Also in the ring we've got some Section A's. That will be the yearling colt class, I believe, in there. Mr. Colin Tibby overseeing the Section A classes. He started yesterday with his senior classes, so it's junior classes in there this morning.
Bodadar, good morning. My name is John Kirk, and I would like to welcome everyone along to this Royal Welsh show at 2:19 here at the lovely Llanelwedd here in Builth, Wales. We've got Julie Evans judging the cobs here this morning, continuing on from yesterday. Julie's a very experienced judge. He's judged all over the world. She's bred the Prince of Wales Cup winner. It's the highest accolade a Welsh cob can achieve. Started very well yesterday. She's a very popular winner she had in her young stock, and hopefully we continue here this morning carrying on. We have some lovely classes for you to watch, and we'll talk about it as we go along through the class.
Good morning, this is Robert Parker-Jones here from the Royal Welsh Show at Builth, Wales. A much cooler day today, I think, and everybody will be breathing a sigh of relief after yesterday's heat wave. At the moment we're just watching this class of Welsh cob Baron Mares, the younger ones. Julie looking very smart this morning in yellow, cream and black. It's quite interesting because I feel all the cobs here are being expected to walk properly. I noticed yesterday when I was watching the broadcast that she was obviously very keen to see that animals walked and walked properly, which is, I think, it's a good thing to see.
anyone looking at the cobs and watching her, you notice that running in is very important to show the action of the cob, the exuberance of the breed. Everyone gets very excited here when you're coming into the main ring at the Royal Welsh, and you want to show your animal it's the very best you can show it. And as a judge myself, you know that, and Robert would agree with me, that the first look is sometimes the best look, and you get that, that's something special. You can pick it out as they come into the ring, and I'm sure Julie has got a very keen eye, and she'll be watching very closely, looking at them. As Robert said quite correctly, it's very important for an animal to walk. You know, to run in, great, everyone wants to see it, the crowd get excited, but then they must stop, and the judge must see an animal walk and make sure that it's tracking up, walking correctly, moving forward, because these animals are also bred to do a job. They're not just bred for walking round or running round on a rope, they're also bred for ridden, driven, performance, FEI, all sorts of disciplines. And these mares here that you're seeing here today are a very important part of our breed, because they produce the animals in the future that are going to go on and advertise our breed.
I think now we're just waiting for the first one to trot up individually for Julie so that she can have another look at it moving. And off goes the first one. So I think here she'll want something that moves along nicely. Certainly yesterday she went for a mover. Next here we've got Perthog Gwenan Mai here, giving her a show, and she is certainly going to be one to watch, I would say, in this class. She's a previous Prince of Wales Cup winner. She's a very popular mare with the crowds usually.
It's important to remember for these people, they've got about 15 seconds at this point to show off their animal to its best. So therefore they need to have been on the treadmill before they got here, so that they can keep up with their horses, so that they can actually show the judge just how well they do move. And I think when we're watching this, we can see the difference. There are some who go extremely well, some maybe there could be an improvement. She's watching really carefully because she's seen them all walk round. She's probably picked out a few that she liked the look of, and now of course it's reinforcing whether she does like them or not when she actually sees them trotting. And again, just like the walk, the trot should be a two-time where they're engaged from behind, so they're moving from behind, not just running along. Head needs to be fairly straight to get the best movement.
Of course, it's a difficult one as well to judge correctly because as a competitor you want your horse to go well, but obviously with this kind of atmosphere you can hear cheering in the background. It sometimes sends them a little bit over the edge and it spoils their trot. So it's a difficult one to judge sometimes.
I think when the handlers are showing the cobs here, the most important thing is balance. You've got to set the animal up to give the show. It's not just a question of running, and a lot of people make that mistake. They just get the horse and run. You've got to bear in mind this is a show, and you're showing the horse. You have a handler here, very professional handler, and he's looking at his animal all the time continuously. He's setting it up, and you can see they're going very much in unison together. And this is what the judge wants to see. He set his animal up, he's showing it to its absolute best. And that will impress the judge as much as anything.
World champion here in 1993, 94 and 1995. She has judged all over the world, including America, Australia, and in this country has had the honour of judging Olympia on 2 occasions. She has recently retired as chairperson of the National Pony Society also. First of all, welcome to judge the section G's of this show. The first class is class 33 and is on page 270 of your catalog. We have 18 declared entries for the yearly gold class.
This is Tony Newman just showing his mare at the moment. This is Tony was the young stock champion yesterday. With his lovely yearling filly, and very professional handler, very keen competitor.
Yesterday, when I watched the classes on the television, it was interesting that she stuck very much to a type, that whatever the class from the yearlings right through to the 3-year-olds, that you could actually identify what she was looking for.
That's right, and I think it'll be a very pony type for Julie. She'll want something with good, clean limbs. She'll want something to move on well, but she'll also want it to be quite a pretty little head. She'll want correct conformation, but very much a pony type for Julie, I would say. Would you agree with that?
Yes, and they were all scopy types with good shoulders, so you could imagine with all of them that you could put a saddle on them and they would sit up in front.
That's right. I think that Julie's background will come through there. Julie's parents kept heavy horses for working, and so she's always known working horses. She's always been a keen rider, so she would look for something that has got good conformation to go on and do a job as well.
And I think what was interesting as well was that, especially in the D's, that the youngsters weren't too fat, because at the moment there's a drive against having animals that are carrying too much weight, and I think she picked things where you could actually see an outline. You could see the shoulder, they've got a wither, they looked well but not too well.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think Julie would want anything that was too fat. Hugo, she started pulling things in, so what will she have had in? I think this is Perfect Gwenan Mai with Dorian Lloyd. As I said earlier, she's definitely going to be one to watch in this class. She is a previous Prince of Wales Cup winner, and she's looking tremendous. Dorian, again, a very professional handler. He always has his cobs looking absolutely spot on, and she does look beautiful. In second, it looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 7. Let's have a look what that is.
I think you'll find that's Danaway.
Helen of Troy.
Yeah. A mare that's shown extensively and had a lot of success around the country.
And then I think in third we've got Glenfern on Pure Gold.
And then we've got Scott Gibbons with Dern Valley, Chantilly Lace in fourth. And again, you can see that pony type coming through already.
I totally agree. A line-up so far, she's lining them up typical of what Julie would go for. Yeah. That's what always impresses you of a judge, that they stick to what they like. It's very important. She's judging animals, and she's not judging people.
No, absolutely, and these are very similar to what she put up yesterday. And I know a lot of people who look at the classes say, oh, well, you know, that was expected. But what you have to realise that these are the very best animals out there. And the one that she's called in on top hasn't won what it's won already, not being, you know, the very top, has it?
I think when you look down this lovely front line that Julie's pulled in here, and I think, you know, you would agree with me, Robert, there, that she's got a lovely front line, and these animals are capable of winning anywhere around the country.
Oh, absolutely. So has this mare that's called in on top, has she had bred any foals? Yes.
I believe she's been shown as a junior broodmare already. Last year, possibly? Let me just check that.
I'm not sure if she was barren last, did it, Chubb? I think she was barren last year. This is a lovely mare she's got on top.
And of course, in some ways, for me, see, I just think it's a shame it's never been produced under saddle, because
Yes.
I remember as a 3-year-old, you know, what a mover and what a lovely mare it would make under saddle.
Oh, yes. Something that we should all remember, that the under saddle are not second-rate animals. They've got to be the best our breed has to offer to go and qualify for Hoys and compete at Hoys. That is a ridden cob is not a second-rate animal. It's a top-class animal. It's got to be top-class, enabling it to do its job.
Oh yeah, and I mean, you know, sometimes you'll hear people say, "Oh, it's an in-hand animal." You know, that's something for me that shouldn't be out there. It should be the best animal, conformationally, movement, that can do all disciplines if you asked it to.
Yes. Because our breed has the temperament to do this. And if you was watching on Monday at the ridden classes, we had some wonderful ridden classes on Monday.
Here we are, she's taking a closer look now at the one she's called in on top, studying it a little bit closer, and then she's going to ask the mare to walk away. She's looking now to see, is it a straight mover? Does it move straight behind? And then when they've walked a short distance away, they'll turn and trot back towards her. And again, she's looking then for the correctness of movement. At this point, she's not really looking for the extravagance, because she's looking directly at it. That's a little bit disappointing there, hasn't really settled.
Now she's beginning to move
Yes.
now. Now she's going. When she trotted away from the judge, then at that point, then the mare set herself up and she started to move then. And hopefully Julie was watching at that point. I'm sure she's watching all the way round. Because you've got to watch all the way round. There's nothing worse than a judge turning his back on your animal when he hasn't give it, or he or she hasn't give it the chance to watch it all the way round. You've got to bear in mind we're trotting along the grandstand. The animals are rising to the occasion. You've got a little bit of noise and clapping, whistling, and that could unbalance the animal. So you've got to give it the opportunity to settle itself and then see it go.
Absolutely, and sometimes I think it's made difficult by the crowd. They get behind their favourite, and then when they're clapping and cheering, it sometimes just unsettles the animal. So obviously you want the crowd to get behind you as a competitor, but sometimes not too much, depending on the animal that you're showing.
Yeah, and I think it's a fine balance, because these animals have been got ready for quite a few months now. They're very
Absolutely.
fit and well.
They're feeling
Yes.
extremely well.
And they need to just contain it while they stand still and do this walk up and trot back.
Just like the camera now, Julie will be looking very closely over limbs. I think she'll definitely want very clean bone, flat bone. She won't want any lumps or bumps or blemishes. Certainly hocks, I think she'll want very clean as well.
This one was 3.5, was it? No, and again, we could see that they all have actually, she's picked them out, they've all got very attractive heads, beautifully set on fronts. This one again, you know, is the same sort of pattern but in a different colour.
I love this colour. I think this mare is lovely. Not only is she very, very attractive as a mare, but I love this colour as well.
Yes. For
It's a
obvious
bonus
reasons.
for me.
Yes. Yes,
Oh,
again.
absolutely. You'd love to sit behind that front, wouldn't you? Mhm.
If you look at this mare, beautiful turn of front. Put a saddle on her, and this mare would expect to see her in Hoys. Very attractive colour. Is it Dern Valley? That's it.
I think the shame of it is often that the ridden people don't get their hands on the very best because the breeders don't allow them to be ridden, and I think that's a shame.
I know, I often find myself begging
Yeah, I
for
know.
some of my favourites, and they go, oh no, she's got to be put in foal, and I think, oh, what a shame, please
Yeah.
let me.
I think it's lovely for these animals if they was given the opportunity to be put under saddle for a year or two and then go into their breeding career.
I think that doing a little bit of work under saddle is a really good test of temperament as well, and for me I think it's important that we think about temperament, because not everything is going to be good enough that we breed is going to be good enough to be shown in hand at this level. So if we can also prove their temperaments, then even if the animal that they breed every year or 1 year isn't quite up to standard, then at least we know that potentially it could go on to be a work animal of some sort for somebody, be that even if it's just a child's pony.
Yeah, I suppose the risk is for everybody is if it's their pride and joy, that there's a risk that, you know, that it's not going to come back in the same condition as that it went, and I suppose that must worry people.
But also we've got to promote the breed, and I think promoting the breed is paramount. As a breeder, you know, you need to be promoting the breed, and the only way that we can promote our breed is by seeing them out there doing a job.
Well, yes, because they're having to compete against a variety of other breeds, and it's like in the working ponies, their biggest rival, the cobs, are the Connemara's.
Yes.
And really the Welsh cobs are just as good and can perform just as well, but we've got to have them out there representing the breed.
I think if you was down in the horse ring yesterday, seeing the gelding classes, very, very popular.
Yeah, that seems to be something that, you know, the Welsh breeds, we seem to have fallen behind a little bit, where geldings, you know, have been in the past. People have looked down their noses at them a little bit as if they're not worthy. And sometimes I think it's a good thing that people have them gelded so that they can enjoy life, you know, without the testosterone ruling their brains.
Well, I think a good gelding is worth maybe just as much as a top class mare or anything, because the gelding is always the same, his temperament is always the same. You see him in livery yards. You know, people in livery yards do not want stallions. I think they're very important.
And we've just moved over now to the Section A classes, and these classes, of course, are being judged by Mr. Colin Tibby from Bala. We're more used to seeing him on the end of the lead rope, really, than we are in the middle of the ring. And again, because he's a producer, I suppose we've spent years watching him show a variety of people's ponies of all types. And it's interesting now to be able to see, well, what is it, his actual...
Absolutely, his
Favourite.
preference,
Yes.
yeah, rather than just showing other people's
Yes.
that he's paid to do. Obviously, he's an extremely successful producer, already qualified 2 for the Cuddy and Hand Championship this year, 2 Section Bs, but this time he's in the As. It's the yearling colt class he's judging at the minute. And again, I think he'll be looking for a similar thing. He'll be looking for good conformation and a good mover, and then obviously there's going to be personal
and something a bit
preference and height.
scopy again,
Yes.
that's going to be up to height. But I think particularly movement is going to be high on his agenda. The Lacey ponies that have been shown.
Absolutely, yeah, always good movers. You
Yes.
can see Graham Roberts on the screen now. Graham's always got some very interesting, bold outfits on when he's showing. Another very professional producer, but with very bold outfits.
Yes, you're certainly not going to miss Graham in the ring. I'm sure he does it a little bit tongue-in-cheek as well, but always brings his animals out looking well. Very keen showman and producer. See him showing a variety of animals. But at this point also, if you notice, we've talked about Julie, how smart she looked. Now Colin today dressed very smartly as the judge, very summary, and he's turned himself out immaculately. Yesterday I was watching Colin judge and noticed he was going for movers, and obviously I think he's very much looking for that. Be looking for a pony, as Robert said, a scopy pony that is capable of going forward as a career in either under saddle or as a driven pony.
And I think what was interesting, what was nice to see yesterday, that he wasn't afraid of moving them around.
No, absolutely. And watching him, he sent out the stallions again yesterday and then really shifted them around afterwards. He did definitely stick with his guns of wanting a mover.
Because I think sometimes, it is difficult when you call them in at first to have made absolutely the right decision. And sometimes you can see something walking away or trotting back and you think, oh, I missed that. But of course, then you didn't have the opportunity of seeing it.
Yeah. And we saw Julie as well mix things up a little bit yesterday. She didn't send anything out like Colin did again to see them all going together, but we did see her definitely mix them up, and that was nice to see.
It's nice to see a judge giving them the best look and moving them around. The disappointment for a show, anyone showing the Royal Welsh, is that when you're pulled in on top, there is nothing worse than being moved down. I know that it's good for the people that have perhaps moved up, but unfortunately, when you're on top, you are very worried at that point that you may be moved.
I'll second that. It's definitely extremely disappointing. This is the premier show for the Welsh breed, so if you're showing a Welsh breed and you're pulled on top, you are crossing everything that you stay there, I think.
Yes, absolutely.
We've got Mark Kilby on screen now, again another experienced showman.
And I have to say how lucky we are in Wales to have this TV broadcast coverage. Maybe not always to everybody's preference, but I think we're so lucky because it's such a rare thing to be able to sit at home and watch the classes.
Oh, I totally agree. It's such an amazing coverage here at the Royal Welsh Show, and everybody loves watching this at home. People who can't come to the show can sit and see just as much in the comfort of their own home, and that is lovely for those that are unable to get out to take part in the Royal Welsh Show.
Yes, it's been funny this year. I've judged a few Section A classes at different shows, and it's funny not to have Colin showing under you when you're judging, because he's one of the best sportsmen that there is, because win or lose, and he doesn't always win, then he's always very polite, and he may be very cross with you at the time, but you wouldn't know it. So, it's really good to see him on the other side of the fence.
100%. I've had the privilege of judging with Colin in championships, and very much a gentleman to co-judge with in a championship. It's not got a tunnel vision in a championship. He gives everyone a fair look, and that's nice that he has that outlook. He just won't stick to his section. He'll look at all the sections.
Oh, so it looks as if it's this is the final line then, isn't it?
Yes, it seems that they're pulling him in now. Yes, he's pulling them in. He's turning them a different way now. I think that's lovely. And you can stand back and assess your lineup that way. When they're standing with just their head on, you stand them to the side, you just get that last good look. See Colin concentrating there. He wants to be sure.
Absolutely, yes, and no mistakes.
I think at this point he's got Catham's Cappuccino in top, then Glebedale Jumanji in second, and Spring Lane Dragoon in third. But it looks like he's mixing them up,
Yeah.
so we'll see what he's going to do now. I'm sure the competitors are feeling extremely tense.
Oh,
Oh, so who has he mixed up? So it looks like,
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Graham is on top with, that'll be Catham's Cappuccino, Kitty Bodley in second with her own Glebedale Jumanji. He looks happy with his
He does.
decision. So does Graham,
Yes.
very relieved, I think.
See the look on Graham's face of relief of the judge has made his decision and the bowler's off. There's not a better feeling than to be competing at the Royal Welsh and be handed that lovely red card and the red rosette. Not everyone has had the opportunity to have had that, and I can tell you it's a very, very special moment.
So you can see the first event of play in the 151 section. Top of the other broadcast is number 16. This is after the OM. The local person, Noel Anderson. Apologies, first place was 50. Taco Energy, the Taco's Cappuccino. Second, number 31, J. 40, D. Jumanji. Third, number 10, Sam Program, Zimbabwe. Sama. Fourth, number 40, Secretary Nichols, the Golden Jack Daniels. Fifth, Sanjay. Spring Lane Dragoon.
yeah, so in third place here we've got, this is Sandy Goodwin.
It's Tame Valley's Same Mausama. So that's the one that he switched around then. There seems to be some discussion going on with the stewards and the judge in terms of
They'll be just making sure they've got the right numbers down, or
making sure. It's actually quite a lot to do at the Royal Welsh. There's a few books to fill in as a
Yes.
steward, and there's catalogues that need marking, and it's not as easy as it looks. Everything has to look like it's going extremely smoothly, but it's not always the case. There's often something going on in the background that needs sorting or questioning, and that needs it.
here
And
we
now
are.
off they go. Off they go.
oh, and he certainly has picked a good mover here. Oh, if it'll just settle down.
Yeah, I can see Colin. You could see Colin with this pump. You know, I think this is typical of what he would go for.
But yearling colts are always a problem, you know, I'm sure you'd agree.
Totally agree. Yearling colts like naughty children. They can be very boisterous. It's you'll notice that this colt is in a bridle. Some people like to show colts in bridles. Some people prefer to put a halter on them.
I think now we can see Julie is mixing up her front lineup. I think she's coming to the end of her class.
Yes.
And I think what I saw was Dern Valley Chantilly Lace coming up to third, I think.
Yeah, I
So
think
just
yeah,
swapped
she's
round
moved.
those
She's
two.
moved. She's just
So now
she's
we've
changed
got-
the set, the third and fourth. They've twisted them round.
It looks like we've got Perfog Gwenan Mai in top, Danway Helen of Troy in second, and Dern Valley Chantilly Lace in third.
Yeah.
I'm sure Dorian will be equally relieved and thrilled to stand where he is at the minute.
I think this could be the one to watch, this mare today.
I agree, I totally agree. She's already won it before, the Prince of Wales Cup. She's also won as a mare, and she's back looking on serious form again. Absolutely beautiful mare.
Totally agree. She's looking very well. The mare, she's not over fat. She's in tremendous condition. This is what you want to do. You peak your animal for this day.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people think that to produce an in-hand horse, they just feed it, get it looking well, get it looking fat, but that's not the case.
No, I think you find that Dorian, and we must mention Dorian's wife. Very, very
Absolutely,
important part
Michelle
of the
plays
team.
an incredibly important part. She'll definitely be there somewhere in the background with a cloth usually in hand. They always look immaculate with them, in fairness.
Turned out to perfection.
Absolutely.
She does work very hard on the animals at home, I know that. But they're a tremendous team, Dorian and his wife. Very hard act to follow.
Absolutely. And Scott there, you can see as well, Scott Gibbons with the third Dern Valley Chantilly Lace. Again, an extremely professional showman. I don't know the gentleman in second, do you, John?
Yes, Mark, he's down in Poole.
Oh, right, okay.
And very, very keen. Very keen competitor. Along with Maxine, his wife.
Right.
They have a lot of Danaway stock.
Okay. Not a pair that I see on the shows that I go to very often. So you can I won't.
Yeah, they travel. They do travel about a bit now. They seem to be casting their net a lot further these days.
And obviously
But
doing
lovely
very
mare.
well.
Yeah, doing very well.
Absolutely. She looks produced beautifully.
Yeah,
No disrespect. Just
Well, as we say, in the 12 o'clock.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, that's an expression we use in the showing well. If you brought your animal out at 12 o'clock, that's a lovely compliment
Yes,
that you
it means
can
it's
have.
absolutely spot on. We're on the bees. We've got Mrs. Sweetie Nimmo of the Duntarvie stud judging the bees. She's a very well respected judge. She judges a lot of ridden ponies as well. She has judged at Olympia. She's actually judged at the Royal Welsh before in the horse ring. She's judged the Boys Mountain and Moorland qualifiers. She's down all the way from Scotland.
Yeah, Tweety, very experienced judge. And, I've never watched a judge before, to be honest with you, so it's something new for me.
I haven't seen her judge the in-hand classes before. I have been under her several times ridden, and I always find her to be very fair, and you can certainly follow what she is doing, so I'm sure we'll find that to be the case again in the bees today.
I think an interesting point that when you, for a lady you don't see in the ring showing a lot, that you wouldn't really know exactly what she's going to do and what she's going to go for, so it'd be quite interesting I should think she'd be looking for a pony again that will go on and do a job.
Absolutely, yeah. I know her ponies do quite a bit of ridden work and dressage as well with
Yeah.
her stallions. So
Yeah, I was just going to say that should be her ponies would be performance ponies,
Absolutely,
not
yeah.
just
Yeah.
in-hand ponies.
yeah.
I
So a
think
similar thing again, a good mover, good limb, good conformation that'll stand up to work.
it looks as if it's Steph Mansfield been called in on top with a Cadland Valley
It does appear to be, doesn't
Valley
it?
masterpiece, is it called?
Be right. Let me look that up so we've got the name right. I know that if it is Steph and the Cadland Valley Colt, I know he's already won Glen Usk this year.
I think one thing is that she'd be looking for a section B with a bit of limb. I can't imagine her liking things that are too fine.
No, absolutely not. Cadland Valley Masterclass.
Or masterclass, that's it.
So he's
I think it must be, very exciting and probably a bit nerve-wracking when it's the first class,
absolutely.
of your judging experience.
Absolutely. I think this is Tweety's first class. And somebody that can tell us all about that is John. How did you feel on your first class, John?
Yes, well, when you step into the ring at the Royal Welsh to judge your first class, you've got to have it in your head that you are going to be going for a type of animal, and you've got to stick to that type of animal through and through, and that's what you're concentrating on at that point. Getting your first class right is absolutely vital.
How nerve-wracking is it as a judge knowing that this is the Premier Breed Show, stepping out there for the first time?
Extremely nerve-wracking to a point, but then you are overcome by the occasion. So you've got a little bit of nerves and you're overcome, but then you have to get your head into the job you're about to take on.
Yeah, and I think really what you have to make sure at the end of the day is that you're pleased with your results and not care what other people think.
No, that is, you see, you'll get your lineup right if you're judging the ponies, and that's the most important thing. If you're trying to, put people in a line to give a rosette, I think you can spoil your line, and it tells actually.
Oh, it does, because then it can be the odd one out.
Exactly.
It's quite interesting. In the top spot in this class at the moment, we've got a Cadland Valley pony, we've got a Cadland Valley Masterclass, and in second, we've got the Grotas of the Cadland Valley, or Hayley Grota of Cadland Valley stud, with a Waxwing Masterplan. So it's quite interesting to see.
Oh, right, yes.
And I believe actually a Waxwing one in third as well. Waxwing Arkwright. I might be wrong, but I believe. Could well be wrong. It was a quick glance, but that's what I think.
Oh, it's a Thistledown, yeah, the third one.
Oh, is it?
Thistledown, Nebraska.
Ah,
Oh, no, maybe not. No, that's that one. It's the angle of the camera sometimes just... Oh, they're going on their final walk
let's have a
round.
look then. So that's Cadland Valley Masterclass. Then we've got, is that right? Yeah, Waxwing Masterplan. And then, oh, we can't see the number now.
Oh, no, could be.
That's a beautiful colour colt as well,
Yes.
isn't it? He looks so well with those lovely dapples on his coat. And Steph very
And that lovely walk,
smart.
stepping out in front. Good limbs.
Very much a Welsh breed, I'd say. I don't know if you would agree with that.
Yes, no, absolutely.
Lovely limbs, workman limbs, turned out to perfection.
And you see such a difference. Well, he's jogging now, but he was walking beautifully. And
Lovely
where
walk.
this final walk round is so important. Oh, there we are. She's called back in on top.
Now that pony is a star of the future.
Yes.
It is, it's 7-9, so it's a Waxwing one in third as well. So we've got Cadland Valley Master Plan in first, Waxwing Master Plan in second, and
And Waxwing
Waxwing
Arkwright.
Arkwright in third. The second one doesn't quite want to settle for Hayley now.
And I suspect they've bought that as an outcross for their
Absolutely,
mares.
yeah.
And of course, because I would have thought he's down on his passport as black. So of course the black will breed, will be good because they do seem to favour creams and palominos.
Yeah. We can see Tweety being handed our rosette, her rosettes. And if you see somebody else handing out the cards, that's often because there's a sponsor for these classes, and it is nice that our sponsors get their moment as well.
Yes, the sponsors, very vital part of the show, and it's nice to see them in the ring handing out the cards. You notice how everyone dresses for the occasion.
And you see, we've been lucky this morning because we've been able to see the results of all three classes that have been going on first this morning. So we've seen the A's, the B's and the D's.
Yeah, and that's nice because there's lots of people at home watching, and they would like to see all the ponies in the ring, in the different sections. We all have our favourites, and it's nice that everyone gets the opportunity. I think it's a lovely coverage to see the B's, the A's and the D's. Totally agree. See the winner trotting out there in a lovely show.
I think what's quite interesting as well is that when we've seen these three winners, that although they're different sections, the basic conformation is really good. And what we've had are three judges who've gone for a very similar top line.
Yes.
Clean through the jaw,
Yeah.
good length of rein, good sloping shoulder, room for a saddle, tails set on well.
Yeah.
And I think that's really good to see, that consistency, because it's all very well having just tight, or just going on tight, but the conformation needs to be good on each of them as well.
I think the nice part when you looked at the yearling colt winner in the A's, you see the colt winner in the B's, you've seen the Baron Mare winner. What three representatives we've got for our breed. You know, lovely, and to see the judges judging correctly and putting the right animals on top.
Well, and all three, you could put a picture of each one of those winners in a brochure or whatever, and it would sell the breed really well, wouldn't it?
100% agree. And this is what we want to see for the people at home listening and watching watching what's going on and listening to us commentating here. You will, for the layman, you will see and pick it up during the day, and hopefully you'll learn a little bit of what we're talking about and take on board, and you will have your own favourites as well that you'll pick out for yourself.
Yeah, well, it looks as if we've moved over now to the D's, and we're in the Baron Mare 8 years old and over. They're just doing their first trot up.
So Julia be looking for a mare now that she can match with a previous winner. She'll be looking for a similar type yet again. Because we're going now, we're moving on now, and she will start to build up now for her championship.
I was just going to say how versatile these mares are, because that one, the black one that we just saw previously, Maisa Gosha Maggie May, that actually competed in the mare class on Monday, so it's nice to see them back to do a bit of in hand.
Oh, absolutely.
It was going well. What have we got now?
There seems to be quite a lot of differences in the length of manes and tails in these classes, doesn't there? I wonder now whether sometimes the manes are just a bit too short and the tails are a bit too short.
We're showing a Welsh breed, so I'm big into production. I love to see animals produce, and I'm sure we're all agreeing with that. But I think the length of the mane should be a sensible length, not too short, a sensible length mane, and the tail, again, not too short, just above the hop, I think is fine, but not really. Some of them are just
well, there just seems to
slashed.
be that desire to make them look as if they've got docked tails almost, don't they? They're
Yes.
so short.
Yeah, but you want to see a nice tail.
Yeah, I think so.
You want to see a bit of tail, but not too much. You know, I think a production today, I think is ever moving forward. I did notice that production. I was at a show recently and noticed that the judge got carried away with the production instead of the animal.
Yes. I mean, I think sometimes that when you're watching them, if there's too much tail, then what happens is that it unbalances the picture.
Yeah, like this mane is a little bit short.
Yes.
Really, a little bit overpulled.
In fairness, if we want to see somebody produce something, Jessie Apicella, who's just ran, she is second to none in terms of getting her horses going. She's a tremendous horsewoman. If anybody's interested in driving, she's excellent in the carriage, and she's certainly proven she can run as well this morning. Don't know how she does it.
Yes, Jessie's a very, very competent show person. Brings her animals out in top form, shows them to their absolute maximum. As Beth said, very, very competent coach lady. She can drive a team, pair, single, and she's had tremendous success in the driving turnouts as well.
We've seen a few mares now giving a really good display of
Yes.
themselves at Abergavenny Yarrows, I think, was it, with
Yeah, it's nice
with
when they go-
Jessie, and this one has just gone very well as well. Spoke too soon for that lady. Obviously jinxed her. Oh, there we go, it's settled now. It is quite daunting, I think, for some of them that aren't used to going on a county show circuit to see a great big grandstand in front of them.
And I think the thing is, you don't realise just how far it is from that corner.
Oh, it is
down
certainly
two
a long way.
sides.
And it's a greater slope than it appears as well in there. It's actually quite an incline when you have to run.
Obviously, in this D class, she's having a little bit more time to look at them. Perhaps something has not really stood out for her, but she wants to make sure she gets the right one in on top, I think.
Yeah, you do get these classes where your first place one isn't actually grabbing you at that point.
Let's see if we can see what
Brennathon with Bradley Merrick looks like.
could be this 1:2.82, could it? The Brynython Scarlet Ribbons.
Yes, I think that is the man. She's got the same.
I think it's Northwick Electra in second. I would think that she will be there or thereabouts with Will Perrins. She was champion at the Highland this year. She looked very well at the Highland, and I did catch a glimpse of the end of her display, and it did look like she was on form. I can't quite see who's in third yet. Not as familiar with it, but I think in fourth it will be a Riverbank mare, I think. Yeah, it's Marty. I think it's Riverbank Rose Queen, I think. What's in third, I don't know. And now she's having another look. What is she going for now? I think she's trying to get Jessie's attention. Yeah, with the Abergavenny Yaris here.
Oh, there we are. There's a closer look now.
So we've got Bradley Merrick on top, Will Perrin second. That is 1:2.91. No, 1:2.91 is third.
Yeah. Hawg, Shani.
Obviously overseas.
Is that what, an overseas?
Overseas exhibitor
Yes.
there. It's lovely to see people coming from overseas to exhibit here at the Royal World Show. We've had quite a few overseas people this year.
Yeah, I think Spain is the furthest I've heard of one coming so far. I know 2 Section A's have come over from Spain. Well, there she is, the third one. Storehouse Shani, I think that's how you pronounce the prefix.
Yes, the 2 ponies from Spain are actually staying with us. Of course, actually, they've a hell of a journey. They come. The lady comes from Finland. She's moved to Spain, and grooms. She's flown over from Finland to show them for her.
Oh, right.
That's right.
It's a long way to come, isn't it? Just on a chance, so it's nice to see them called in a handy position.
And it just goes to show how much the Royal Welsh means to people who keep Welsh ponies and cobs. This is like the mecca of Welsh ponies and cobs, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there are visitors here from all over the world.
All over the world, and I'm sure there'll be people watching from all over the world as well.
And sometimes people that come every single year, they never miss it, from Australia.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know we've had some friends from New Zealand staying with us, and they're here for the week.
It looks like a lovely lineup again.
Yes.
Very typey again, similar type to what she had in the first class and all through the morning yesterday. And she's looking like she means business as she goes down to see their individual displays.
Yes, you can see that Julia's taken her time to pull this first line up in.
I suppose over the years she could easily have judged some of these before, couldn't she?
Yes, yeah, yeah. These animals, she could have judged them before. She's seen them before, and also no doubt she's competed against them
Yes.
before. See Bradley there showing his mare a very keen competitor and breeder of lovely cobs. A very successful stud here, Bryn Arthur stud.
And again, you know, we've got it looks an older mare, but
Yeah.
it still has got that look about it, you know, that the younger one had, that very clean through the front.
Yes.
Not too cresty through the neck.
No. And with the Baron mares, some of them do tend to look that little bit over well, we'll say. But in a Baron mare class, you would need to have a bit of that, you know.
Yes. I mean, with these older ones, you'd have expected them to have had a few foals, wouldn't
Yes,
you?
exactly.
Yeah, I believe this mare is actually 15, so she's quite likely to have bred quite a few for the Merrick family already in her career.
This mare would have produced a considerable amount of foals for Bryn Arthur stud by this time, and she's not in, wasn't covered last year maybe, or repeated, and they decided to bring her out this year as a Baron, although now she no doubt could have well been covered and she could be carrying a foal for next year. You know, just to explain to people at home what a Baron mare is, maybe, because I'm sure people would like to know what a Baron mare is. You've seen one age group earlier on there, a younger mare that does not have a foal at foot, and then you've got these older mares here, again without a foal at foot. But a Baron mare can be shown that is actually in foal, carrying a foal inside her for the following season.
Oh, here we are, we're back over to the A's again now. It's obviously, we're coming to the final judging of the yearling filly class. Is that May?
Marianne,
Yes.
Henny Alf.
And then Kitty, this is a pony that I judged earlier in the year, and actually I've had it, the second one, champion at Devon County.
Again, you've got Henny Alf on top.
Yes.
Marion Davis and Richard Miller. Very, very successful stud. Very keen competitors who bring their animals out, always in top form, you know.
And again, you know, they're people that their ponies are performance ponies. I judged a lead rein qualify for a Horse of the Year show on Sunday, and it was a Henry Huff pony that ended up winning the lead rein class and going champion.
And their ponies have that temperament to do that.
Yes.
You know, they have a lot of ponies out under saddle, and obviously have the temperament for that job.
They always have interesting names for their ponies.
Yes, they do.
Heniar.
Yes.
Sometimes they're quite a mouthful. Always quite interesting and different. So this one's called Heniar Shindig.
Can't quite decide what they're doing now.
No, he looks like he's thoroughly enjoying
they're
himself.
going to have to do another.
Oh, another run. Maidon will certainly be feeling the pressure now, I would think.
Oh, he'll be shaking.
Absolutely, and looks like Kitty's close behind him. So this is Glebedale Sancerre by Power Sprite, who she has there. Who have we got in third?
It's a difficult one with these Section A's because some of them that will make good lead rein ponies have very little knee action. And it's a difficult thing now to sometimes find ponies that have got a little bit of a knee action and a bit of a throw.
Oh,
He looks
he's
in a bit of a
thinking hard.
Yes, he's in a bit of a quandary here.
Oh, poor Colin, he doesn't know. He's got a very hard decision by the looks of it. Will Meiron have done enough? Or not Meiron, Shindig.
Yeah, as we said earlier on, Colin's certainly not frightened to shake him about. And at this point, I think all these competitors will be walking around with their fingers crossed, hoping that their opponent's done enough to be moved up and not moved down. Colin's certainly not rushing into this one.
No, he's not. Pony walks really nicely. Oh, it looks as if he's had the nod.
Yes, he's pulled again.
Oh, no.
No, he swapped him round. He's had a change round by the look of things.
So it's number 72.
It's Islin Cariad Ewin. So, is it Dora showing?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so
Of,
it's Lynn Carrier, their win.
Yeah, and second then you've got Henna Shindig this time. The first one is
Islin.
Islin, yeah,
Yes.
very successful. They had a very good day yesterday. They won the senior broodmare class. And it looks like they're having a great day today as well. And in fact, she had a good day in the Section C's yesterday. She had a Thistledown filly down in that she's bought in the C's, and that was third, I believe, off the top of my head. So I'm sure Dora will be delighted at this point with the Royal Welsh that she's having so far. He's still pondering. Of course, it's important to remember that with male judges, it's not over until the bowler hat comes off.
I mean,
That's
from
the
this
signal.
shot now, that the first one is just that little bit scopier than the second one.
He's having
Cleaner.
a good look. Was the third filly as well with Kitty is a very, very pretty filly. You can see a type. You can see a type
Well,
there.
credit to him that he's actually, putting so much into this.
Oh, absolutely.
Nobody can say he's rushed.
Absolutely. He hasn't rushed it.
Oh.
Oh, so we've got Islin Cariad Ewin in top, and then we've got Glebedale Sancerre with Kitty Bodley in second, and we've got Henna Shindig in third now.
And I think here in the commentary studio, we're in complete agreement with him there.
Oh, Dora
That-
looks so relieved.
Yes.
So
She was
relieved
hanging
and
on
so
by her
happy.
fingernails.
Yeah.
No, well done.
Kitty there. Kitty's having an incredibly busy week. They're showing cattle and sheep and ponies here. So I don't know whether I really, really admire them or think they're mad to bring so many.
Yeah, and what's particularly nice about this, that it's not fat. It looks like a yearling.
Yeah. I was
Yes.
just going to say, with a yearling should look like a yearling. It shouldn't look like they're trying to make it look like a 2-year-old, over fat, gross. This pony, if you look at it, looks very well in its condition, but you can see every part of it.
Yes.
And that is very important in the yearling moving forward. And this pony wouldn't have been overshown.
No. And lovely limbs, good short cannon bones, but plenty of limb as well.
Very typical of the breed. I think the first three lovely ponies.
Yes.
But Colin must make his own mind up and he's got to be happy in his mind that he's got the ponies in the correct order for him.
Absolutely, 3 beautiful fillies up top, and with another judge on a different day, they might be completely different in terms of the order. But this is Islin Cariad Owen's day, and Dora's, and then in second we've got the Glebedale filly, and in third we've got the Henny. That's how it is today. It is lovely when you're in the ring stewarding to see how emotional and how thrilled people are with their win. It's a really special atmosphere.
And of course they used Lacey stallions a lot early on, when they were establishing the stud. So he's sure to be liking that type of pony because the bloodlines have come from him, and you can see this has got that little bit more knee action when it trots.
Yeah. It's got a little bit more knee, but moving forward.
Yeah.
And giving a lovely account of itself. You only get one chance here at the Royal Welsh for your pony to do its absolute best on that. You seem as if you're in the ring for an age, but it comes and goes pretty quickly, and you're on limited time to get your animal at its absolute best.
Oh, and they certainly, those 3 tried very hard for that top spot, didn't they? Nobody was complacent and thought, oh, I've got a good pony, I don't need to bother.
The 3 of them were in there competing, and I think it's a friendly rivalry, if you put it in those terms. There's no bad feelings amongst these competitors here at the Royal Welsh. It's a wonderful atmosphere when you're in the ring.
Oh, and look, a quick flash now over to the B ring, and it looks as if it's Richard Miller here with the yearling filly, and I think it's called, is it Henyath Tickled Pink, by their Australian imports out of Eath Windflower. I think they've shown it a little bit locally, haven't they, and been very successful with it.
It looks like Tweety's got a lovely big yearling filly class to pick between them. Is that Craig Eleanor in second? I'm not quite sure if it is or if it isn't.
And this is a good class numerically of B fillies.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's nice to see that the Bs and the Cs are sort of catching up with the As and Ds in terms of numbers.
Yes.
The last few years. They're really, really popular. We're all squinting to try and see who's in second at the minute.
Now, are we towards the end of this?
Yeah, we're on the back row of the Cobb mares now. So what happens if you're new to this and you haven't watched it before, you haven't been, what happens is they line up in 2 or 3 lines, and the first line does their display, they actually line up behind the second row, and then the second row comes forward once the first line is finished, and once they've finished they move back. Okay, in the section A's now we've got the yearling special, so we've got the yearling colt fighting it out against the yearling filly. So we'll have Graham Roberts with, what was it called? It was called K-Toms or Catums Cappuccino, and it was number 15. Number 15.
Yes. Number 15, the yearling colt.
And then Islin Cariad Owen. Was that right? Have I?
Yes.
Islin Cariad Owen.
For the best yearling,
for the best
isn't it?
yearling, absolutely, yeah. So boys versus girls. Yeah, absolutely lovely pair. I'll root for the girls. You guys can root for the boys.
No, I think the chestnut would be finding its way to May.
Oh, really? That's your favourite. Okay.
I think I'd have to agree with Robert there. It's a lovely filly. Lovely filly.
With this tremendous quality.
Yeah. I think I think that is very nice. In my humble opinion, that is.
She's very feminine, isn't she, the yearling filly? But
Oh no, he looks as if he's
I
gone for the
think-
colt.
Oh, no.
He's gone for the colt.
They've gone for the colt. The boys have had it. Graham with his flashy suit and his colt with his flashy movement.
I think the thing is, when you're looking at these ponies, you always think how they're going to end up. But of course,
Yeah.
really, it's on the day that you're judging them. And,
Yeah.
And, you know, perhaps the colt has just gone better and performed a little bit more, you know, done a better show. And on the day, he deserves it. You know, I'm thinking about in 4 years' time, which one would I want then?
I think that is the lovely part of judging or being a judge. You can sit and discuss and talk about your preferences, and I think that's the healthy part of what we do. That we all have a difference of opinion, and as you say, we would have gone for the filly, Colin's gone for the colt, but at the end of the day, they're just two lovely examples. So it doesn't matter really. It's only a preference. You see, Colin's very laid back on his work. He's a very professional guy.
But isn't it funny how he keeps looking back as if to say to himself, oh, have I done the right thing?
Well, I think the both of them's had a fair look. I think he's telling Graham there, you're quite lucky, I nearly went for the other one.
Yes. This is the time when everybody's trying to lip read and see what they're saying.
Yeah, if only I could.
Here we are now going out for the
Off
lap
they
of honour. Yeah, and you see he
It's a
has got
lovely
this
little
lovely
mover.
moving, yeah.
And he does look like he enjoys showing, doesn't he? He
Yes.
looks like he's enjoying showing himself off.
Yes.
Nice Graham there. Obviously you can see Graham's put a lot of work into this colt. To have him going the way he is, yearling colts can be extremely, as we said earlier, extremely difficult and boisterous, but obviously the colt's coming back into the ring for the championship now. Just he's beginning to settle now, you know, and I think you'll find he was going a little bit better then than
Yes.
maybe he did in the class.
Absolutely. there can't be many now left to do their individual shows. Well, the sun's come out now, but the temperature I don't think is due to be quite as warm today. I think 23s are the high today.
I hope it's not as warm as it was yesterday. It was very, very hot for competitors, and also very, very hot for the judges to stand in the sun for that long. Don't forget, there is no shade out there for the judges whatsoever. Competitors, obviously, they're often got their jackets on, their tweed jackets on. It's very hot to be running around, and it's hot for the ponies as well to be performing at their best. So we're coming towards the end. Got Belchford Violet Bear there, giving her display. Still can't decide who's in second in the Bs.
Yeah, I think it is Thistledownshire class, so it will be Craig
Was
Elliner.
it with Craig?
Yes.
I thought
I
it
just
I
caught the
thought
number
it
then.
was.
Yes.
I saw him taking down a chestnut yearling filly this morning, and so I had an inkling that that's who it was. And we've got a gelding here in the Baron Mare and gelding class. They have got their own section in their own right in the horse ring now, but obviously they are still welcome to come forward for the Baron Mare and gelding class in the main ring if they wish to have a go at showing their animal in the main ring in front of the grandstand.
And how encouraging she looks as if she's been to the exhibitor as well, and I think thanking her for entering and coming along.
Yeah, I think that's lovely that the judge is doing that, and making everyone feel welcome here into the ring with the gelding, competing against Baron mares. It's very difficult, in my opinion, to bring the geldings in, but everyone wants to run round the main ring of the Royal Welsh. They pay their money and they're more entitled and more than welcome to come along.
And are the gelding classes, are they in the main ring as well?
No, they're in the horse
Oh,
ring. So
sorry.
they were in the horse ring yesterday afternoon, and they were really, really well supported. They had bumper entries down in the gelding class. I think, from what I gather, it was proportionately the biggest jump they've had in entries in any section for a very long time. So, but yeah, I
well,
don't.
that's why it wouldn't be the same as running in the main ring, would it?
Absolutely not. No, it's really not. So this is the opportunity to run around in the main ring. If you have a gelding, then you come forward for this class. And in fairness to Julie, she I know she's got a few nice geldings at home in the running to make performance ponies in the future. So I don't think that she would be biased against a gelding. Well, I know she wouldn't be biased against a gelding. If she fancied having it further up, she certainly would. Tweety there is having a very, very good look. There's intense concentration there. And Julie's having a quick glance over her.
Yeah, and all the time, really, when you're walking down like this, you're sort of weighing up,
Yeah,
is this better than that? Is that better than this?
Comparing.
And thinking, should I move it or should I leave it where it is?
And from different, if you stand from behind and look down your lineup, you can compare all the different hind legs, tail settings, etc. The same if you stand to the side and just look up the front of your lineup. Oh, she's mixing them up again. That's nice to see. It means a lot to competitors to know that the judges really giving their time to think through thoroughly where they feel on the day you deserve to be.
I think it's more important that judges pay attention to their back line as well. Don't be frightened to move them about. If you've missed something, I've seen animals brought from back lines into the front line. Any judge can miss something. But I think Julie has given them all a very, very good look and a very fair look.
Yeah, I mean, in all the classes we've watched this morning, we can't say there have been any snap decisions, can we?
No, not by any of our judges. There we are. She's made a decision.
What a sight. Look of relief on his face now.
Yes, she hasn't moved any of the front line at all.
No, she's appeared to be very happy with that. So you've got Brynith on Scarlet Ribbons there in top. And second was Northwick Electra, a younger mare. She's been shown successfully as a brood mare as well. I know she has been in the past.
Sponsor there, handing out the cards.
And that's nice, I think, when they offer that, you know, for the sponsor to come in, because without the sponsors, you know, a lot of shows, not just the Royal Welsh, you know, wouldn't survive. They're really important.
They were very, very important to the shows, the sponsors, because a lot of shows would fold.
They would.
Without their continued support. And it's nice to recognise the sponsors.
She's not sure she loves that rosette on her
Oh,
halter.
she says,
no, she
"No, I'm
definitely
not
doesn't
having
want
that."
that on her halter. I think Brad's going to have to carry that out. So off. Time for photos.
It amazes me that I can never get a rosette on any of our halters from the start, but I'm more than sure people at home practice with them.
Oh, I think they do.
I'm convinced of that, because you see a lot of people when winning, they put the rosette, the horse doesn't flinch.
No.
And I think you've been practicing at home with that one.
But the thing is, you know, especially with the ridden ones, people can lose a class if you can't get up to them with the rosette to hand it to them, and they back off all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had to do that before now, where I've had to say, I'm sorry, but if you can't take the rosette, you can't win the class.
That's very fair.
Now off she goes for her lap of honour. Brynith on Scarlet Ribbons. And second, you've got Northwick Electra, and in third, Storehouse Shani, who is actually out of a Brynith on mare. So quite tidy again.
Very good breeders, Brynithon, of their cobs. Bred some lovely animals, and most of, well, over many years now, they're always up the front at the Royal Welsh Show. Usually knocking on the door.
Yeah, and that particular mare's by Thorny's Side, the Jackpot.
Well, Brynithon is based on Thorny Side lines. Peter and Fiona Gray, the Thorny Side stud. Tremendous supporters of the breed. And John and Brad have based their stud on those Thorny Side lines.
Right.
Which are in a lot of studs today.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we're back at looking at the bees there. We can see the second one.
You'll have to bear with us for this one for the minute, because where we've been in the other ring with the cobs, we've lost our way a little bit in the bees here to know what line we're looking at, because there was a couple of lines and I'm not really sure whether we're looking at
I
the
would have
front
thought this is
lines
the back, the back line now.
This is a big class, very good class. And it's interesting at this point to notice the different attire of our handlers in the section Bs. In the section B, you'll find people are dressed very, very tidily, very smartly. as much as we are also in the cob ring and the A ring. But in Bs, you'll notice some of the gentlemen will wear a brown derby. Some of the ladies you see will have a hard hat on. Some wear a hard hat or a small hat of description. A lot of people wear jackets when showing the section Bs, wear gloves when they're showing the Bs. Very, very neatly and smartly turned out. I think you'll agree.
Yeah, I'll be showing a B on Thursday, and I will definitely, whatever the weather, make sure that I will have a jacket on, whereas I think in the A's perhaps you can easier get away, or A's and D's and C's, you can easier get away perhaps with not having your jacket on. You can just wear a smart waistcoat and a smart shirt and tie. And
So is there anything in the rules, I can't remember now, when you're exhibiting? Jeans? Are jeans permissible?
No jeans.
No jeans?
No jeans. You should always be dressed smartly. No jeans. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. But then no.
Always a difficult one, though, if somebody came in jeans, to have that confrontation of you have to go and get changed.
Yeah. We do, so as a steward personally in the Section Cs, we do try and make sure that everybody looks neat and tidy. I can't bear seeing competitors come in with their shirts untucked, etc. I will ask them to, because I think it's disrespectful towards the judge, to be honest. I think it's just a basic mark of respect to be dressed neatly. Oh, here we are, we've got Tracy Hook now, dressed neatly, not in a jacket this time, but with a smart waistcoat on instead.
There we are, and her pony Kem is vowed blissful.
Now, judge is having a close look. Oh, she's a little bit on her toes.
There's a little bit on his toes, this one.
The thing is, of course, is that with the Section Bs, is that you don't want them with their tails up over their backs or snorting and things, because that's not the whole thing about them. And it's difficult with the A's and the D's. It doesn't matter how fiery they look, but the Bs, you want them really to go quite steadily.
Yeah, they're more. You want a more of a sedate show from a Section B. You want a nice show, but as you say, not with its tail in the air.
Possibly more mannerly would be the word. You still want them to sparkle somehow, to have that presence, but not to misbehave. I don't know, I'm speculating here, but maybe that's due to their history as, or tradition as more of a riding pony. Their tradition as a riding pony within the Welsh breeds.
So moving forward as a child's pony, you know, that isn't part of this section. You know, you see our winner earlier on in the Colts. He was sparkling, but he was mannered.
Yeah.
Yes, it's funny with the Bs really, because there are obviously been lots of influences over the years, and when with the FS, and there was Arab blood or riding pony blood introduced to improve really the breed, and it's funny how sometimes it just comes out more in some than in others.
Yes, yeah. And you can, when you look down some of these lines, you can see that distinct difference coming through all the time.
Yeah, and I do think it's important that we remember that they are supposed to be Welsh ponies. That's the first thing of riding type.
Nicola Davis just coming round there with her cob. You hear Nicola's voice on the tannoy from the tower.
That's right, Nicola works incredibly hard to coordinate a majority of the commentary that you'll hear from the main ring from 8 o'clock in the morning until the end of the show at around 8 p.m. She'll be working away in the control tower, but she's been let out this morning and she is showing her mare.
So how many mares have we got in this class? Is it 1, 2,
We've got
4?
4 mares forward for this class. I always love watching this class. It gives me goosebumps to watch the mares in the morning from the grandstand. It doesn't matter whether they'll be lots forward or just 4 forward. I'm sure Julie will give each one, well, I know she will, she'll take the same care and time.
Case of who's leading who.
Absolutely, these mares set off after their foals. And this one's going quite well. Oh, I spoke too soon again. Look.
You can see when they set off, you know, straight away whether they're going to give a show or not, and that mare's just given a lovely show along the grandstand there. Would have bubbled a little bit, obviously, because supporters would be whistling and clapping, and that can just put them off their legs.
I know,
but
and that's a difficult one, isn't it, John? Because sometimes you just wish people wouldn't cheer and clap and things until you've finished your bit. Because it can completely ruin your individual.
Yes, because the sound coming from the grandstand can totally upset a mare. Yeah, he's gone for that. She's gone for that mare.
1305.
That mare is called Brynjar Sweet Temptation, and interesting side by a Brynith on one this time, so Brynith on Northern Wind. But that's she definitely gave a really good account of herself.
Just a 5-year-old.
A young mare, very pony again to the front.
By a Brynithon stallion.
He looks happy so far.
I think that's lovely to see. You could see the thrill on the gentleman's face of being pulled in on the top spot in the Royal Welsh Show. He'll be very excited at this point, but now he's got to hold his nerve through the class. But I think this may give a lovely account of herself just now, going on the grandstand.
But now she's got to stand and settle so that Julie can have a good look at her. Here we go, that's better. She's settled now a little bit. I think it's safe to say she's feeling quite well, and the atmosphere is
Well, the foal is there as well. She shouldn't be too worried. Yeah, here we are. They're going to.
Here we go. That's
That's
better.
it.
She knows where her baby is. I think it's a mixture of the atmosphere as well, unsettling her.
A lovely mare again. Julie sticking to her type, you can see, and she's telling us all exactly, this is what I like. This is the type of animal that I will breed, and this is the type of animal that I will go for. You know, that is what she's saying in her choice, and they're matching up, aren't they?
Well, they are, and they're you know, they're not too big. They're pony heads they've all got. She obviously likes an extravagant mover.
Yeah. See this mare as she's going, she's sitting up.
Yeah.
Ears pricked, moving forward. and she's given a good account of herself on that individual.
And moving all round as well. It's not just the front end giving a good show. She's moving right through from behind, from the engine from behind, which is nice to see. Right, who have we got now? Let's have a look.
Let's have a look. Oh, it's this one, Ridge Hill Lady
Yeah,
Louisa.
Ridge Hill, yes, a very keen Stephen, Kevin, they're very keen show people, have a lot of success at many different shows around the country, always bring out something nice and looking in top form.
It's a hard act. That first one was an exceptional mover and very extravagant in front and behind, and then anything that follows it, you're comparing it against that, and it's a hard act to follow when it's as good as that.
Yeah, I totally agree there, Rob. It's, you know, it's that mare's give a lovely account of herself there and then, and you'd be hard pushed to shake her off that top spot at the moment.
I agree, unless Julie's seen something that we can't see. I totally agree with that. The first mare settled, it looked touch and go, and then she settled to go beautifully across the front and along the back. She's thinking carefully, watching all the time. What have we got here?
Well, that's gone quite well in its trot. Of course,
Yeah,
we didn't
that
see it
has
standing
gone
still,
well.
did we?
And now, oh, we're back with the bees.
Or making up our mind in the bees. Well, she's just going to the back line now, just to make sure she hasn't missed anything.
See in the front as well. You can see Richard Miller standing his filly up again, making sure that she looks at her best, not leaving anything to chance. You can see everybody trying to get their pony looking as well as they possibly can, in the hope either to move up or not move down.
There'll be a few people there at the moment hoping to be
Yes.
moved up. But in fairness to Tweety, she is being very, very fair, very thorough. She's looking at all.
And she's had a bit of a mix of colours there. Nobody
Yes.
could say, oh, she loves anything in
Oh,
particular.
yes,
She's
yeah.
got in her front line,
Yeah.
she's got a real mix.
Yeah, she's not adverse to colour, is she?
No.
She's taking her
Well, we are the final
last
walk
look,
round.
sending them round for the final walk round.
And of course, this yearling's mother has been champion and a winner at the Royal Welsh several times, Eath Windflower.
Again, another lovely pony.
I don't think Richard is quite as nervy as Marion, is he?
It's more
A little
laid
bit
back.
cooler, yes.
Yes. But tremendous partnership.
Yes.
I still think he'll be feeling the pressure. Even if he's not as nervous as Marion, I still think he'll be feeling a little bit under pressure.
Oh.
Oh. A little bit excited there.
She just needs to relax a little bit and walk on.
She's a little bit tense. The danger is, of course, that tension shortens the stride a little
Yes.
bit, doesn't it? Especially as they go along the front. So he's trying to remind her that
You know, that final walk round is what the judge will be considering now, how good they're walking before she finally pulls them in. So you can see the concentration on her face.
And of course the whole grandstand who are watching the class are looking exactly at the same thing as well.
Exactly. And she sent the whole lot out.
Yes.
Not just the top line, she sent all of them out. That's a very good class.
it's a very strong and
It is.
big class.
And we've got a group of ponies actually that are a good height for section B. We haven't
Yeah.
got any sort of little ponies in
No.
here. Oh no.
What has she done?
No, she has left the first
She's,
two as they were.
Yeah, kept so it looks like she's pulled Hanyard Tickled Pink in top. Thistledown Sheer Class in second. And in third, it appears at the moment as if... Oh, can't see what's going on now.
They are very flighty.
What is that in third? Has she swapped third and fourth around? We'll have a look in a second.
Got a spare pack ready.
Oh,
And of course the whole thing is at this stage, of course, you haven't won the class until you've got the rosette
no,
in your hand.
that's it. Even, well, as we saw in the Section A's earlier,
Yes.
it's nothing is left to chance until you have that rosette in your hand or the bowler comes off for the man.
You've got to continue trying all the time until you've got that rosette, because the judge can still look back and think, no, I'm not 100%. But she's still having a final look.
Oh.
No.
All right.
No, she's nodded her head.
So she did swap third and fourth round. She's now got Linksbury JZ in third. So she's kept Hanyard Tickled Pink. I love that name, Hanyard Tickled Pink in top. With Richard Miller, then we've got Craig Galliner showing Mr. Sandy Anderson's.
Well, I think
can't
the
say
thing
that,
is-
too many S's.
No.
Sandy Anderson's sheer class. Thistledown
Yeah, and I
sheer
think
class.
with this win, I think the mare had thrown quite a few colts, and then the mare I think is 22 now, and I think or the 21
she?
when she gave birth to this one. So I think that's why they were tickled pink to get a filly.
I see. There's a story behind it. She is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful mare. This filly's mother. So it's no wonder they were thrilled to have a filly by out of her. Sorry.
And I think you can see there that Richard Miller is also tickled pink.
Yes.
obviously any half are not adverse to first prizes at the Royal Welsh Show. They're usually there or thereabouts, I think you'll agree. And also the same for Thistledown. Bring the animals out, top form.
And the Lynxbury Stud and Third also well used to receiving a rosette at the Royal Welsh, although this one's actually owned by Sarah and Roger Hartland. So bred by the Lynxbury Stud, but actually owned by Sarah and Roger Hartland. Here we are, so time for photos. Nope, they're off.
Oh, here we are, yes.
Off they go. I wonder what will have happened in the cobs in the meantime.
She brought that. The roan has come up from it, yes.
Yeah. We might have to wait till later to find out what happened exactly in that class. She's very feminine, isn't she?
Yes.
Very feminine, sweet filly.
Yes, it's nice to see fillies that look like fillies, colts look like colts. You know,
Richard will, I think, be praying now that this filly's just going to settle down a little bit, because if this overall yearling championship as well,
yeah,
it just needs to settle down now so it can show itself off.
yeah. Because that's just got to come back in now for the best year. There we are. It looks she's left them as they are. As we said earlier on, this mare's give a lovely show, and plans well now with the final run out, but she's beginning to settle there, going along there. That wasn't such a big class, that junior there. Hopefully the next class will prove a little bit bigger. But there are a lot of people not covering theirs as well. So the Baron Mare classes will be bigger.
Yes, and because unless really they've got a market, and in the last few years, perhaps 10, 15 years ago, people perhaps overbred.
Yes.
And then there was a glut of second-rate animals, really.
Yes.
And I think it's made everybody a little bit cautious. So they're thinking more about perhaps putting one or two in foal, but as a few years ago they might have been covering 8 mares.
Yeah, I think with rising costs of feed, hay, straw, etc., people have thought about covering mares and not just put mares in foal willy-nilly. They've given it some thought. We're back over onto the A's.
Oh, here we are. This is the
It's the 2-year-old
Two-year-old
colt
colt, and I think this is a
Sam
Waxwing.
Worsley in top. I'm not sure if it is a Waxwing one. Let's have a little look. I think
So,
it is.
I think I judged this one earlier in the year.
Let's have a look.
I think it belongs to a Helen Dohan. Here we are, Waxwing Passport.
There we go.
So it's destined for Australia eventually.
I think that they've been showing an A as well. So showing Cobb on Monday under saddle. So doing a bit of everything, which is nice to see.
This group of mares aren't eager to walk.
No.
And it must be difficult for the judge now to sort of look at them and think, oh, I'm not really seeing them walking steadily.
I think the problem with a class like this is a broodmare class. We've got foals calling for their mothers, and I think they're all on their toes a little bit as
Yes.
well. And I think they'll take a while to settle before she can see them walk.
I think that's Chevenant Flying Lady going across the bottom there. I believe.
1, 3, 2, 5.
Bryn Jones.
Yes,
and then we've
Chevenant
got
Flying
Brad
Lady.
Merrick back in the ring again. What will he have this time? It's possibly 30. Yeah, so this time it's Brynif on Cleopatra. I think she's won here before, has she, John? I think she has, a few years ago.
This mare is always on her toes, always ready to give a show. There she goes along the grandstand there.
I remember I first saw her as a young filly, and I thought then that she was a really beautiful sort, and she's turned into a very lovely mare.
I think that's the first time I've seen her being shown with a foal, if my memory serves me correctly. There's Di Williams. I think that'd be was it a Trevelyan there? No?
It's My Savaline one, My Savaline Emma. So for Hayden Hudson, and there goes Dragated Golden Charm. Like I
Yes.
said, she always gives a good show. I seem to be jinxing them
Yes.
left, right, and centre today. I just shouldn't say anything.
Oh no, there we
she
are.
goes. You can see her, her hind legs just work like pistons. She's got a serious engine. Now then, Richard Jones, 1322. So we've got Manai Sparkling Sapphire here. Good sort there, and she's gone well as well, hasn't she? Next. Oh, this will be a Trevelyan now, I think. Yeah, Trevelyan Rosanna by Trevelyan Hooch.
Yes, they're not. There's quite a variety in the way of
so
going
we've
in
got
this.
another winner, previous winner of the Royal Welsh going here. Brynaghled Molly won, was it last year or was it the year before?
That's gone that moved nicely.
Yeah, she is a beautiful mare as well. She's been shown so successfully
Yeah.
since a youngster. She really is lovely. Now, I would think that fit with the sort that Julie's been going for
Yes.
so far as well.
And it's
Very
certainly
pony.
one of the better performers in that
Yeah.
trotter.
That mare always gives an account for herself when she's been at the Royal Welsh. I think she'll get a fair look here today. Be interested to see what she does put in actually in this
Yes.
class. It's quite a nice class.
It's it's a very nice class, a very strong class again. It's a good mark of respect, I think, when you've got previous winners coming back out to fight for it again, going for another day. It's always difficult to do that. Yeah, she looks very, very well.
Yeah.
She's definitely on her toes. She looks on top form, in fairness, always produced beautifully. She needs to, yeah, I agree. I think she'll be one to watch in this class.
Well, they
and the
called
Menai
one in
mare
now.
there, she's looking on her toes.
Yes, another nice mare, a good sort of mare from the Menai stud. Very established stud. Peter and his sons always bring them out in good form again with a nice Welsh cob mare. Another nice mare here with Di Williams. Nice Felling.
Maes Felinema there. With Vander Brynithon.
I don't think she's called anybody in yet, has she?
No, not yet. She's having a good look. Chiquita Golden Charm. Lovely mare. I'm not sure that she would match up with the other two mares. That would be my concern for her now at this point.
Yeah, and that must be the difficulty really, is that although it probably gave one of the best performances
Absolutely, that's it.
there's just a little bit more of it than than some of the others that she's had.
Not necessarily of exactly the same type,
No.
despite being, again, a very, very correct mare, a good cob mare. Gave a brilliant account of itself. Right, what has she had in top? A Menai mare. So Menai Miss Melissa in top at the minute by Sparkling Imperial. I know that Julie has used Sparkling Imperial in the past. She looks like she's got good limb and feather, this mare, doesn't she?
Although a smaller, more compact tape, really, isn't she?
Yeah.
No.
In my opinion, she doesn't quite match up with the other mares that she's put up, but a nice Cardiganshire Welsh cob
Yes.
mare. You know, typical Cardiganshire Welsh cob mare. And that's the type that Peter and his sons go
Yes.
for and they like, and that's respect to them as breeders.
Absolutely, and like I said, I know Julie's used Sparkling Imperial, the father of this one, because she's admired the stock before. I know that because I bought the mare from her, so that she bred by it. But we'll see what she makes of this one when she's had a close look. So the first has given a really quite a good account of itself. What will the second do? I think this one certainly would match up with the other winners that she's had. So here she goes. She's giving a good account of herself
Yeah,
now, isn't she?
if only she just went with her head a bit straighter, because then she would
she
extend
could
a
move
little bit
a
more.
little bit straighter, yeah, or a bit
Trot's
further.
just been
I
a
mean,
little
yeah,
bit-
curtailed.
Yes.
She's ever so pretty, isn't she? Ever so pretty, and another pretty mare here. She's well prepared, standing there beautifully. Dean Smith showing. No stranger to a red rosette at Trevelyan.
No, and this
Dean
looks well,
himself.
yes.
He looks very well. Lots of lovely pennies on her coat.
Trevelyan always bring their animals out looking very well in themselves. These lovely coins on her coat, lovely dapples. Again, not strangers to success. This stud, there's Nelson, his grandfather there, showing the foal, holding the foal there. Be interesting to see what her final ends up becoming.
I think the issue here has been perhaps a little bit that they're all lovely mares standing still.
Absolutely.
The first one actually has moved, certainly moved the best of the three so far.
Yes, yeah. She's looking quite relaxed, this Trevelyan mare, isn't she?
Yes.
Quite relaxed.
We would perhaps like just a little bit more spark when she came out and trotted.
Perhaps, yeah. Might go against her a little bit that she's been so relaxed about it. Because I know they're going to... I would think that the Trevelyan mares would be the type that... This one's going well. Julie would like... Oh, whenever I say it's going well, I always jinx them. I'm not even going to say anything.
That's better
now
there,
she's going
yes. The trouble is when the head's so twisted round, they do all sorts of very strange things with the front legs, don't they?
Yeah, but the trouble is when they're towing you along as a handler, it's difficult, isn't it? If only we could all run as well as they can. Oh, Brynagler and Molly. I really admire this man. I really, really admire her. I'd be quite happy to see her in my stable.
But I suppose that's what makes judging interesting, is that know people have different opinions.
Absolutely, and again, like I said earlier, on a different day.
Yes, I mean the
different
three of us
judge.
here
Yeah,
have all picked
different
this out.
animals.
This mare is such a lovely mare. Gives a tremendous account of herself. Always on form.
And is he about right with the mane and tail as well? It's all balanced. The picture is good, isn't it?
Yeah. But obviously, you know, this is Julie's day.
Yeah, and there's something that's...
And she has got more of a bird's eye view than us of all
Yes.
of them. And obviously she will see different things on them that maybe she doesn't like, but don't appeal to her. So therefore, that's why she has them in the order she's got them, maybe. I think a couple of these mares haven't shown themselves to their best ability at all.
No, it is difficult. And judging is so subjective. Obviously, you're looking for good basic confirmation, but after that, in terms of type, it's subjective.
Oh, well, yes, and it's how you interpret the breed description.
Absolutely.
And it's, you
And
know,
also,
it is...
no animal is the perfect animal, so it's what you're more prepared to forgive as well. You want them as close as you can to perfect, but I don't think any of us have bred the perfect animal.
No.
No.
I think talking about forgiveness, I think you've got to do that as a judge. You've got to learn to forgive certain things. And we've all got our little hang-ups of back ends, fronts, you know.
Yeah, my two things are back at the knee and
Yes.
straight hind legs.
Yeah.
The worst for me, two things. Luckily with cobs, not many of them are back at the knee.
No. I love a good back end.
Yes.
Because it's all the power comes from the back end. And some judges don't seem to worry so much for that. And a cob moving all round, coming off their hocks, moving forward. And, you know, I hate to see animals dragging there.
Yes.
But a good mover, you can see how that he's coming off, he's pushing off his hocks, or her hocks, moving forward, extending. Here's the average breeder mare, Rob Allen, coming out, out in front of the judge. Lovely mare, looks so well.
But it is a slightly different type.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, she's a different type to the other mares. But again, a lovely mare.
Yes.
Tremendous foot on this mare. Lovely. But under a different judge, who knows?
She's actually broken to ride this mare as well, and I'm sure she gives a fabulous ride with that front and the way she moves. Oh, she's on her toes. Rob's struggling to keep up, I think.
It's unbelievable, really, that people are showing mares with foals afoot in halter.
Yeah, it is, yeah. The things we do to ourselves
Yes.
for a red rosette. What will she do now?
Oh,
They're a little bit on their toes, these mares. You can see people moving the foals around. They like to have their eyes on their foals. She asked them to stand profile, I wonder? I don't know. Or is it just the one? No. What will she do? Oh. She's not decided yet. Off they go to see. Will she send them out to walk, or will she send them out to move? I think it looks like just to walk. She's having them all out to walk.
I don't think, though, she's going to do anything too dramatic.
No. She was quite careful to choose them in the first place, to pull them in the first place. Although yesterday she did mix them up, and we've seen her move things this morning, but like you say, I don't think it'll be too dramatic.
No.
No, I don't think Julie's going to do anything too rash here. As we just spoke earlier on about being moved from the top spot, it's very full. All right. It's got sugar in it. Coffee. Don't drink coffee.
Oh dear, Beth has drunk some of John's coffee. And does he take sugar?
Yeah, thank God.
Beth's just been informing everyone of her dislike to coffee here.
Oh,
She's not 100% sure. She's having a good look at them.
she is.
She's had a move about, I think. She's moved the Trevelyan mare up to second. No, she hasn't. No, she swapped the first two.
First 2 rounds.
Yes, she has swapped them over. But this mare would be matching
Yeah, more the type.
Yeah.
to the type now of what she's got in the other classes. I think she's right in for what she's type, what she's going for, keeping it all together. A lovely mare, the mare she had in on top, but again, not matching with what she had in previous classes. So it may a difficult decision for her. I feel sorry for her at that point having to do that.
I do too. But she has to do what she thinks is right.
Yes.
And I think she's done that. And like you say, this mare does fit. And you can see this mare fitting into Julie's field.
Yeah. And I think it's where we were saying weighing it up really, although perhaps this mare didn't trot out as well.
To
But
begin
standing
with,
still,
yeah.
it was more of a pattern that she can relate to almost.
Absolutely. And she's moved the Trevelyan mare to third. Or did she have the Trevelyan mare in third? Yeah, she did.
Third,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. Oh, so you've got. Sorry, I was saying Electric earlier. It's Brynith on Cleopatra in top, and the Merrick family. And then you.
Oh, again, yes, this one is the Thorny Side, the jackpot.
And then you've got Menai Sparkling stuff. Is it? Let's check that. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Will Richard turn around? Will we see him when he turns around? And I still have got 2 entered in this class. And even though I looked it up a few minutes ago, the excitement has gotten to me and now I can't remember what I saw.
I thought you did say that Sparkling Sapphire,
I
but
think I did, yeah, but then there's Miss Melissa as well, so I'm just making sure that I got it right. Oh, there's always somebody in the way.
the photographer's in the way.
Photographer in the way, and now he's not turned round, yeah.
Oh.
We'll see,
Oh,
we'll
should
find
it?
out, yeah. So Brynith on Cleopatra,
Oh yes,
2-2, so it was Sparkling Sapphire.
Sapphire.
Should have stuck with my guns. There she goes. She's a very pretty mare. Now she's looking better.
Matching, you can see the mare just matching with the others. Lovely mare.
Yes.
With a bit better account of herself just coming out there.
Yes. We just let go of it a little bit and
That's right.
went better freer, didn't
Yeah.
it?
So now everyone at home should now be start thinking about where she's going to go for the best mare. Do the foals next, I think. So be interesting to see her selection of foals.
Yeah, indeed it will. And, oh, no, we might not see the foals, because we're back to the Section 8s. What have we got here? We've got... what have we got here? I think it must be, yeah. Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? 2-year-old fillies.
Here we are now looking at the final of the 2-year-old fillies.
Oh, someone is absolutely thrilled
yes.
to have had the top spot. But we can't see who it is quite yet.
Oh, here we are.
Ah, here we are. It's Adam
Oh, it's
Fletcher.
Adam. 1, 2, 3. Dargale Beauty Queen
And this has had a really good season already this year.
by 3B Playboy.
Dargale, Billie Jean. So, owned by Mrs. Gail Jeffries, produced by Adam for her. Very successful day at Lampeter. Yes.
The smaller filly,
was
this one
Manas.
that's won this class.
She had a tremendous day. Yeah. We got in second.
Yeah, but a good mover.
Adam Fletcher with Dargale Beauty Queen goes up in top. Looks like he's gone for another lovely little filly there. Who's in second?
There's that Adam Fletcher, a very popular showman and producer. Again, bring ponies out, look at their very best, very keen competitor. At this point, we also like to say welcome to our overseas viewers. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage that we're giving overseas viewers here at the Royal Welsh Show.
Yes, and I hope it was either worth staying up late or getting up very early to watch it.
Yeah, you're either very early or you're very late.
Yes.
Hopefully you're enjoying the same lovely weather that we are here at the moment. It's ideal for showing today. Very hot day yesterday. Been uncomfortable showing yesterday.
It was certainly uncomfortable in the Section C ring yesterday. It was
And
very,
I think
very
tomorrow,
hot.
the forecast is just the same, if not.
Oh, it's not,
yes,
is it?
hot.
Oh, I burnt yesterday. I don't want to burn again tomorrow. I'd have to wear a bigger hat.
But then there was quite a storm here last night, wasn't
There
there?
was,
And I think the rain
and it's
has
cleared the air.
Yes.
It was really, it was much fresher waking up this morning here than it's been the last few days.
And it'll
it's been
settle the
brewing.
dust as well,
Yeah,
won't it?
Yeah. So we've got the foal class going on in the Section Ds. Yeah. Always interesting, always entertaining viewing watching the foal classes. I think you never quite know what they're going to do. Not yet all that accustomed to being handled and led, and they're away from their mums as well in a really alien environment. They often do some quite funny things. I've seen a few tumbles due to foals in the ring in the
Oh,
past.
we're back into the Section Bs.
Got Steph Mansfield again.
Then
Uh,
2-year-old colt, I think this time. Is it called Jan Pete Class Act? I think this one is 539.
yeah,
Yes.
Champion Class Act.
And it's
and
won
it's
the
already
class.
had its red card,
Yes.
so Steph's having a brilliant morning.
Yes.
We won 2 classes. Just the sort of pony that Tweety's looking for, obviously, is what they keep. And I think it's.
And it looks as if
Cat
Katrin
Wrigley is in
second with, was it Llanaf?
Sundance.
Sundance, yeah.
Yeah, Llanaf Sundance there in second. Ken, we're seeing a good mixture of colours
Yes.
up the top. I think Steph's dropped her rosette. She doesn't want to be losing that one. So there goes Llanaf Sundance up the back.
We must be now the 3-year-old colts now in the A ring.
There's a good mover there. We've got another good mover coming down the screen here. Josh Hampson going for a run. You see Julie looking at one of the foals there, and you see the Section A's in the background. I do love watching the little Section A colts come in. They're such plucky little characters. They've got so much character for a small pony. Small in stature but mighty in personality, I think, the Section A's. Brilliant ponies. Really charming.
What I love about the Section A's is they're so big-hearted. But it's nice to see that people have brought the good moving ponies out for Colin. They know what he's going to be looking for. I know some of them colts going in the ring there now, just giving a lovely account for themselves. Such a difference in some of the ponies. The judges over the years, the types of the A's that they're going to go for, and the different preferences of different people who breed and show Section A's. They've certainly brought the type out for Colin this time.
The trouble is now these A runners are going to be worn out.
the winner of the Section A gelding class, who ended up gelding champion. It was a very good moving pony.
So we can see another overseas exhibit here in top. It's Noah Cove Clinton. You're going to have to forgive my pronunciation of some of the prefixes. I'm sorry about that, but I do know that it belongs to the Schulenburg family, and so it'll be over from overseas. You know, they keep some lovely ponies, and it's nice to see some of them sent over here to be produced. So produced by Justin and Heidi, the Popster stud, Justin Davis and Heidi Bennett, doing a really good job as ever of producing.
Justin has had some success already at the Royal Welsh. I seen him yesterday. I think the mare, within the mare class.
Oh, that's
And
it, yes.
One of the stallion
And the
classes.
junior stallion
Yeah,
class, didn't he?
Yeah. Again, Justin always brings the animals out in good form, does them very well, and has a great deal of success with his ponies, and obviously with his Popster stud.
It's like you were saying earlier, you've only got a few minutes to show your pony to the best of its ability, and when you have these experienced handlers and producers that have been doing it for years, it shows. They bring the ponies looking well, they know what they're doing, they know how to get the results. 159 now, you've got Iselvelt's No Dowel. So another overseas.
Yes, another one, Dutch this time.
Belonging to Helzoet. Trying to get the perfect stand there. There's so much that goes into it. You can see all those little details of the experienced handlers. Take note.
And this standing up, you know, is an important thing, and so many people don't think it's important, and they just come and plonk it in front of you, and you know, you can make or break them at this
Absolutely,
stage.
and important to look very critically at your own pony at home, I
Yes.
think, to know how best to stand it up. It's no use just thinking, oh yeah, it's really lovely, but...
And you need to get
we'll
somebody
go
to stand
for
it up for you to look at it.
Yeah. Well, at the minute, it's looking pretty settled. What will it do now?
No.
No, I'm not saying anything, again, about the way that anything is going.
Yeah, less extravagant, I'd have said, this one than the first.
The colt was just coming out now, was giving a lovely account of himself when he come in the ring.
Oh, this one here now,
the
isn't
one
it?
that's just standing up in front of him now. He was moving when he came in.
This one perhaps more scopy than
Yeah.
the first two.
Yeah, more scopy pony.
Yes, longer on the leg.
I think this would make a lovely harness pony.
Yeah.
This pony, is it in my opinion?
But again, beautifully turned out, and
Yeah, turned out to perfection.
yes.
Sam Morsley, again, tremendous producer of ponies, does them to their best. Shows at all the county shows. You know, a very good producer.
Although I noticed that this one, I believe, belongs to Mr. Josh Hampson, who I think is actually showing in the
yes.
class himself. So I wonder, has he got Sam to show this one for
I
him
think
because
she
it's
may
his
have
own?
this. I think
Oh
she's
really?
got. I
Oh
think
really?
yes.
They're all.
I saw it somewhere that it was somewhere
Mixing
else.
them all up.
Yes.
I'm sure I saw him trot in earlier with another
He
one.
did,
So
yes.
he's obviously showing something different.
I think he was just glancing back at the line then just to see what do I think of this compared to the other two. Just needs to settle and walk.
Yeah, the last one was a little bit more settled. He's more on his toes.
Yes.
It is so difficult to get the balance right. But like John said, Sam knows what she's doing. I'm sure she'll sort this out. I'm not saying a word. Oh.
That's a shame because standing still, it's a lovely type, but I don't know that it's given a good enough account of itself to be a danger now to those first two.
Now we've got Penech Benvolio, shown by Mark Kilby. Mark is certainly no stranger to a red rosette in here in the
This
Section
is a
A.
nice pun, and I've judged this, but the Daneside judge, it just would not settle at all.
Hopefully it will today. I hope. So, yeah, it does look like a lovely
It would
pony.
make a lovely ridden
Oh,
pony.
wouldn't it, with that front,
But it's like an open ridden pony.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not a lead train first
No.
ridden type.
It's a lovely pony.
Yeah. And in some ways, I'd have said this would be his type.
Again, a nice pony, lovely fronted pony.
Yeah.
As we said earlier on, Mark's certainly no stranger to the Red Rosette here at the Royal Welsh. Very capable showman. Just the pony's just not giving them account
No.
of itself.
Again.
No, it's sad because it has had an amazing season. It's already won at Derbyshire Festival and Cheshire this year. Oh, judged by Robert, actually. Well done.
A Derbyshire Festival, yes.
It's a good job we haven't said anything negative about it, isn't it?
No, but when it's going.
It's lovely,
It's
yeah,
lovely.
it is lovely. Ah,
But
here's
just-
Josh.
Yes, here we are then.
Oh, so this is his own as well, so Lingards with Pendragon this time. By the same sire as the one that Sam was showing, by the same sire as Tame Valley Tom, so by Tame Valley Tigger.
No, it's disappointing when they come out and are so inconsistent in the way of going it, because it just makes a nightmare of the whole thing, really.
Then again, that's going back to what you were saying earlier. You're judging on the
Oh,
day,
yes.
aren't you?
Yeah.
You have to go with what you see on the day.
Fortunately, they've got such a short walk down and a short trot back. They cannot really
They don't get going,
They
do
don't
they?
get going.
No.
They can't get going, and that is one of the negatives. When you come to do your individual, you get such a short
Yes.
space, and by the time you've got going, perhaps the judge may have turned away at that point.
It's a tricky one because if they settle, it should be enough room for, if they give a good account of themselves, it should be enough room for the judge to see what they want to see, or what they don't. But if they don't settle, like you say, it's difficult. You want that little bit of extra time, don't you? And we all know at the Royal Welsh, they're very strict on time. Very strict on time. So you have your moment and that's it. Oh, something's just unsettled him there.
Well, that's
Now,
settled and gone
now,
better.
Personally, myself, I think he's given the best show
Yes,
for me.
yes.
He's given a lovely show, that pony. Then he was settled, he was balanced, and he was moving. It'd be interesting to see if Colin moves him now.
I actually saw this pony win at the Yorkshire last week,
Oh,
I think. I think John's quite taken with the pony.
I'm never frightened to say what I like, and I quite like that pony, to be quite honest with you. I could see that pony in harness. A better mover than the other grey pony that I said I'd for a harness pony. I thought Bay Pony's a much better mover. I know a lot of people don't actually put a lot of emphasis on movement, but I actually do.
And me, I love something that moves.
Well, I do.
I love to see a mover.
the thing is as well, because I do a lot of ridden classes, people will sometimes show an A that's a lead rein type, and then when they're not
Yeah.
up the line, they said, "Oh well, I thought you'd like this." But of course, I'm not judging a lead rein
Lead
class.
rein. No,
I'm
you
judging
might like it in a lead rein
yeah.
class, but not in
But
an open A
when
class.
I'm judging these classes, you're
Yeah, you
looking
want
for
something
the
that-
breed description
Yeah.
talks about extravagant movement.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, and the action and powering from behind.
Whereas that would be too difficult for a child to sit.
It would.
So it's not necessarily what you want in a lead rein pony.
No.
A much smoother stride, not so extravagant.
You must, as a judge, you must always comment on what you like.
Oh, absolutely.
Never be
I'm out,
frightened to
yes.
say what you like. You know, I think you have to be careful of praising people's animals because they're going to bring them under you one day, and it might not be their day.
No.
They've seen something else.
But then a lot of people get to know, like Colin,
Oh,
Sam
the sort
would know
that-
if they don't walk for me,
Yeah.
they might as well
Yeah.
walk straight out.
Yeah.
And they know that.
Yeah. When you sort of get to know what a
Yes.
certain judge will like, what makes them tick. What have we got here? Got Friarly Sensation. So bred same family as the Menai ponies, bred by Anne this time, not by Peter. So we've got Thomas Jones. We saw Richard Jones in the Cobs earlier. We've got Thomas here showing his mum's pony, Friarly Sensation, Biodilic Sidium.
No, you see how well this is standing and showing itself off. Yes.
I think again this is a very nice pony. And Peter's wife is a very good breeder in her own right. He has got some beautiful ponies, and under the Friarly prefix. And here is another nice example. Nice type.
Yes.
We're so lucky as a breed to have such beautiful animals just now at home. And they're different types maybe, but all still lovely. And the most important part of it is they are Welsh ponies.
Yeah, again, this is a good type of pony, this. Lovely front, lovely from its chest up underneath its neck.
Yeah. again, a pony of the future to
Yes.
come on and do something.
It's actually by an Islin sire that we
Oh,
saw.
is it?
Yeah, it's by Islin, Islin Bond. So this is Hold Tall Fire and Ice, I think, anyway. Yeah, Hold Tall Fire and Ice. It's by Islin Bond.
And it's funny because this colour and markings, you know, is a debatable thing. I always think, you know, that you can't, there isn't a bad colour, there are plenty
Absolutely
of bad
not.
ponies.
Yeah, exactly.
And you should be able to see through the markings and the colour, shouldn't
Yeah.
you? And the same thing, you know, I wouldn't say, yes, I've got a favourite colour, but I've got
No.
favourite animals.
Yeah.
Pony is never a bad colour.
No.
You say, people talk about, oh, they prefer chestnuts or bays. I think you have to prefer what's standing in front of you.
Yes. Well, that's gone
He's
well
gone
there
well,
around the
he's
back.
settled.
Yes.
And he's given account of himself. So Isaac Collins giving him all the same amount of time, isn't he?
Yes.
You know, he hasn't sort of cut his time short on perhaps ponies that he wouldn't particularly
No.
pick, but he's still judging them fairly.
It's interesting, there's one or two of these are coming out with this sort of stretched stance. And it used to be in the cobs the same, which is not as bad now as it was, is it really?
I don't like it myself.
No,
I like
I
to
don't,
see
because
their
how- we
hind legs
can't-
underneath
no.
them, so you can see actually what you're looking at. Not that I do any judging.
Well,
but
no, well, I just think that you
personally.
can make a good hind leg look poor when you stretch it.
Yeah.
To stand up squarely, you know, I know many years back, it was people used to stand them up, like stretch them
Yes.
out. Well, you know, you couldn't really see them, could
No.
you? Because,
Oh, no.
you know, as
Well,
you
the
said,
whole idea of being able to see that hind leg is that there should be, you know, that plumb line down
Well,
through the
exactly.
hock to the ground and just touching the widest part of the quarter so that you can,
I don't see how you can see them
if they're stretched, no.
You can't look at them properly, can you?
No.
In the back end. So, no, I'm glad that is not really a fashion that's
No.
followed today. See an animal stand up nice and square is what we're looking for.
There we are, Edwin Prosser stewarding
Edwin.
in this ring.
He was also the World Pony and Cob Society judge in his own right himself.
Yes. Oh, he says, let's see you from the side. This used to be a very popular thing to do, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
And I think what happened was health and safety took over, especially with children's ponies, because somebody, I think, must have once got kicked standing behind something. But I think if it's done sensibly, it's...
Yeah. It depends on how many you want to
But
do
it's-
it with. But it's nice if the ringer's got time to be able to do it, then it is nice to be able to do it. And I think it's really lovely for the people standing in the stands as well.
Oh,
the sitting,
yes.
sorry, in the stands as well, that they can see a profile of all the ponies stood like that, not just for the judge.
No.
This is something that I always do at shows now, is stand them long
Is
ways
it?
out. Yeah, because in a championship, how can you see them just standing in front of you?
No.
Their head. You've got to turn them to the side to have that last good look. You know? I think.
Oh,
because
it's that comparison, isn't it? The top line, the set of the front legs, the set of the tail.
you can compare them much
Yes.
better in the way. I totally agree with how Colin is doing it, because you can get a much better look on your last call.
I think if I remember correctly, you did that in your championship when you judged here in the Section Cs, yeah. expected.
Oh, here we're
Oh.
going to have another trot.
Oh,
It's not all.
how fresh will Justin's legs be feeling at this point, I wonder? Who'll have
here
the
he
most
goes.
go in them? Are they going one by one? Yeah, I think they are. Or will Sam
Oh,
have the
this one
freshest
might-
legs?
yes.
I don't know. What's going on
Oh,
now?
it's a bit of a
This is where-
free-for-all, this now.
Is it? Oh, I think Mark Kilby looks like he could run all day. I think always with the this one.
Oh, this
Pennock one.
this one's not playing ball at all.
Oh no! 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 What's that? It's all about no doubt. Too tired. The fight.
I think it's like a sort of shell shock almost, isn't
wouldn't
it?
you just? Oh, how disappointing for her.
This is
One
looking
fact,
good
I'd say
now.
That's the
Oh
Pennock
dear.
Benvolio one going very well there.
He can't believe that that
Can't
one won't
believe that
go.
that's doing that. What is he going to do now?
This puts you in a really difficult position
Such
because
a difficult
this
position.
is you've asked them to do something,
Yeah,
and
and now it has effectively it hasn't done it.
no.
And we've been saying how important movement is. So what will he do? He's going to have to balance it somehow.
He's based his last call now on the movement, so he can only do the right thing at this point.
Yes. It's like, you know, when you're doing a ridden class and you ask them all to gallop, you've got to put the one up that's galloped. Otherwise, you shouldn't have asked them in the first place.
What you're saying to the crowd at this point is, I'm looking for the best mover.
Yes.
And if that pony, bless her, she couldn't get her pony to go, she's got to go down. He's got to put the ponies that was moving above it.
Oh, something's been called
Has he
in.
asked it to go back and stand in line? That one, I think. I don't know. What's had it? We can't see.
Oh,
Oh. Oh, so it was Mark's fresh legs.
oh, so the Derbyshire Festival winner.
Yes, well done. You picked a good one there. A popular one. So we've got Pennock Benvolio in top at
Yes.
the minute. Obviously the hat isn't off yet, but that's who you've got there.
Oh, it's a very I really liked it. And
Yeah.
and it obviously went then in that
Yes.
final trot out.
Yeah. So that's Sam
Which
was
again
in
would be
second
similar
with,
type, wouldn't it?
With it was Tame Valley Tom, wasn't it?
Oh, we're
Oh, we're
they're
still not decided. And now we've
end to end.
We've got
Yes.
yeah. Yeah, the bay pony has come up. John's
The-
favourite has come up.
Yes. The third and fourth you see a similar type, and then 1 and 2 are similar type.
Oh, the hat is on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's got a lovely lineup there.
Yeah.
Nice ponies. And fair play to Colin for doing the right thing. He's sending animals out to move, and he's pulled in his opinion,
Yes.
is the mover that he was looking for. And you must do that. Very sad for the young lady whose animal chucked the towel in. But Colin's told the crowd, I'm looking for movement. And he's done the right
and
thing.
he's responded to what he asked, hasn't he? And you know, anybody who shows should be grateful of that.
Yes, yeah. You know, you've been given the chance.
And he must have called this one in about 5th originally then,
Yeah,
mustn't he?
yeah, yeah. Sad for Justin being moved
Yes.
from the top spot. As
But
we've
you know,
said.
he's another one of those people that is a very realistic person,
Yeah.
and what he'll say is he's ended up with a pony of a slightly different type to mine.
But being in the show yesterday,
Yes.
anyone who was competing yesterday in the Section A's should be prepared for this.
Yes. Oh yes, for a
Because
change
you've
round.
seen, he hasn't done it just in one class. He's done it in a lot of classes. Fair play, he's the judge, it's his call. And so you're going into that ring knowing if I get pulled, I can go down.
We're getting a good look at the winner there. It's lovely for the Pennock studs. I think is it Brian Thompson and Jennifer Groom
Yes.
of the Penach stud, so that's really lovely
And
for
it's
them.
by their own stallion, Penach Romeo.
Yes,
that
and out
was
of a Penach
successful
mare,
with,
is it? Yeah,
yes.
Bambolina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very keen, a lovely stud there with some beautiful animals, and this is no exception, and very successful with their career, and was also on the panel of judges, so yeah, having a lot of success.
A good range of ponies as well. I know they were champion at the Yorkshire with a mare, and champion, I believe,
And then yesterday
champion
they
at the
won
Highland
the
with the mare.
young mare
Won the young
class
mare
with a
yesterday.
Palomino.
So they're
Yes.
having a good show. They've got lots of good ponies. They're having a good run of shows actually. What have we got in the Cobb ring? So I think we've got the female championship in front of us. So this will be, I think this is an incredibly strong female championship.
Yeah, this is a good female
really,
championship.
really beautiful, beautiful animals in front of us.
We've got first and seconds in here,
Yeah,
which are, they can compete.
so we've got,
for the
I think this is
female.
Brynethon Cleopatra in front of us, is it? About
Yes.
to give her individual show, so let's see how that goes. I'm not saying a word. Don't want to jinx anybody else. Such a shame she keeps twisting round. That's her. And then we've got
And this
the
mare is
winner
still
of the
going
young brood mare class,
From
yeah.
earlier on this morning, she's still moving and giving a good
certainly
account of
is.
herself. She has a nice championship here.
She's got a lovely
For a
female
female.
championship.
Yeah.
Lovely female championship. And here she is, Perfog Wenanmai.
Yes,
I
this
think
is.
this is just such a beautiful mare.
Yeah, beautiful
I
mare.
absolutely love her.
Oh,
She's got everything
yeah,
for me.
yeah,
She's
well-
so pretty but substantial. She's correct. She can move.
Well, this
I don't know
is.
about you.
Yeah,
I
this
just
is
really love
this
her.
is my tip, but I love
Oh,
this filly
this is
as well.
lovely as well. This is our youngster
Outstanding
champion from
filly.
yesterday. London. Let's have a look. Something Temptress, I think.
I think she's going to be quite honest with you. she'll
Yeah, London Total Temptress. And then we've got Danaway, Helen Troy.
Helen of Troy. Another lovely match. She's got
Yeah.
a lovely selection of females in the ring here.
beautiful, beautiful. I really loved her Youngstock Championship yesterday as well.
Oh,
She
so
had
did I.
yeah, and this is such a lovely
Yeah.
filly that she had Youngstock Champion. And Brad going again.
So we've got to pick two here.
I know.
Are you prepared
it's so
to put your
difficult.
head on the chopping block?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, she's given
Oh.
a really good account of herself.
Well, shall I open the batting?
Go on then, go for it.
I'm going to go for Dorian's mare.
Do you know what?
Tony's filly.
I think I agree with you. I think I mean I'd like to be controversial and go against you, but I don't think I will. I think in my heart that's where I'd go as well.
That's. I just think they're two beautiful
Absolutely
examples of the
beautiful,
breed.
beautiful mares. Mare and filly.
I'm a little bit biased. You may think that on
Oh
Tony.
yes, yes, of course. The connection.
The connection, but I'm putting that aside.
Can we tell people what the connection is, please?
Well, why
Because
not?
they don't know.
Why not?
So the father of this of the yearling filly, Swan Hill Golden Rocket, was
bred
actually
by-
bred by John's wife,
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
yeah, Jackie Kirk. So not too far from the showground.
No, just across the road.
Yeah.
Why not?
We might even. Yeah. You could be watching this from your kitchen
Yeah, I
actually
could be.
instead. Here they are, standing here.
I just think
She is lovely.
a lovely mare.
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
So
And this one went really well.
yes,
This one went really well.
sticking.
And
I'm
I like
sticking
this
with
one as well,
Dorian's
but
mare.
me as well.
But I would just have to put the filly next to her.
Yeah, yeah. You wouldn't turn any of them down though, would you?
No, I'd like all of them in my
yeah,
fields.
yeah, and me.
I would love all those
Yeah.
mares in my place.
I would be tremendously proud if I had anything of the
But I
likes,
think
and certainly if I bred anything of the likes
As a
of
breed
these.
society, we should be extremely proud of what we're seeing
Incredibly
in front
proud,
of us.
yeah. Troy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes,
he's
out
had
too.
it. There we go. We were right. We were right.
We're bang on.
So you've got
Excellent,
Gwenan,
superb.
Herthog Gwenan Mai with Dorian Lloyd in champion, and you've got your young stock champion. You've got London Total Temptress in reserve female
So-
with Tony Newman. How lovely for Tony as well. He's such a nice man.
lovely,
I mean,
lovely.
not
I'm
that
so
Dorian's not.
pleased
He's
for
lovely
him,
as
yeah.
well, but
I'm very
really, really
pleased
lovely
for Tony and his
as well.
partner.
Yeah.
And Stephanie, who bred the breeder,
Yes,
must always be
absolutely,
complimented.
yeah,
because if it wasn't
exactly.
for the breeders, we wouldn't have these in front of us.
No, indeed.
Some breeders never get the recognition.
Recognition, that's right. That's right.
And we must always recognise the breeders. But this is an outstanding mare,
Absolutely. So
and an
this is
outstanding filly.
Herthog Gwenan Mai. She's having a gold medal for the second time, I think. Or,
Yes.
Yeah, second time. And well, she's Prince of Wales Cup winner
Prince
in the
Wales Cup
past.
winner in the past.
Her father has been
And-
Prince of Wales Cup winner, Gwynplaine Cilwch.
Yes, and she's just taken one step nearer to it today.
Yeah, she has, and I don't think anybody would argue too much if she did have it. Well, I wouldn't, anyway, but we obviously have to wait and
we
see
have to
what's
see
in the
the
stallions.
stallions,
But I do
this
think she is
afternoon.
absolutely beautiful.
But I think we're seeing a lovely example
Yeah.
standing in
Yeah.
front of us
If
with
she
two
goes like
lovely
that
examples.
this afternoon in the championship,
Oh.
she'll certainly be something to beat, won't she?
Yes, sir.
Certainly.
I'll be putting a couple of chips on this one.
Yeah.
We have to see what
sure.
the boys have got to offer.
Well, exactly. Yeah. But I'm going to be rooting for the girls.
I
At
am
the
totally
minute,
rooting
something
for
has
the girls.
to really impress me, I think, in the selling class. But then we don't know, do we? We don't know what's going to come
We don't
forward,
know
and
what's
we don't
gonna
know
come
what's going to
forward.
happen in the championship. She might.
But there'll be such
might
a
go as
buzz
well.
this
Yeah.
afternoon.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the stallion
Yeah.
classes.
Yeah.
But
Oh, an incredible atmosphere here this afternoon. Waiting for
tremendous.
the championship. So
And people from all over the world are enjoying what they're seeing here now,
I hope so.
because we must remind everyone that the Welsh Pony and Cob Society is a global organisation.
Absolutely.
It's worldwide, and we're very lucky that we have that connection.
Right, we're going to see them again.
There she
We're gonna see them
goes.
again. I hope that you guys at home get to see, if you didn't see her yesterday, I hope you get to see the yearling filly moving as well, because she really was something on the go
But
yesterday.
there she is, lovely. She's on form, this mare.
Yeah, she is. I think I can faintly hear the crowd getting behind her
Yes,
from
we
here.
can hear them, yeah.
Yeah.
The crowd do get behind this
Yeah,
mare.
it is lovely, and I think the crowd really. She was definitely the yearling filly was definitely a bit of a favourite yesterday.
Oh, she was
yeah,
a favourite of the crowd.
I didn't
It's
hear
lovely to be a favourite of the crowd.
Yeah. Mainly,
Outstanding.
it's lovely to be a favourite of the judge, but
Yes,
it's
well,
also lovely
you
to be
need
a
to be a
favourite of the
favourite of the
crowd.
judge, yes. Most important.
Dorian
was a very
looks
happy
delighted,
Dorian.
absolutely delighted. So, and I'm sure Michelle, his wife, will be there
Oh.
somewhere close by, probably with a cloth again. And
No doubt, give her another rub over.
Yeah,
Getting her ready for the
absolutely.
big event this
I
afternoon.
know. She'll probably be going to be put away now and have a little rest before getting her ready again this afternoon. And where's our yearling filly gone? I don't know. She'll be there somewhere.
He's still basking in the glory in the ring.
Tony is, yeah. And who can blame him? Who can blame
Why
him?
not? Yeah, It's a special moment.
Exactly, yeah.
It doesn't come
you've
along
got to
every
savour
year.
it.
Yeah.
If you do it once, I think you're incredibly lucky. If
Yes.
you do it more than once, well, that's just amazing, isn't it? So who have we got? 3-year-old filly, and it looks Looks to me like Sam Morsley's in top again.
Sam Morsley. This was my champion, I think, from Derbyshire
Oh,
Festival.
was it?
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to look it up now.
It's a cone.
We got
of
David
bees.
James here.
This is
in
the French
bees.
exhibit,
So
I
this
think.
is,
Tea Time Delors, I think.
Delarue.
Yes.
So Ingrid
Two-year-old
Delaterre's,
fillies. Yeah.
is
I
that-
love
is
this
that
as a
what it is?
yearling.
Yeah.
It won here as a yearling last year.
I think
Yes.
lovely, yeah, lovely family in fact, the James.
Very professional young showman.
Yes.
And you see the pony looks good because it's a 2-year-old and they haven't
Yeah.
tried to make it look like a 3-year-old, have they?
And there it's going, it's
Yes.
light on it, it's balanced.
Yes.
Very good showman.
I believe this pony came over 48 hours before Glanusk and won at Glanusk as well, didn't
Yes.
it? I think.
But I think they've got it now. It's living over in Wales at the moment.
Yes.
It's always a bit of a risk showing 2-year-olds because, especially if you're showing them in a 2- and 3-year-old class.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because they're
It's
giving away
difficult
that
for them to,
maturity.
yeah.
Junior stallions coming in.
Looks like the ones that are coming down have got some fire in their bellies. Tails are up. Oh, yeah. They are going. Oh, Gareth Andrews there. He's got some legs on him. He always manages to run.
It just makes such a difference when they can keep up with them because then they're not
Absolutely.
hindering
Yeah.
the movement at all, are they?
Gareth usually does it in heavy boots as well. I don't know how he does it. I really don't. Oh. I've got Dex here. I think this one is something to watch, I would think, yeah.
This is this cock you'll just see going along the grandstand there
Here.
with Dex. He belongs to Jesse Penfold. He won the junior stallion here last year and was reserve male champion in the 218 Royal Welsh. I think he's a young stallion to watch. But this is a nice class. There's some nice horses in here to root for.
Be interesting that that Quinn Vice horse that we saw with Dex that belongs to Jesse Penfold. He won his class at Lampeter this year, didn't he? And he was, yeah, he did. And I think he was picked to the post for the Stallion Championship at Lampeter by his full brother, who we might well see this afternoon. I don't know. I'm speculating. Actually, by the same sire as the mare that's
yes,
just
the
won
Gwynfais
female
Cilwch.
champion. Yeah.
What was he by,
Gwynfais
John?
Cilwch.
Gwynfais Cilwch. Not Kriegerbam Mabon Mai, was it?
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
He certainly had a big influence, hasn't he, on the
Cilwch
breed?
or
Yes,
Mabon
Cilwch.
Mai, both.
Yes,
Both,
yeah, both.
Cilwch, yeah, both have been tremendous stock getters in fairness to them.
Saw ratings for some years now. I think he was beaten last year by Trevelyan Hooch
Yes.
for the SIRE ratings. But
And it seems to suit,
different mares.
different mares.
Yeah.
A lot of people have used him. And
yeah.
consistent, aren't they, the stock?
Oh, he's suited many different mares. He's been a tremendous stock getter, and listen, his stock are out there and they're winning in the show.
Yes. No, absolutely.
Good movers. All cobs should move. Everyone loves a mover going along the grandstand, no matter what. It brings the grandstand to life.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, the year that we had all the rain and the ring was like a ploughed field. I mean, they even moved that year. I mean, they were amazing
Yeah.
because the going was horrendous.
Well, it was Julie's mare that was champion that,
Oh, it
that
was,
year.
wasn't
Yeah, it was
it?
Hagmore Glein that went
Yes.
champion in all that mud. It was 2010.
Was it?
Yes, yeah. 2010.
Time
And then,
flies.
and then she took the Supreme and went to the Cuddy.
Yes.
Yeah. She. So yeah, I well remember that. It's dreadful conditions. Of course, the
Oh,
ring has
yes.
been redone since then. It has, yeah. Yeah.
Fair play to the Royal Welsh. Always doing improvements here, and it all goes back into the show, and that's nice to see. They're reinvesting into the show continuously.
Absolutely, because
And-
the going now, you know, doesn't matter what the weather. We've had some wet summers, and
Yeah.
the going has still been good, hasn't it?
There's a young horse there, this Brandon Joyner. He won the Young Handlers here last year. Champion, this young lad here. Belongs to Les Ray.
Yeah, without the Harradine Prince Albert, I believe that'll be then. In which case, I can't see the number to verify that, but I think that's actually by another Gwynfais horse. Yeah, by Gwynfais Japeth.
I suppose you see she's actually had quite a good look at them trotting now, hasn't she? You know,
Yeah.
when they first came
Yeah,
in like
yeah,
that.
yeah,
So
yeah.
when they do their individual show, she's actually seen them from the side.
Yes, yeah. It does help to settle them, I think.
Yeah, and what's quite good
Let them
now
get
is
a bit
that
of that
they're a
exuberance.
lot. You know, they are walking quite well.
She'll want to walk.
I would have said so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With a class like this, although Julie will want to see him walk, obviously, as all judges do, all these cobs are on their toes.
Yes.
The handlers have got their work cut out to just get them just to walk enough paces that she can
Yes,
see them walk. They can see that they're tracking up correctly. But there'd be such a buzz in the ring at the moment. That's going to be the most difficult job for the
Yeah, see
handler.
this one in the bottom corner now is
He's
really walking
yeah,
on.
he's walking
and
on now.
tracking up. You see, when they're jogging like that, they're just their hind legs are left behind them somewhere, aren't they?
Is that
I think it was a Menai, was it?
Thomas Peter son? What's his name?
Is it Menai Super
Richard,
Cassius?
Richard Jones would be experienced enough to get his animal to walk.
Yes.
You know, you see they're walking now. You know, some of them starting to settle. But back down to the, we're going into the A's
A's
now.
or not seeing it.
It looks to me like we're going to see the Gwynfais Coleddan Wledig, the stallion that we were just talking about earlier, trotting first once they get the others out of the way. Appears like they've stopped him. We can see some section A's, but I'm not quite sure what's going on. We can't see the ring properly.
Are they doing a final walk round now of these A's?
Is that what's happening?
Oh no, back
we're
to the
back with the
B's. Oh, and
Bs.
it's Sandy
So it's the
Anderson's three-year-old Colts. Thistledown. I think it's called Thistledown Sharif.
Five, 6, 1. 5, 6, 1. Yeah, Thistledown Sharif. So by
Yes.
midfield, Sandpiper out of Thistledown Sheer Luster, shown by Craig Eleanor, down from Yorkshire.
The Roan colt that was qualified for the Cuddy at the Highland looks if it's in the class but down the line a little bit.
Oh, so that was Walsaker,
Colorado.
Colorado. That's it.
If that's
Not
who it
sure.
is.
That how you say it? Walsaker. Off goes Craig, his winner. Thistledown Sharif.
I judged this and had it champion as a yearling. is a very, very correct.
He looks very calm with Craig.
Yes. Which is
or maybe
obviously
he just
here it
doesn't
is,
want to.
yes, that's
there
him.
we are. 5,
And
6,
it's
9, 5, 6, 9.
Joe Parry showing it.
Yeah, Walsall, Colorado. So that was in third. We don't know what was in second, do we?
No.
It looked like a grey one to me, but I'm not going to guarantee that. Back looking at the section A's. We haven't got a very good view at the moment.
Not a good view of anything at the
No.
moment.
We've got a
Oh, here we are. This is better.
so what are we seeing?
Yeah, she gives them plenty of time, doesn't she? You know, she watches them almost at 3
Will
sides.
this be the Geller horse that we just saw with the Geller Spartacus with Tommy Bullock? Right, what have we got here? Got Brad again.
He had this horse in Lampeter. I haven't seen this horse before. He showed him in Lampeter.
Who would
I
have
thought he was a little bit hard done by in Lampeter. Ah, that's it. Could be him, yeah. I thought he was a little bit hard done by in Lampeter on that particular day. But sometimes this junior stallion class is better than the other class sometimes, you know. That's Derek Dykes.
I think it's Powers Valley Max, I think. But yeah, it belongs to Peter and Jackie Denning. But I just check that. I think it is. Eglusbach stallion here, so 1387. So you've got Eglusbach Royal Flyer in front of you there. Oh, I don't know whether you can hear John saying he was supreme at John.
Champion at Ceredigion.
Supreme champion at Ceredigion. And now we've got Gareth Andrews again with his young stallion. And I think this is by Haigmore Orient Express, who was male champion here a couple of years ago.
Star Williams. I don't know what.
I'm not sure what that one is either. We'll find out in a second. It's gone quite well, whatever it is. Oh, and helpfully Di's got his waistcoat over his number.
There's the Menai
Richard Jones,
stallion.
he's got very long legs. He should be able to run for long enough. 30. Menai Super Castius. Oh, this is the Penal one, I believe. Matthew Records Penal Apollo, I think he is. He's enjoying himself. He's got his tail over his back.
It's Georgie
Georgie
Mitchell.
Mitchell. George is concentrating hard there, I think.
Yeah, always is George,
Yeah.
very professional. Had
You've
huge
got,
success yesterday.
Montel Flyers Comet there, by Fullyside Flyer.
Georgie was very successful yesterday in hand and driven. Had a good day yesterday.
Oh, we can't see. So that was Stalkhouse
Georgie and Claire,
Lafayette.
they show all over the country. Great success with their Diacot stud.
And this is Brynna von Dazzle here.
What the done?
The done one was Brynna von Dazzle, yes.
Is Brandon.
So I think this is the Harradine one, yes. Harradine Prince Albert.
It's Carradine Prince Albert, I've just been informed.
And we're back to the beginning, so we've got
This is young
Dex
horse,
Davis
give
leading
a
off with
decent
Bryn
show
Price
there.
Led on Wledig. Oh no. This is Trosagareg Delboy. Running a cone over.
We haven't seen them all go, obviously, because we had to skip rings. So we'll see what Julie's pull here is going to be. I think she might stick with her type.
Yes, indeed. Oh. That wasn't what we were expecting to do.
I've got a suspicion of
Have you?
yes, but I'm not going to say anything.
Go on, put your head on the
No,
block
put my head
again.
on it, but I think she might go for the Gwyn price.
I think he would be there or thereabouts.
Yeah.
I think Gareth's Herford Game On could be there or thereabouts
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah,
He
I
looked
think
pretty
the
game.
Geller.
Excuse the pun.
I
when he
think the
came in.
Geller horse will be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, agreed.
We're being controversial, but why not?
Go on then.
I said we're being controversial.
Are we?
but why
I don't
not?
know. I don't
Well,
know.
we're picking what we like.
Well, yeah, maybe. Oh well.
Or she could go for something completely different.
She might do. But you'd think those ones that we talked about would sort of fit with what she's
Yeah,
done
for
before.
fit what she's going
Yeah.
for, that's right. You know.
There he is. Gareth with his boots. Julie looks lovely and sunny in that yellow colour.
Yes, very.
Suits the day.
Yes, it certainly does.
There he is. So that's what you're putting your money on, John?
Yes.
Okay. Robert, what do you think? Who are you putting your money on? Agreeing?
No. It's a really difficult one. This one now. What was this one now? The red. Yes. Yes. Oh no. Yes. No. I like that one. But it is so different when you're in that ring in the middle.
Exactly. Exactly. This horse here
It's
to
a
have a
totally
look at.
different view, yeah.
You know,
Yeah, it will. They will.
Look, at the end of the day, it's going to be.
Now then, she's obviously made something of a decision. That was so exciting. What's going on now? What's going on now? Have we got a latecomer? I think we've got a latecomer that's going to have a little jog round. We don't know who he is.
No, that's a shame because he's missed the buzz.
Yeah,
So
it's quite
it's quite
stressful,
surprising
isn't
they've
it?
let him in, really.
Yeah,
Because I know at
Yeah.
one time you would
Yeah.
definitely not have got in.
we actually had one in the seas yesterday that was a latecomer, and we allowed it in. And
Oh, I'm glad that they're being allowed
yeah,
in.
exactly.
But I remember at one time they
Oh
wouldn't
yeah,
go.
very strict. He's having his go.
But he's missed the
Yeah, the real buzz
you
of
know,
it. And now we can join in the fray.
That's it.
Right, so back to it. We're going to see whether John was right.
I don't suppose I will be. I just thought she might stick with what she's gone for so far.
Still think. Oh, no. Oh, I don't know what I think actually.
Listen, it's a difficult one, but
It is a
you know,
difficult one. I'm going to look up Manon Cassius. I'm not. Super Cassius, sorry. Oh, so it was actually Sire champion at Lampeter in 2018. I've not seen it being shown that much. Have you?
No.
I don't think it's been shown very much
No, I
itself.
haven't seen it much.
Obviously, its Youngstock has been shown successfully, but I'm not overly familiar with him. I think that's Derek Dykes there with Maxan, is it?
Just look at them.
She is
So,
taking her
she's not
time.
gonna rush
She's
into
not
it.
going to rush into any decision. It's lovely to see the whole ring full
Yeah,
of them, isn't it?
it's lovely.
Yeah. Right. She's obviously decided on something. Oh, you were right. You were right. So you've got Maxen. What am I on about? Gwynfaes Caledon Ledig, I think. And now we've got Derek Dykes with Jackie and Peter Dennings Powys Valley Maxen in second.
Yeah. I think she.
It says Gwynfaes Caledon in the catalogue, but I'm sure he's Gwynfaes Caledon Wledig. So,
Yeah, I can't pronounce their names.
they always have very, very Welsh,
very well
Welsh
cut out.
names. Yeah, well, I can
There
manage
are the
those.
Gala-
It's
the Gala Stallions.
the
She's
European
gone for-
prefixes I
he's in as
struggle
well.
with. So we got Gallus Spartacus. So,
So some of our tips
some of our tips are right.
are coming in.
Egg on my face now. Gareth Andrews isn't in soon.
No.
Now, what's she got now then?
This is Elgan Evans Stallion.
Oh, yes. Egluis Bar Royal Flyer.
That's it. He's in fourth.
Is that Justin in fourth with Penal Apollo? No? I can't see. Oh, not fourth, fifth, sorry. Fourth is the Eglos Bath
Justin-
one. Justin in
Justin
fifth with
Booth.
Penal. I think it's Penal Apollo. Yes, Matthew Records, 03. Matthew Records, Penal Apollo, I believe. He produces that. And then we've got the Brynithon one. After that. Brynithon, not Brynithon Dazzle, the other one. So you've got Eglos Bath Royal Flyer in front of you, then you've got Penal Apollo in front of you now. And then you've got Brynithon Kensington and Menai Super Cassius and
Then
Perthog Game On. Perthog Game On is out of Bryn Cadno Heledd, and I think that the mother of that Perthog Game On is the one that Julie had champion Cobb when she judged Lampeter.
Ah, yes,
I believe.
yeah, right.
Many
yeah,
years ago now.
yeah,
I think she was a 3-year-old at that point.
Yeah.
I think. Though some people might be listening to this screaming at me.
No. You're tuned in. It's a lovely class.
It's a fab class. So if you have just started listening to us, this is the junior stallion, cob stallion class.
This is stallions at 4 to 7 years old.
Yeah.
It's nice to see that we have junior and senior classes.
Yes. Yes, it is. It's important, I think.
Yes.
It's difficult for, in terms of maturity sometimes, for them to stand up. But then the younger ones, they might not be as prone to getting little lumps and bumps,
No.
etc. So there's pros and cons.
It feels like when a stallion gets to 4 years old, he's going to find it very difficult to compete
Oh,
against
absolutely.
stallions
Yeah,
of 10.
yeah. It's the same if you've got a
Yeah,
4-year-old
exactly,
mare against
exactly.
a
So it's nice that there's a class
for them
for them to join
yeah.
in, you know, and
to be the
show.
best of what they
Yeah.
are at that point in
Yeah.
their lives. It's the same as you were saying earlier, a 2-year-old that looks like a 2-year-old, a yearling
Yeah.
that looks like a yearling.
Yeah,
Got a young
Yeah.
stallion, should look like a young stallion.
exactly. And he should be fresh. And that's what I like about this horse here. He's always very fresh,
Yeah.
you know. And
He's a goer.
back to Colin. Could I change for a tea?
John's putting in his tea order. He's thinking of me here. He's ordering tea instead of coffee this time, because if
Case
he
you make
ordered
a
coffee
mistake
again
again,
and I
yeah.
drank it, then I might have to. Back on the A's.
Back to
And
the
we've
A's.
got
Oh, there we are.
the hat off for the 3-year-old fillies.
And he's left it there. Has he swapped?
I don't know. Let's have a look at the top of the line. We can't see it.
Oh, just took his hat off to wipe his head.
Oh, I got a bit
back on
excited then.
again.
I thought he'd made his
Bowls off, it's
decision, but
back
he
on again.
hasn't. He hasn't made his decision. Ah, we've got Gemma Paxford now. I think this is a Henyard filly that belongs to Kerry Fell. I believe that it won Lampeter. It's the same one. Let me check.
There's our Gemma.
Henyard Shaboom.
Yeah, it's back in.
167. Henyard Shaboom.
Pulled it back in.
Gemma was actually young stock champion in, well, not herself, with Brinsay on Little Lush yesterday in the Section C's. Got 8. And in second, it looks like we've got Knowlton Diane. Third, at the minute, we've got Respire Lady Million. And in fourth, Dicot Buttons and Bows. Like that name. That's come all the way down from Scotland, that one, with Gavin Ingram. So that's Henyard Shaboom there in front of you.
Are you familiar with this filly?
He certainly seems to have moved these round a lot on this final walk round. Changed the order somewhat.
So,
But again, I think he's stuck with a type.
Hanya Shaboom's having a very good season this year. She was reserve young stock champion at Glanhusk this year. She was first at Bath and West. She won a lot as a yearling.
Oh no, he still hasn't.
He hasn't decided.
Oh, he's.
First filly didn't actually beat the second filly at Glanhusk this year, but will the second filly beat the first filly today? Will he change his mind? He's not been afraid to in the classes already. No.
No. Yes, it would be interesting to know what actually was going through his mind while he's doing this. Oh no, that's it.
No,
He's leaving them.
off. This is it.
They're all breathing a sigh of relief.
Yeah, Gemma is. So Hanya Shaboom there. Kerry Fell's filly, 3-year-old filly. They're having a tremendous show, to be fair, so far. She's having a really, really good show, Gemma is. She always gets them looking well and going well, Gemma.
Although I wouldn't like to see
Always.
this one carrying any more weight. She does. It's a fine line, really, and you can lose that quality by just having them over the top almost. Yes. No. Yeah. Oh well, yeah, because her second and third are lighter weights in a way.
So she's well covered.
Yes.
She is. She's
And I
out.
know, I mean, it's a nightmare with these ponies.
Oh, they live off dust.
Yes.
Dust.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So off she goes. Hanya Shaboom out of
But a
cutting
good move
qualifier.
of this, isn't it?
Was the show ridden qualifier?
It's just got that lift.
there she
Yes.
goes. There she goes.
Oh
Lovely.
yeah.
Lovely mover. Lovely.
Yeah.
And then in second.
And when it's moving, actually, it's a very
it's a
attractive
really,
pony
really
going.
lovely pony.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then it might be an illusion because they always say with people that the TV screen puts 2 pounds on them.
That's why I
Yes.
wouldn't want to be on TV.
No, exactly. So it might be the same with ponies.
And then, so in second to her, you had Knowlton Diane. In third, you had Resfire Lady Millions. And in fourth, you had Dicot Buttons and Bows. But we don't appear to be seeing them. We're seeing the judge instead, Mr. Colin Tibby. Sign in
Who's
the book.
obviously very amused.
Yeah, by something. So he's probably. We have the same team of stewards in the ring most years. It's a very established team, and he's probably very familiar
Oh,
with them,
yes.
but in a different role.
Exactly.
Usually handling rather than showing. So obviously
Oh, it must be
heating up in
quite
there.
hot out there,
Yeah,
mustn't
the
it?
pressure's getting to him maybe,
Yes.
or it's the heat. I don't know. So now you've got Julie having a good look at one of her stallions.
Oh, back to the Menai stallion, I think now.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the Menai stallion, I think, just going out. We seem to be back into the A ring at the moment.
Some young keen spectators. Nice to see. Oh, yeah.
Yes, and these shots are going to make some families very happy, aren't they? To see their family on TV. Yes, they're enjoying the
could do with an
chocolate
ice
mint chip
cream.
cornettos.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd quite like to see what's going on in the cups though myself.
Yes, no, I would too. But you know,
Yeah.
this is going to make somebody's day.
Well, absolutely, yeah.
They'll have done a screenshot, and they'll say, "Oh, look who we saw."
Mum, Dad, Granddad
Yes.
on telly. I wonder what she's texting. Some results, perhaps.
It's giving everyone a good view of the Royal World Show and see how lovely the show is, looking round at different people that you see around, and people will be recognising their relations around the globe.
And it's certainly filled up since early on, hasn't it?
Oh,
Because first thing this morning, there weren't the crowds, whereas,
but we've had tremendous crowds here over the last 2 days,
yes,
Monday and Tuesday, tremendous crowds. I think this show seems to go from strength to strength. Anyone who's never visited the Royal World Show should definitely try to.
they should
come
put it
along,
on their
put
bucket
it on
list.
on their list of things
Yes.
to do, definitely. You must come here and soak up the atmosphere here.
And there's so
the
much
Royal World.
really for everyone to see, because even if you're not interested in cattle and sheep, it's worth going to have a look at them,
Yeah.
just to see the hard work that goes into getting them ready and showing them.
But there's so much for people to look at. But you'd be surprised the people that do stop and watch the ponies and the cobs who would never be interested
No.
in them, but they do get in the moment.
And of course for the judges it's a once in a lifetime,
Yeah.
the actual breed classes.
Yeah.
It's a once in a lifetime experience, and
Yeah.
and really you want to make sure that you do the very best that you can.
There he is for his young stock.
Yes.
Now, is anyone prepared?
Sort of yearling, 2 yearling fillies, 2-year-old colts, the yearling colts, yes, 2 yearling colts, the 3-year-old colt.
This pony's going level.
It
He's
is
a
now,
little charmer
And
who
it-
seems to really enjoy it.
and he seems to have got better and better
Yeah,
actually.
as he settles, he's just
Yes.
really enjoyed his time showing. Here goes Penach Benvolio. He impressed last time. He had to run around with everybody else, so see if he does it again.
This is going to be quite a difficult job
A
for,
really difficult
for Colin
job. He's
now.
got a lovely championship in front of him. See him with his senior steward, Dan Mathias there. So that's our second in the 3-year-old filly
Yes.
class there. Hanyar Shaboom, showing
Yes.
that lovely little bit of action again. She's quite charming as well,
Yeah.
isn't she, on the go? They're still going.
Thank you.
I think he's got such a lovely lot of animals to pick from. I think the yearling colt come in giving a lovely account of himself, and Shaboom, Hanyar Shaboom, going nicely. I think you can only pick two favourites, really, what you particularly like out of them, really. What's in there, what we like, you know, as individuals.
Yeah, and I think the thing is that there are some in there that are better movers than others.
Yeah, yeah.
And whether he, you know, just how important that's going to be to him. Well, I would have said it was going to be very important.
Well, that's how he's been on the money so far.
Yes.
He's been going for sending them out for the movers.
It's almost as if he wants a performance from the pony. He wants it to show itself. And, do a good job. Adam's working very hard there. Is it
He's very hot.
Dargale Beauty Queen? He is very hot. Dora with a yearling colt. No, sorry, wrong there. You can see Tweety in the corner. No, back on. Hanyas Shaboom, he's having a really good look. I'm loving that stance there.
Yes.
Pure concentration. He means business, I think. I'm loving watching him judge because he looks like he's just loving it.
He does. And he's had a lot of expressions.
Yes, he
Puzzled,
has. Yeah.
disappointed,
Yeah.
surprised.
Yeah, it's enjoyable watching him judge. It's
Yes.
enjoyable watching the ponies.
Oh, he's calling this.
Yeah.
Call,
And the
he's
yearling
putting his
coming forward. He's bringing a few forward.
He's
To
got his
have
winners
a
now
shake-up,
forward,
yeah.
hasn't he?
Well, two of what we like
Yes.
are in there.
Yeah.
He's going to send them to go, I think. Yeah. No, turning sideways now. I'm going to go with the yearling and Shaboom. Either, you know, for the final show.
I think I would agree that he'll have those two in some order now. I
Yes.
fancy the front of the Penech Benvolio colt, but it's
He's
obviously
not
not been for. No,
considered,
he's not
no.
been pulled forward, so we'll discount him. In which, those two are for me the two that have showed themselves as well
Yes.
the best. Shaboom
And they've just got more extravagant.
And
The
the yearling.
2-year-old colt is a nice pony standing still, but a lower mover.
We've got Adam was on his knees then. He was is it Dargale Beauty Queen she
Yeah, I
is?
think.
Yeah, Dargale Beauty Queen.
Oh, it's so difficult because once he's actually said yes, I'm having that, then that's it, really, isn't it?
That is
Can't
it,
really
yeah.
change your mind
No,
then.
I don't think.
Oh, yeah, we are.
It's Hanyas Shaboom. So that's 2 young stock championships for Kerry Fell and Gemma Paxford this weekend. Obviously, this one bred by the Hanyas stud, so Richard Miller and the yearling. So we
there
were
are.
right.
John,
we were right.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
You've got to look at them for what they are. And they're two outstanding examples. I thought that was lovely. I think we're in agreement. We would like to have seen a little bit less on this, Billy, but that doesn't matter. It's you know, we're only being hypercritical, but in the nicest way. Well, he's got a nice young stock championship. Good for Colin.
And I think this one's by Blanche Montana, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Has
yeah.
he gone
Out
to
of Hanyas
Canada now?
PPIA.
Yeah.
not sure. He has.
I think he
might
went
be
up to
right.
North Wales, and then I think
And
he's
then,
gone.
and then went further.
I think he's gone over
afield.
to Canada or America.
She's ever so pretty, isn't she?
Yes.
Her mum had a very, very successful show career. Qualified for the Cuddy, qualified for Hoys as a Ridden, was female champion at the Centenary show. So she's following in her footsteps. Gone John Newton.
But this moves differently though to the other Henyathon we saw. This is a much. It's just got that knee action and a bit of a throw. Yeah.
Talking about there by Blanche Montana, the Blanche prefix, Caris and Steve Brook, who was David and Lorna Reynolds' daughter of the Springbourne stud. Bred absolute beautiful ponies, tremendous ponies. David was a doyen of showman, lovely, you know, and him and Lorna had a very, very successful stud with the Springbourne, and it's coming through.
Yes.
I was talking about this yesterday, about breeding.
There's a lot of excitement going on in here. I don't know whether you can hear it. And obviously, let's not take away from Catham's Cappuccino as well in reserve.
Oh, here we are. Look, Marion is at the side.
Marion's at the side from the Hanyard Stud.
Offering
He's
his congratulations.
Delighted. I'm really pleased for Gemma as well. She
Yes.
works really hard. And pleased for Kerry Fell of the Prince Aeon Stud. She's got some lovely ponies there, including this one. Lovely for Gemma to have had 2 young stock championships in 2 days. That's a tremendous achievement.
And when you think they breed very few A's now,
Yeah.
and the level of success.
Delighted. And we're back on the stallions. I wish we could have seen the first few shows.
It would have been. It would have been nice.
Really nice. Yeah.
We missed a lot of the cobs in the junior stallion class at this point, but hopefully we'll be returning back, and we haven't been able to see them all run out. Hopefully this afternoon we'll see more of it. We're back onto the bees now. Back to
But you see,
Tweed.
she's had big classes because
Very good classes. And nice ponies.
And Thistledown Sharif in the background with Craig Eleanor getting ready. And the Henyarth Billy. I think that was the Henyarth Arietta just giving it a show, so we're just catching the end of Henyarth Arietta there, the winner of the 3-year-old filly class. Who've we got now? A roan one. So this would be the second 3-year-old filly. So the West Air filly there. And there goes Marion for his little jog round the B-ring with their yearling filly.
Again, a lovely championship in the ring here.
Beautiful championship. Beautiful championship. And this will be the Jampete colt. And now we've got Henriette Arietta again. So perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps that wasn't her really. There she goes.
Hopefully everyone at home is picking their winner at this point.
I noticed that Richard has handed the least settled one to Marion. He's handed over the hard work. So this will be the Jampete pony shown by Michael Cobley this time. Steph's handed him over. So Jampete Class Act. This is Thistledown Sharif. With Craig.
It would be nice just to see this covering a little bit more ground.
Yeah. It just needs to go on.
Yes. I mean, it may be that when it's broken and ridden, it will be better.
Yeah. But I think, you know, that is what we're sitting at, you're looking at.
So then when you see this has got this much longer stride.
It's observations, isn't it?
Yes.
I would think this will have a good shout at it, would you, Robert?
Yes. I mean, it's performed well. It sits up and it goes, and you can imagine somebody sitting on that. I mean,
I think
it's very nice.
This pony is going to be in the shout. 100%.
This is a lot bigger, different type almost, isn't it? Yes. I think what's good in this championship that they've actually performed well, because in other years they've hardly trotted a step and they've jumped about and.
That's right. Nothing's blown its brain,
No,
has it?
not at
Nothing's,
all.
Overcooked.
I suppose
and
everything's
been silly.
quieting down a bit now.
Yeah,
you see,
exactly,
isn't it?
exactly. They've had their, and they've settled a little bit. They've had a good look round there. They've heard the applause once. So I think they're about to line up now. Looks like, yes. That's our steward.
I think this 3-year-old filly, you know, perhaps she's a little bit, you know, could be taller, but it's a really nice type. It's very Welsh.
Yeah, very Welsh.
And it moved nicely.
Very Welsh. She's lovely. She is lovely. We don't have champion in Lampeter and champion in Glenask and win your class at the Royal Welsh without being a
No,
proper
exactly.
sort, you know?
And I think, again, you know, generally she's gone for a type.
Yeah.
You know,
there's-
you couldn't say to yourself, oh, that one stands out, or this one isn't quite
no,
like.
and they all look like Welsh ponies,
Yes,
don't they?
absolutely.
I think this tells at this point, when you look down there at the ponies she has in front of her, she has judged the ponies
I mean, this yearling is a lovely filly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Plenty of limb and those short
Yeah.
cannon bones. Good shoulder.
I like that yearling.
No, I do. I mean, I think today walking has not been its best pace.
No.
But I think that's nerves, you
Yeah.
know, that she hasn't settled.
Yeah. Totally agree. But she's got a couple of nice yearlings in there, I
Yes.
think.
And the yearling colt, you see, is going to be a good size, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Because he's standing there next to the 3-year-old,
I
and he
think,
must be.
I think he's quite outstanding.
Yeah.
I love him in the limb.
Yeah.
He's by Busby, isn't he?
I think so.
Who,
Yes.
yeah, we know has been boys ridden champion
Yes.
and was reserve at Olympia. So he's
Oh no, we're doing.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
this is to be the
This is
trend this
yeah,
year.
this is the thing of the moment.
Yes. Head to tail.
To have them
Oh.
standing profile, and how lovely to.
To the two 3-year-olds.
to
She
do
wants
so.
to see, obviously. See, actually now, seeing them standing them there, they're very similar standing still, aren't they?
I'm going to ask you who you're putting your money on, Robert.
I would have said the 3-year-old filly would be my
Same,
choice, I think.
yeah. And some,
Oh,
oh. What's going on? Oh,
She's
she's
gone
gone
for
for
the
this one, so
colt.
Thistledown Sharif. With Craig Eleanor, well done
and
to
the
them.
3-year-old filly reserve.
And 3-year-old filly in reserve, so you've got Heniar Arietta in reserve. That is right, isn't it? Thistledown Sharif.
Yes.
Yeah, with Craig. So well done to Sandy Anderson
I think
and
he's,
Craig and all their connections.
Yeah, and then of course this one, the Sharif, is by Mintfield Sandpaper, so one of Edwin Prosser's breeding.
Yeah. And he's had a good year this year. He was first in Reserve Champion B at Newark, first at the Scottish Horse Show, first at Cheshire County, and second at Glanusk. So he's not having a bad year,
No,
is he?
No.
Thistledown ponies are quite used to a hell of a lot of success, aren't they? They're lovely ponies, and Craig produces them superbly for Sandy.
And the thing that's special, I mean, I had judged it as a yearling and had it champion, and the thing that was lovely about it was its temperament, and it's the same today, really.
Yes, yeah.
It's a colt, but it's not, you know, it's shown itself off well all day, really, hasn't it? And it looks fabulous. I mean, it's not too fat.
Absolutely,
And,
absolutely.
yeah.
Shiny and glossy,
Yes.
lovely pennies on its coat. And in fairness, talking about temperament, it seems like Heniar Arietta beside it is very, very calm
Yes.
and collected. The other ponies have left them in the ring and they're still stood there quite calmly. Just taking it all in their stride. He looks very kind, doesn't he?
Yes.
No, not at all phased. So, I just shouldn't say anything,
No.
should I?
Years ago, Dorian Williams always used to talk on when he was commentating show jumping, and he told you how good it was, and then the last fence, it always knocked it
Always
down.
had it down.
When he
I
gave it the
just shouldn't
build-up.
say. We'll call it the Dorian effect. So there he goes, the young stock champion in the section Bs. Thistledown Sharif. I think the only one. Yeah, the only one of the Welshies that's had a male young stock champion this
Oh,
year.
that's true.
We've had females in every other section. We've had 2 yearling fillies in the season Ds and a 3-year-old filly in the A's and now a 3-year-old colt in the Bs. So nice to see the girls
Yes, hold it.
Coming up,
yeah,
trumps.
because it's completely different. You see, in the ridden classes.
Oh, I
It's
know,
a shame
and
that
this annoys me a little bit,
yes.
that people are looking for stallions, whereas the girls can hold their own
They
just
should
as well.
be able to.
Obviously slightly hypocritical as somebody that rides a stallion, but that doesn't mean to say that I don't
Here
think
we are.
mares
Look,
are just as good.
Heniath are obviously doing a family shot because
Lovely.
the three.
Heniath.
Yes, although the French one is the one on the left, but of course it's by Heniath Tintagel.
Yeah. Really lovely for them as well. They do breed some lovely ponies, and it's lovely to see the recognition.
Oh, here we are now, yes,
we're back
to the A's.
So we're on the male championship in the A's. So is this the male champion, or is it being judged? No, I think
I would have
it's
said
being
it's
judged.
it's been judged.
No,
Yes,
it's been judged.
Yes, he's got the champion.
So is that Pendock Page Boy?
Yes, Pendock Page Boy.
Belongs to Kitty Bodley and is produced by Justin. He's also having a really good year.
I know he's another one that came under me at Derbyshire Festival, and unfortunately was feeling too full of himself and never settled at all.
Well, he's settled today.
Yes, he's
He has
gone
settled
very
today.
well.
He was a reserve champion at Glenus. Won the international. He was actually champion in the international show in Holland 2017.
Yes, I was.
And were you there?
Yeah, judging.
Oh, you were judging.
I judged the partbreds there, and
so you didn't judge him.
we did in the Supreme. He was
I see.
reserve
I
Supreme
see.
to Llanarth Fiery Jack.
There you go. And there goes our female champion, Islin Spree, battling it out now with Pendock Page Boy.
Yes, it'll be interesting to see what he does in this overall.
Yeah. With these two in front of you, Robert, what would you do?
The mare would be my choice.
John?
I was just going to say, I think I'd have the mare.
I'll go for the boy then this time, just to
Would you?
Even things out a little bit.
There we are, and there's Jo Shield has come over specially from America to show her mare at the Royal Welsh and to success.
Oh, was that the championship? Have we
Yes.
missed it? Oh, so you were right.
Was that what you
No,
mean?
no, I didn't. I didn't
Was
mean
that
it to
the
sound like
overall,
that.
do you
I think
think?
it must have been.
Oh,
I think
right.
we just missed the judging of it.
Oh,
I think that must have been the overall, and either that or our judge is going for a break. Yeah, and so well done them. Well done them. You two were right.
well, there we are having their pictures taken, the winners in front of the
Yeah, in front of this board.
board.
And, lots of people choosing to take a photo in front of that board through the week.
Oh, Leslie Hillard's husband
we,
in the bottom corner here.
Yes. Have we got an empty
John
ring?
Hillard. I think we have.
An empty ring. So we'll be back to see what will we see? The A's are over.
The B's are finished.
The B's are finished for today.
Okay,
They'll be
yes.
back with the older stock tomorrow.
Seniors tomorrow.
Tweety will be back for her overall championships and her adults tomorrow. And Julie will soon be finishing judging later on when she judges the senior stallion class, and
Yes,
then the overall
overall.
championships, the overall male and the overall championship. So who will have the Prince of Wales Cup? That's to be decided later on.
This show was held in Aberystwyth and attracted a total of 442 livestock entries and hasn't it grown, incidentally. By now we have approximately 8,000 entries and we park in excess of 20,000 cars a day. So it has grown a little bit, but of course the livestock not just includes the horses, the cattle, the sheep, and the pigs and the goats, and all the various conditions we have from the fur and feather onwards. Felly ni fath iawn bod ni'n dathlu'n Cambridge Online. And in collaboration of our Cambridge show, for those of you that have an interest, there is a fantastic pageant and earmarking the 100 years that will be held this evening. And it's to celebrate agriculture and show tradition throughout the year, or throughout 100 years. So if you'd like to see the celebration of 100 years of agriculture, it will be on at 5:35 this afternoon. And it is worthwhile. If you do have time and are able to come out to stage, please do so. Worth waiting. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave you and I'm transferring you to your commentator on the ground for the handlers. Just gwyddoch chi nawr I sylweddoli gyda'r tywyswyr ifanc. Ni'n falch iawn i gwrs bod y Gymdeithas Sefydlog yn Gofio Cymreig.
They were welcome back, and we're seeing now some of the young handlers. And they're very lucky to be able to come into the main ring for their judging.
So what you're actually seeing here now is the future, and it's so lovely to see the youngsters so keen to be part of all this, and this competition is very important to our breed society, to have this competition here in the main ring at the Royal Welsh, and it gives these youngsters the opportunity to show in the main ring of the Royal Welsh Show.
And of course, with this class, it's nothing to do with the pony really. It's to do with the way that the leader leads the pony and shows it, stands it up, and performs. So the pony really isn't. I mean, obviously, if the pony goes well, then you're in with a better chance.
Oh yes, it is all on the handler, on their ability to handle and show a pony. You see many different ones in there, and they're different attires, and I think people at home would agree as well how smart they all look.
So what you've actually got as well, you've got 8 in front of you at the minute, and these were actually preliminary judged yesterday in the horse ring, where they had much bigger classes, but they picked, our judge yesterday, Mrs. Claire Batt, picked 4 for the junior handler and 4 for the senior handler, so she didn't actually place them, and now they have had the opportunity to come forward in front of different judges today in order to pick the winner. So it's quite a rigorous process, and they get to show in both rings.
And here we are.
And
Everything she can do to try and get those ears forward.
I know. Absolutely anything.
And sometimes they just don't want to play.
Yeah. So yesterday we had a lady associated with Welsh Cobs judging, and today we've got a lady associated with the riding ponies judging. So I was really looking forward.
And it's nice because we've got obviously either a part-bred Welsh or a riding pony or a hunter pony being shown. So it's the handler.
Exactly. It doesn't. It's not the pony this time. It's the handler being judged. So they'll be looking for somebody that's attentive, probably, to what's going on.
And I think when you're judging these classes, you're looking actually for the person who blends in and doesn't stand out.
It
because
should look effortless,
it's the pony you're looking at, and therefore sometimes you need to try and get your step almost in step with the pony, so that the handler actually doesn't stand out. This one stood up very well.
Yeah, stood up nicely.
And here we are. And the pony now is in front of her. She's leading it at its shoulder, walking round the outside of the pony, and then trotting back.
That was all very smooth, wasn't it?
And you see she's just at its shoulder, same place now when she's trotting.
But if you noticed how professional that young lady was, because she went off at the same step as the pony to get the balance, and off she went, and I thought that very good.
And they have these classes all over the world. I've judged them in the Czech Republic and Australia, and it's interesting to see how keen they are all over the world, really, to encourage young people into this.
I think we've got to encourage the youngsters to keep all this going, for continuity.
Yes.
And and we've got to put as much into it as we possibly can. You know, I think when you're judging as well, to give advice and tips when you're in the ring. A lot of judges don't say nothing to nobody, and I can't see that as a way forward.
Well, people who know me will know that they can't shut me up.
Yeah.
But
I was judging at a show
yeah.
the other week, and there's a young gentleman in the ring, lovely showman, showed his pony to perfection, superb. He had a big earring in his ear, and I said to him, listen, this hasn't affected your place, but take the earring out. A lot of people wouldn't like that.
Well, no, and you see, under some rules, some societies, we had a person at the Royal Highland show in the workers that jumped with earrings, and because they were actually spotted, you know, we had to disqualify them.
And it
Because
wasn't being rude to the young man. It
No.
just, it didn't
Well,
affect me,
no.
but it may affect him elsewhere.
Yes,
It's another nice handler.
very.
Very nice handler and a good pony. This pony has done the ridden on Monday,
Oh,
then
right.
the in-hand geldings yesterday, and is back with a different handler for the young handlers. So
Yeah.
good pony and a good handler.
There we are. So she's in the right place.
I particularly liked that handler show. I thought it was excellent. Very good. We're lucky. There's some nice
I
handlers.
must say, I'm very impressed with the way
Yes.
they've all stood their ponies up.
Yes, yeah. And they're working all the time, aren't they?
Yes.
You look at them.
Oh, well, that's another thing that's so important, is that people don't stand in line and
That's
just
my
have a
pet
chat
hate.
with their neighbour.
Yeah.
Because you just glance round and think, oh, is this in the right place? And then you look, and all you can see is them resting a leg, having a chat.
I feel like I'm being told off now in the ridden. I often have a chat. In these great big classes with 30 plus ponies, I feel I can't be quiet for that long.
It is difficult, though, because when you're standing watching a show and you can hear
I can appreciate
the
that.
gossip
yeah,
going
the
behind
gossip,
you,
yeah.
it's sometimes difficult to focus on what you're supposed to be doing.
But no, we saw this morning across the in-hand classes, the handlers, the professional handlers, were all working so hard the whole time.
Oh, absolutely.
And they needed to, because they were being swapped over right till the last minute, and I think that the judges
But I
will
think-
do right to look for that in the young handlers.
And I think that, you know, educations, that if you can encourage people to watch these
so-
classes and
so-
watch all the classes,
Yeah.
so that you see how things
Yeah.
are done.
And be self-critical and
Yes.
self-reflective as well. Not quite sure what's going on
No.
now. There seems to be some meeting and greeting in the ring and some walking. So are they just having their final four in the one age group out? I think this is the younger age group here. I think they are 14 to 18, I think.
Right.
I might be wrong. I might be wrong. But I don't. I believe. But being way too old to do it myself.
But I think definitely the
I'm
girl,
not quite sure of the
the girl with the
ages.
grey pony, and then the other one with their own pony. They would be my pick.
Yes, I agree with you. The
There's-
two young ladies.
Yes.
This one and the grey ponies one.
Yes.
Yes. My handlers too. I'm not
Oh.
not sure who the young lady with the grey pony is, but I know the young lady.
Oh.
Oh, so I think her name is Scarlett, and I think she's come down from Sheffield. So if I'm right, that's lovely. Well done, her. And well done to the people as well who have given up, or have not given up their ponies, but allowed their ponies. There were a lot of ponies yesterday owned by different people
Oh,
that had
right.
been given to a young handler to be able to show, and this is one example.
So
actually, I don't know.
So do we think the grey is one and the roan is
Possibly,
second?
yes, I think so. Still thrilled.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm not sure who the young lady with the grey was.
Yes, I'd have said that's the grey is.
So the here we go. So Tillian Powell, the young lady with the grey, and I was right, Scarlett Marshall with the roan one. The Marshalls. Oh, the Powells.
Right.
Oh, right. Okay. Yes, and I know the. There we go then.
You just hope then that they stick with it, you know, so that because you know they're certainly capable of taking anybody on, aren't they? When they're as good as that.
Exactly. Well, we saw Brandon Joyner this morning, who won earlier, showing a Cobb Stallion in the main ring. So they obviously do go on to great things.
Yes.
Brandon's he was last year's winner. He's back in the ring again this year. As Beth said, showing a cob. He was showing a yearling cob filly yesterday. You know, so he's continuing. And young Tilly here, a very keen family. Seeing around all the local shows competing. Great supporters, and winning here today, winning the Young Handler.
Oh, that's very good, isn't it? Yes.
So I've actually got them all now. We've got Tillian Powell then won it, and then we've got Scarlett Marshall in second, and we've got Master Ben Spore in third, and Miss Jessica Taylor in fourth.
And of course, as you said, that you know they're here having already beaten a lot of exhibitors already.
They've already
Yes.
they're finalists in
Yes.
their own right. They're not just, it wasn't just the four of them, I can assure you. There were a lot of ponies forward for the young handlers yesterday. It was a really strong section. He's a lovely pony,
It is,
smiling at the
yeah.
judge. Such a good boy.
So what do we think is happening now? Is there going to be the other four? Will they?
The other four have to be judged,
Right.
and there is also I think there's an overall champion young handler, yes, there is. So there's a champion junior young handler, which is what's just been awarded.
Yes.
Champion senior young handler, and then there's an overall champion young handler, and they get. She's got a lovely flashy scrunchie in her hair there, we could see. It's all matching. And no doubt this will be a very professional lap of honour as well.
Yes.
Both girls doing a great job. It looks like Scarlett's having to hang on a little bit more to her pony than
Well, this is a forward-going pony. They're always easier to show than one that you've got to.
Oh, I think Scarlett was being towed a little
Oh, was
there.
she?
Yeah. Perhaps there was a bit of applause perhaps
Right.
from the grandstand. Later. So obviously now the seniors are being judged. I think that's Jessica Pritchard Simmons there with her exhibit. She's well used to showing
Yes.
riding ponies and park
Very
breds.
keen.
Very keen, yeah.
And very successful with their ponies.
Yes,
I think.
yeah. Both ridden and in hand. So I haven't managed to catch who all of these are, but I know we've got 2 Jessicas in there. So this is Jessica Richard Simmons now, from I think from the Cardiff area. Her mare. No doubt we will be seeing Jessica back for the Parkbred Welsh classes tomorrow, I would think. Which are obviously going to be exciting classes tomorrow. There's quite good entries, I must say, for the Parkbred Welsh, and lots of different types, so it'll be really exciting to see what Mrs. Margie Edwards from North Wales makes of those tomorrow.
Who's this young gentleman here?
So this is Mr. Dan Adams here. So come down from the Midlands.
That's right. He stewarded. He
does-
stewarded with me some weeks ago. I thought
And,
recognised him.
Now we've got
Yeah.
the other Jessica Thomas from Carmarthenshire. Yes, normally showing Bs, but this time we've got a little A. So again, as I was saying yesterday, there was lots of ponies brought down for the young handlers that were borrowed, because perhaps parents, grandparents, etc. haven't got something suitable for this class, so they've been lent something by somebody else. I think the next exhibit is one such example. I think this mare was in the ridden on Tuesday. I think she was second on Tuesday even. Monday. Confusing the days. All blurs into one. But I'm not sure who's showing her now. Yes, it is. So it's it's Victoria Costello, I should know. So another very keen family, the Costellos.
Very keen.
So yeah, that mare
So
was.
they'd be doing a lot of practicing at
They
home.
will have been doing lots of practicing. No, not with that mare, because
No,
that mare actually.
but with other things,
with-
yeah.
Yes, she was second in the ridden C class on Monday.
But it's nice that people lend their ponies to
It's
the
lovely.
youngsters
It's lovely.
to give
It
them the
shows a lot of
opportunity
trust
to come in and do it.
And again, the Costellos possibly got other people's ponies down,
Oh, yeah.
not just their own, so
Yeah.
perhaps not able to use one of those. So what will Our Lady Judge do now? So yeah, our judge, just while she's having a quick look over those, she's Mrs. Liz Thomas. She's from my neck of the woods in Pembrokeshire, and she's judged. She's bred riding ponies and thoroughbreds for most of her life. Her family have been involved in racing, particularly point-to-pointing. She's been a stalwart of Pembrokeshire County Show, was chief steward of the pony classes up until last year, and also stewarded the Section Bs at the Royal Welsh for several years. So she's a really, really well-known face in the Royal Welsh, and she certainly will be able to pick out a worthy winner. Although
now-
interestingly, she's never competed or judged at the Royal Welsh before, so this is the first time for her to judge. So even though she's a really familiar face to us all as a steward, and to me, being from my area as a breeder, she's never actually competed or shown here, or judged. Sorry.
So now each one of them will come out and do their individual show. They've all done a run. Now they'll do their individuals.
Well, there we are, they're doing their little individual shows now.
And that young lady there was Jessica Ryan Thomas. It's number 47. And this is Victoria Costello, Vicky Costello. Notice the judge is looking at the handler, not the pony.
Although she's lucky because the pony's cooperating.
Yes, yes.
It does make a difference when you're leading something and it's got its ears forward and looking as if it's enjoying itself. I don't know, do we think the older children are as good as the younger ones?
I think the younger ones was quite exceptional.
I think they were.
I've actually checked the age groups now as well. So the first age group is 14 to 16, and the second age group is 17 to 19. So
Right.
so the first group, yeah, 14 to 16.
Thing is, I suppose the older age group now, they're getting into their own way
Yes.
of doing things, and
And
they're doing it for themselves.
And I think as well in that younger ones, the first two, they had ponies that were quite keen.
Yeah.
It's pulled them
Yeah.
along, which
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
always a help.
Yeah, yeah. But, you can be dragged in by the overall picture,
Yes.
can't you? You know? And that was Jessica Pritchard Simmons. And now I think it's,
Did we say it was Dan Adams,
Dan
was it?
Adams now.
He does a lot of stewarding all over the country, and often I think that's the best way of learning, because you see everything that's going on from the middle of the ring.
Yeah, I think it's very important for the younger members that they do actually go and do a bit of stewarding and a little bit of helping at shows.
Absolutely.
That, you know, not just turn up at the show, and it gives them a better insight into what goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah, because a lot of the smaller shows, the committees are getting older. And they need young blood to go in and help and learn the ropes, so that when the time comes they can take over and they'll know what they're doing.
Well, we often say this, you know, they do need to be playing a little bit more of an active role in the organisation of some shows, because one day they're going to have to do it.
Yes, absolutely.
But I know he's a very keen helper.
And to be fair, being a steward in itself is something you can be a good steward and a bad steward as well. So it's good to get the young people involved in that so that they learn how to be a good
I
steward.
did some stewarding, I think, not last weekend, the weekend before.
You did?
Yes, and everybody
Were
kept
you
saying,
a good
what
one
are you...
or a bad one?
Yes. Oh, very good steward. But people kept saying, what are you judging today? I said, no, read my badge.
I'm stewarding today.
Steward.
I really enjoy stewarding.
No, I do.
Gives you you get the same view of the ponies
Yeah.
as the judge does, so it's really interesting to do it. He's got his game face on, Dan, I think, hasn't he? He looked like he meant business then. He's got Jessica here. What'll Liz do?
Yes, indeed.
She's certainly making them work for their prize, isn't she?
She is.
She's keeping them going.
I suppose, you see, they're all very closely matched, and it is
Yeah,
difficult
they
because
are, yeah.
you're going to make somebody's day, and
Yeah. But it looks like she has made a
Oh.
decision. I think Gerald's about to decide. Oh, he's checking.
oh,
Oh,
Oh.
so it's Vicky Costello. Well done, Vicky. Oh, it's lovely to see her give the pony a pat. But she can't be too complacent. Class isn't over yet. We saw that this morning.
yes, and now
And
I
then
think
Dan.
yes.
Then Jessica Richard-Simmons, and then Jessica in fourth. So yeah, I think that decision has been made. So we've got our champion senior handler, Victoria Costello, down from Yorkshire. Really keen family. Breeding section C's and showing lots and lots of ponies. The hat's going back on.
She's one pair of hands.
And the rosette's the wrong way round. Ah, there we go.
Yes, the photographer thinks they've got the right shots.
Yeah. Second.
And that's the thing, really. You want to get a nice photograph when you win something like this.
Absolutely, you do, because that's your
With
your thing to
everybody,
remember.
yes,
it, isn't
exactly.
It? It's a memento. I've got a little shrine to my pony in my house.
Do you?
Yeah, practically. Yeah. Third place going to Jessica Richard-Simmons. And the fourth, they're going to Jessica Lian. So I'm not quite sure how we're going to proceed now. I presume that the judge will see the first two, possibly the champion and reserve in each section, fight it out for the overall championship. photo here.
I wonder whether the photographer's aware that it's the young handler that they're
I wonder whether they are.
Yes.
I wonder whether
She
they
was,
are.
she was
Yeah.
taking a photograph of a pony then, and
Although, personally, if it was me, I'd rather they carried on taking photos of the pony
Yes.
than of me.
Be interesting to see now what the outcome is with the overall.
That would have made a lovely photo there if somebody just screenshot
Absolutely,
the screen,
yes.
wouldn't it? Where she was smiling and the pony had its ears pricked. That would have been a lovely photo. Annoyingly, somebody screenshot a photo of me stewarding yesterday, and it definitely wasn't
your best side.
very. No, it wasn't very flattering.
I bet someone does get a screenshot for her to put on her banner. Be lovely. She'll certainly remember this day.
Yeah, because the last time I rode here was in 1989 and won the ridden Welsh Cob. I think they were all together, mares and geldings and stallions. No, just one class.
One class.
Yes, and I won it that year on a mare called Llanathragori, 1989, long time ago.
Was she invested?
Yes.
And Veston was a great supporter of the ridden.
Oh, the
class,
ridden, absolutely.
Welsh Cob ridden. Some lovely cobs under saddle.
Oh, and it was a thrill, and I remember it was a hot day, but I was shivering because I couldn't believe it really, and it was just so exciting.
My first win was in loads and loads and loads of mud in 2009, and it was on one of Julie's mares that was judging the
right.
cob. And I literally, complete opposite, we waded through mud to get to the end of the class. It was horrific. It was the last time that the ridden was on the Thursday morning rather than the Monday morning, and it had rained all week and the ring was just dreadful. I've got photos and you cannot see from the photos that she's got any white socks at all.
I think it works out much better now to have the ridden on Monday. Because it used to, when it was on Thursday, it used to go a bit flat.
Yes, because the people had got to the sort of crescendo for the in-hand classes,
Yeah.
and then the ridden was a bit of an anticlimax, wasn't it?
But now it's not, it's part of the build-up.
Yes.
And as the ridden classes get stronger every year as well, it's becoming more of a build-up. But anyway, I think she's got her champion. Oh, I
Oh.
think she's decided.
That
I
doesn't
think she's
surprise me.
decided, No, she did a lovely job. So our champion there, I think, from the looks of it, is Tilly-Ann Powell. So well done to Tilly, huge well done to Tilly. Oh, so
Oh,
lovely
and
to see how
yes.
pleased she is. And Vicky Costello in reserve, well done to them both, it's really special. I love watching how emotional people get when they
Yes.
win. It just means so much. What a lovely, lovely day for that person.
Yeah, many congratulations to Tilly, because she's a local young lady and she's always round the shows. She's a tremendous help to people showing their ponies and what have you, and a great credit to our society to have young people like this.
and
involved in
she's
it.
performed really well. You know, she was a deserving winner of her section, and then I think a deserving champion as well.
A very funky tie she's rocking.
Yes.
I wonder if this is her first at the Royal Welsh of many.
Well, it
Do you
certainly
know?
could. No, I don't know. No.
No, I don't know either. She certainly seems to be thrilled with it, which implies possibly it could be.
Oh, remember this, won't she?
She'll remember this for many years to come and treasure those rosettes and cards for the rest of her life, no doubt.
Talked about many days now, the festival.
They're very much a real pony family. Her grandmother, Ricky Perry. Ricky Perry, she's tremendous supporter, and she's taught them well.
Well, they can have a relax now this afternoon.
Yes.
They probably didn't sleep very well last night, worrying about the final today.
She's done it now, so now she can unwind and enjoy the rest of the show.
But what a cooperative pony. It's looked happy and bright throughout.
Lovely pony. A real
Oh,
kid's
I wonder
pony.
what- Oh, that looks as if it could be a cut glass vase as well.
Yeah.
Chosen to try.
Well, they hadn't actually presented the rosettes, had they? Oh, here we are.
Looks like there's some more cards and
Yes.
to hand out.
Oh, no, we've seen tails short.
Oh, she can afford not to go to a show. She's had so many rosettes
Well,
today.
she's got,
It's a la vase.
She's definitely got to carry a bag
Is
full of
she?
rosettes
Yes.
to take home. And a nice vase as a keepsake.
So you think this is the sponsor now on the right-hand side, do you?
Yes, and Brian and Jan Foster
Right.
sponsored it.
I believe they've sponsored this for years. I think even it was them that got it off the ground as an initiative, I believe.
Oh, that's very
Though I
good then.
might be wrong.
Yeah, and Brian's also president of the Welsh Pony and Pub Society. So it's nice to see him playing an active role in this. Tremendous supporters, him and his wife. There's a very happy Tilly
Yes, and
going along the grandstand.
She's got more rosettes than can fit on her waist, probably.
Yes.
They're spilling round the back. How lovely.
Lovely sight. I'm sure she'll be running around this ring for many years to come.
oh, there we are. Congratulations.
Her.
Yeah.
How lovely.
Oh, there'll be some celebrating now.
I think she's definitely pleased with that. So lots of celebrating there.
awareness of the Royal Welsh Show. So everything from afternoon teas to country fairs to camel racing coming up in August.
But of course, all this is voluntary, and Laurie, I think we need to emphasise something. Emily, you're the last lady ambassador, and Laurie, you're the first ambassador, because the competition now has been opened up to males and females. So that's excellent, isn't it? How does it feel to be the last one, Emily? How does it feel to be the last lady ambassador?
Well, being ambassador of this amazing society is such a massive privilege. So whether you're a man or woman, I highly recommend you really try and go for this role. It's the most amazing privilege.
Diolch yn fawr i Emily. Wel, dyma ni mynd ymlaen i'r Eisteddfod, and we will be taking the salute, and I will be taking the salute today. We have Mrs. Janet Phillips. Mrs. Janet Phillips is the chair of sponsorship. She's also a long-standing director of the Royal Welsh Show, and a very hard-working member throughout the year, not just during show week. Diolch yn fawr chi, Janet. But of course, as it is tradition in the Royal Welsh Show, yn y dynodiad gyda ni yn y sioe frenhinol, i'r arddangosfa pan mynd ymlaen yn y tro i'r dderbyn pob. As the Choista is coming back tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, so this is your last time in this show, Daniel. All together? Aww. But 3 days is better than 2, isn't it, Daniel?
Of course, it's an absolute honour and a pleasure to thank you very much. And I have to commend the ground staff for this ring. It's like driving on carpet. Honestly, it's beautiful.
Mae'n braf clywed hynny, wrth gwrs sydd gan anfon nath ddisoddi yn y prif gylch yma, a wrth fe'n gwybodol iawn o Janet hefyd yn dod o sydd yn anfon. So as a token, we present a certificate and memento to each of our displays in their final show here at Royal Welsh, because to commemorate the year that they attend, especially this year, because it is the 100th show. Yeah, I don't think I should have it. I think you should have it, really. But for those of you who may be facing in the server on, of course, my Dranford Show, it is a 100th show, but not the centenary of society. IAG was founded, of course, we had our centenary back in 2000 and... Are we okay? Brilliant. Are you going to go back? Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So it's a 100th show, and you see, we picked to have a show during the war years, during the rationing, and also during the Mouth. So ni'n falch iawn bod am Hamber Sioe. Felly, Daniel, ewn ni'r own waith. And shall we, when we hit the bottom corner, shall we ask the grandstand to cheer as is your final time? How would that sound?
Yes, cheer as well as you like.
Are you ready for that, grandstand? Chi'n hapus i wneud hynny? Bant yn idir yn i'r dde, ar ôl a honni fy mas, a chwch chi gyferedwyo wrth gwrs Daniel a'r Goets. So Daniel, do you go to any shows? You must have quite a few shows, not just the Royal Welsh.
We do go to a lot of the larger county shows in England. The larger shows will have a coaching class, and we're quite busy with coaching club events, where we go to places like Sandria, where we're
Good afternoon to all those people who've tuned in for the Cob Stallion class and also the Prince of Wales Cup this afternoon. It's Robert Parker-Jones here. I was with you this morning, and
my name's John Kirk, renowned Good afternoon, and welcome along to the main event, the Welsh Cob Stallion class.
In this class, the stallions are 8 years old and over. I'm sure everybody's very excited now and getting ready for the main event. The area around the main ring is packed, and you can see now in the collecting ring the entrants are coming in and preparing to come into the ring.
You can see the anticipation of people that all sitting round. The grandstand will be packed on the bank all around the ring is solid with people waiting to see this special event, the Welsh Cob Stallions. Wednesday being the main day for the Welsh Cob classes leading up to the Great Prince of Wales Cup Championship. As you can see, there's already stallions down in the collecting ring waiting. Then you'll always get the stallions that want to come down late to get the crowd going. You'll see some queuing up there now, but there will still be a lot of stallions up in the stables waiting for their big chance and for their to get the crowd going. What you're seeing here this afternoon is the absolute best that the Welsh Section D has to offer, and everyone has a favourite, and you can hear, if you was around the grandstand, you can hear people in the stands talking, picking their favourite one, their favourite colour, and obviously supporting friends and people from their local area showing their Cob Stallion. And the atmosphere in this main ring is second to none.
They all look very well. They've spent months preparing for this. Nothing's been left to chance. They all look very placid in the collecting ring, but I'm sure as soon as they come through those gates into the ring, then it'll be a different story.
There's the sculpture that was unveiled by their Royal Highnesses, the Prince of Wales and Camilla. That was unveiled on Monday. Eros Clear Morgan was the main driving force behind the sculpture of the Welsh Cob, which is made out of horseshoes. And the horseshoes was donated by lots of different studs and people. And there's a name board below of the studs and the people and the horses that the shoes came from. And if anyone hasn't seen it, and when you come to the Royal Welsh, and hopefully in the future you will, please go and look at this amazing statue. It is well worth seeing.
It is, and what's fantastic is that people have donated shoes from the horses that won here 20, 30 years ago.
Yes.
And I think that's wonderful that they've donated the shoes to create something that's so impressive.
Well, there we have the smiling face of Ken Evans, one of the main stewards here in the Welsh Cob ring, and Julie Evans, refreshed after her lunch and ready to undertake this fantastic class of Welsh Cob Stallions.
Enjoy the entertainment that you are about to see with this Welsh Cob Stallions. It's been a wonderful year at the Royal Welsh as far as Welsh Cobs have been concerned. There are exhibitors from many a country, and there have been winners from Germany, and there's also been prize winners from Norway here, through the likes of Heinz Stiegeland from Germany, and then Marisa Hanna and Hilda Folberg from Norway. Are you ready? Get ready, because we are going to have the highlight of the Wednesday afternoon, the Welsh Cob Stallion. Byddwch yn barod, oherwydd mae'r cobiau llwyni, y cobiau Cymru ar fin o fewn i'r prifio. Dyma'r adeg mae pawb yn edrych ymlaen.
The gates are open and here they come.
No need to talk now, let's do the horse to the talking.
What's amazing is that the size of this main ring is absolutely huge. Anybody who isn't fit enough is going to struggle.
I think I must say, Rob, I think the occasion is carrying the handlers
Yes.
along, and the cobs are carrying them as well.
And there just isn't really another show anywhere that's quite like this.
No, this is the greatest show on earth you're witnessing here, and we're very proud here in Wales, and we're very proud in the Welsh Pony and Cob Society of all these animals and their owners and producers for what they're doing for our breed society.
This is a highlight, and these fellows, they really enjoy it, and people get attentive towards them.
Oh, here he is, one of the
this
young handlers.
gentleman was one of the contenders in the young handler. I think he was second in the senior young handler. Nice to see him back in the ring showing a Cob Stallion. Try and get the numbers and give you some information. That is 1432. That was 4-way solo.
Oh. Yes, I think they're still coming in.
Yeah, they're
Yes,
still
and-
coming in. Yeah, I said there'll be some
here we
late
are.
runners and riders.
Here's the Llanarth.
Yes,
Prince of
that's
Wales.
Llanarth. Is that Prince of Wales?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? With
Yes.
Simon Bigley, tremendous showman, and that is like his dad, Len Bigley, who was a doyen of showman with Welsh cobs with the famous Llanarth stud.
And actually he's 16 now. The
Prince of Wales, isn't he?
yeah.
It was lovely to see Len here yesterday. He hasn't been too well of late, and it was lovely to see him here at the Royal Welsh Show. A fantastic ambassador for our breed is Len, past president of our society, and a tremendous supporter. The black horse you just see going along the grandstand there, that horse there, that is Thornyside, the high flyer, the property of Nicky Morris. You see every handler wants to show his horse off to his best. See the concentration from Julie.
What number is that one?
143 Scotland. Never see the last number on that one, so.
No, we're going to have to wait until we see the
So when
back
they stand still,
numbers.
the back of them, and then we can check their numbers. We'll try to give you as much information as we can on the cobs as we go through the class, once we get their numbers.
Yeah, well, I think now we've been brought back now to the walk, and all the exhibitors will be asked to come back to walk so that the judge can see them.
they've all had their couple of minutes to have a run around and get the cob set up, ready for the main event. And now they'll just walk round before Julie wants to have a look at them individually run out along the grandstand. On 4.25.
Oh, Gwynfais Seren Wledig.
Yeah, there's a popular one.
1.425.
Yeah, 1.425.
A son of Gwynfais Kilwch, an 8-year-old.
Very popular cob stallion around the shows. Always produced by Dorian.
Uh, 14-18, David's Victor Llwyd.
There'll be a lot of anticipation at this point from the handlers, and they'll be looking and keep looking across at the judge to see if she's giving them a good look as they're walking round before they do their first run. Hoping you're all picking your favourites at home as to what you think is going to be pulled in. Or what you would like to see pulled in. Scott Gibbons, we'll try to take his number. See what, no. See, these cobs have come from all around the country here to come here to the Royal Welsh. A lot of them would have arrived on Saturday. Some would just arrive today. They've been kept here and looked after just for this event. They're shown at major county shows around the country. Some of these cobs would have met in other shows under different judges, but some of them would have never have met, and they're going to compete today to battle it out in the main ring here. To win the stallion class at the Welsh Cob Stallion class at the Royal Welsh Show is a very big achievement, and it's all breeders' dreams.
Well, and also I suppose over the years, often the stallion class winners have gone on to be major stock getters, haven't they?
Yes, yeah, and established other studs. There's the first one doing his run now. That's 1429, and 1429 is Mr. Di George with TN Brennan.
This one's not just going on enough.
No. There's Brad Merrick with a Brynith on. Let's see what number we can get is 1441.
Brynith on the director. Again, another one by Thornyside, the governor.
You can see the influence that the Thornyside stud has had on the Brynith stud. That is Joe Krause's fault.
Oh, here he is,
Is that David Victor Clwyd?
Yes.
Yes, it is. That was David Victor's Clwyd. David's Victor Clwyd, 1418.
And then this is the Gwynfais Seren Wledig. That's gone very well.
Oh, it's gone very well.
Beautifully along the back there. Yeah, she's still watching.
Well, give a tremendous show that horse just now. Yeah.
(1449) Cwm Cerrig Wilbach.
You can see a lot of them seem to settle more when they go along the back.
Absolutely.
Because you've got cheering and whistling from the grandstand, and it can make the horse bubble. 1453.
Heola Safrancwr. It's a shame because what happens with some of them when they're overrun, they're trotting in front but cantering behind, aren't they?
Exactly, yeah. And this is a lot down to the handler.
Yes.
He needs to set his cob up, and he needs to get the balance. You'll notice that a lot of these handlers, not saying all of them, some of them,
yes,
they're looking down at their front legs instead of looking at the cob to see that he's sitting up, and if he's sitting up, he's balanced.
This one, Triavon Myrddin. This one,
young lady showing
yes,
her
this is
stallion.
more better known as an ridden Welsh Cob Stallion. It's been to the Horse of the Year show and the saddle. I can't think the prefix now. Pants.
1445.
Oh, that's it. Pantadur, Mr. Nice Guy.
Yes, that does a hell of a lot under saddle. Been very successful under saddle, that cog. Just come back away from. Oh, there we are. We're back again to get more of a bird's eye view of the number.
This one just doesn't want to go in a straight line, which is
1420.
Trigabau Carlo Morgana Mai by Brynith on Northern Wind. Disappointing because a nice looking horse, but just hasn't.
Yeah, a nice looking cob, just
Yes.
not got on to his job at all. That's Ross Thomas, the handler. We'll have to catch his number shortly.
Different camera angles. We're not getting to see
we've
the
got
number.
a different angle there. I don't think we're going to be able to pick many numbers up. Oh, hang on, we're back again. Hopefully, we give you as much information as we possibly can. One 1-4-0.
Coed Newydd Calypso.
Property of Mr. Ian Manning.
And of course, all the time that she's watching them, she's comparing them and coming to sort of decisions about how much she likes them.
And she'll be weighing them up at this stage, thinking that one ain't gone very well, that one's gone well, so on and so forth. And for those viewers at home, you could be picking it up yourself now of what you're thinking and what you want to see on top.
So number 1421, Day Cot Welsh King.
This is Anna Chaplin.
Yes.
This is Thorny side, the high flyer with Ben Thomas. And it belongs to property of Mickey Morrison. He's number 1443.
So he's a 10-year-old, yes, it's gone very well.
I think we've seen two horses so far, two Cobb Stallions that have given that much better show. Prince of Wales. This is Four Winds is it four ways solo? Four ways solo. This is.
All right, this is going well.
Yes, he's giving a nice show. He does this horse. He always puts on a show.
Yeah.
He's got a different handler this time that he normally has.
Very good.
He's giving a lovely show.
And what he's done is to get into a really good rhythm.
Yeah. And I think another contender.
Yes. And probably now is she's thinking perhaps the ones that she saw at first, now she's seeing them trot up on their own.
Yeah.
Maybe she's changing her mind about some of them or moving them round in her head.
Yeah.
Mm. 1442, I think. Llangennydd Black Diamond.
Yes. very ably shown by Sean Rees. Just a little bit of information. Sean Rees is would be a great grandson to the famous David Rees of the immortal Brennan Gwalior fame.
All right.
And he is a great grandson of David Rees. Sean's a farrier and very keen enthusiast for the Welsh Cob.
Again, it's nice when you see, you know, the family still involved.
Oh, listen, without people like them, we wouldn't be here today showing the likes of David Rees. We wouldn't be here today watching these Cob stallions. They kept it all going. When they travel in their stallions around the countryside of Wales, riding a pony and leading the Cob stallion behind, calling up farms to serve mares.
Well, I can remember taking, when Prince Charles, the day of his investiture, taking Nebo Welsh Lady to Rosfach Brenin. I was only one of the ones that weren't interested in watching the investiture on the television.
That is 1436. 1436. That is Mr. Lee Kirkland from Galzagi.
He's a 12-year-old.
$14.50.
Penlan Grieg, the Dominator.
It's going nice along there.
Again, another one by Thornyside, the Terminator.
With a nice show along
yes.
there. He's coming. He's moving forward. He's coming off his ox and pitching forward in front. And
but there's definitely a link between those people that can run.
Yes.
And the way the horses go, isn't
there?
Oh,
100%. You can you can clearly see that. You see Scott Gibbons just showing that Cob back there, the front half. Galzagi is very experienced showing.
Yes.
Well, that's it. It looks like they've.
Yes.
She's seen them all do their first run now, and she's going to pick them in now.
I'm sure you all enjoyed that. I certainly did.
I think the
killer,
the Gwynfais Stadium will get a look, because it will match nicely with the junior stallion that she judged earlier on. It'd be interesting to see whether that is David's Victor Clwyd, the dun that had just passed the grandstand. I think she'll stick to the type that she's gone for.
Well, she seems to have been quite, you know, consistent, and whatever she's called in, she hasn't altered the first three much, has she? You know, if they've been in the first three, then that's where they've ended up, really.
And she likes a mover. That's quite plain to see. And she's got some movers to pick from there, hasn't she?
Yes. So this one now has got a full tail, and it's just gone out of shot now, but it almost looks strange when they've got a full tail.
Yeah.
It almost looks too much.
Too much, yeah. If you'll notice on some of the Cob stallions that how their tails are, they're quite a lot taken out of their tails. Some of them are quite short. It's a preference of what people like. It shows their back end off. There's 1, 4, 2, 3 over there. That was, we never got that one earlier on. That was David's Double Dessert.
All right.
Shown by Ross Thomas.
I'm sure a lot of the runners now haven't got a lot left in the tank.
No, I
because
think
they've been running round
the gas is going out
Yes.
on a lot of them, as we say. But I'm sure they'll have a bit of time to recharge their batteries, and for the next run. But she'll pull them in now. In fairness, she has some nice cobs to choose from for her lineup. I think four-way solo will be in the shout. Thorny Side High Flyer will be in the shout. The Windfire Stallion will be in the shout. I think, you know, going on from that, you can see them. This horse give a lovely show.
And again, they've all, you know, nearly all of them have got this pony head, haven't they? We haven't got any heads here. Oh, here we are. We've got one called in.
He was going to take his hat off, and she'll start pulling them in now. I think she's seen enough to know what she wants now.
Yes, I think it's the Green Base.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's the Windfire Stallion.
and if he wins this class, he'll be stuck to know which one to lead himself then, won't he?
Exactly. His Thorny Side High Flyer has been pulled in. She's pulling in the movers. I think four-way solo will come in. He has, yeah, he's just come in.
And these are definitely the ones that caught our eye, aren't they?
So
Yes.
Again, Calzaghe is in. All the animals that will give a show, she's pulled up. And once she gets first 6, then she's got to sort them out from that. And I think she has got 6 to pick from, hasn't she?
Oh, yes.
There we are, he's in. He had to come in. Four-way solo is in. He's 1, 2. Is he 1, 2? Prince of Wales been pulled in.
Third then, isn't he, Prince of Wales?
Third. He had to come in.
Yeah.
Calzaghe had to come in.
Yes, I think it gets more difficult as you go down the line.
As she's going down
Yes,
now,
because
she's gonna...
that first 5 are usually quite easy to pick out, aren't they? And then,
I think so, yeah.
and then as the further down you get, the more difficult it gets.
And she had, in fairness, she had 6 to pull in straight away, didn't
Yes.
she?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
From the performance that they've given, she had 6 to pull in. And if you look at, that's a lovely lineup.
It is.
while they're pulling them in, we can talk a bit about the history going back of the Cobb Stallion. There wasn't so many of them to choose from years back with the travelling stallions. Those people, that's how they made their living. Going round, covering mares, and then we've moved on so much from that to what we have here today.
And then, of course, at Lampeter they were very popular, the premium classes, weren't they?
Fantastic.
Where everybody brought their stallions out for that class early in April, and people made their choices based on what they saw there.
That's right, and then people would go to Lampeter Stallion Show and pick their stallion for that season. Yeah, thanks. And they would establish their studs from those matings.
And of course it's got more expensive because now, in those days, you took your mare, you had it covered on the day, maybe twice, and then you took it home, and they were, more often than not, they were in foal, or with the travelling stallions they would have called at places if the mare was in season. And now it's become a lot more expensive because people send their mares, so they've got keep to pay, they've got the transport there, vets fees because they want to switch them on and switch them off, and scan them for this and scan them for that,
and AI today is a big thing.
I don't know, sometimes you wonder how they managed to get anything in foal in the old days.
Yes,
but they did.
They did.
Yeah.
But they were stock people.
Yeah.
And they covered the mares.
Oh, and they used to cover a lot of mares, didn't they, in those days?
Yeah. Those stallions would cover a hell of a lot of mares in the season. But the cost today of breeding is so high.
Oh yes, because the stud fee is only just the start of it, isn't it, really?
It is, and then you've got the travelling to the stallion, the diesel, the keep there. It's a very true saying that fools breed horses for wise men to buy. And
oh yes, and really for people, when the foal drops on the ground, it stands them in, I'm sure, for about £1,000 minimum, isn't it?
If you want to be realistic about it. And I personally myself, I don't agree with big service fees, these ridiculous amounts of money, because you're making it too difficult to start. Because if someone got sort of a very plain colt, because it can happen, because you cannot guarantee what they produce, and then they've lost a lot of money from the word go. And I just don't think it encourages people into it in that way.
And of course this is a lovely horse because he's so well marked, and each white leg matches the one next to it.
Yeah.
So it's never going to fool you or never look strange when it's moving because it's the same markings all round, isn't it?
He's a lovely pattern of a Welsh cob, and you could see this cob doing things, can't you?
Oh, absolutely.
And the nice thing of him, he's got his ears pricked, he hasn't got his ears back, he's got his ears pricked up, he's enjoying what he's doing.
Oh, he is. He's lovely through his chest and underneath his neck.
Yeah, beautiful. Lovely pig, lovely and clean.
Yes.
Well,
this would be a stunner under saddle.
Oh, absolutely. But this horse is set up to move.
Yes.
You know,
but it's a natural, you see, isn't it? They haven't put, that's the way it's built.
Yes. That hasn't come out of the bag.
No.
problem with showing.
Oh, there we are now, into a rhythm.
He's getting into his rhythm as he goes along there. Now he's sitting
It's
into
such
it
a big
and
stride.
he's going. Lovely stride. He's up on his job.
Beautiful. And look at those
He's
quarters.
covering the ground. It isn't going to take you long to get somewhere on
No,
him,
it is
it?
not. Pulling you or
That's it.
sitting on his
Whether he's
back.
pulling you
No.
in a cart or you're sitting on his back, it's not going to take you long to get there, is it?
No.
You know, if you look at some of them, some cobs in their movement, it would take them 3 weeks to get round
Oh,
the ring.
yes.
The cob that is coming up, coming off his ox and moving forward, he would be very quick getting round there. Another nice stallion here, Thorny Side High
A little
Flyer.
bit smaller, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Different to the other.
Yes.
It's different to the other cob.
Yeah, got the same pony head.
Yeah, same head.
Yeah. Just not quite as scopy, perhaps,
No.
through its front.
No, but he give a lovely show, and the crowd will get behind him.
No, and you see, this one actually is very engaged behind, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So you can see Ben's enjoying it as
Yes.
much as the cob is.
Yes.
Which is lovely, because at the end of the day, this is fun. This is a hobby. This is a Welsh pony and cob enthusiast hobby, isn't it?
Yeah, so of course this one now that's out now, the Llanarth Prince of Wales, is the sire of yesterday's yearling Colts class
Yes.
winner, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yes, so he is. Yeah. Very nice cob stallion.
Yeah.
The Clonarf stud has done an awful lot for the Welsh cob. Going back to the famous Clonarf stud sale
Yes.
in Cardiganshire, and that brought a hell of a lot of people from around the country into Welsh cobs. That's where I first started.
Oh, right,
At the
yes.
Clonarf stud sale back in the day, and that's where I got the bug from.
Yes.
It was a fantastic sale, and Miss Taylor, Miss Lewis, Barbara Saunders Davis.
But what they were so good at was that they'd started with their own brand of cob.
Yes, they did.
But they weren't frightened of crossing it with anything else, were they?
Fair play to them.
Yeah, they moved on.
They wanted to show the world the
Yes.
Welsh cob.
Oh, look at that now. That's really going now.
And sometimes not enough is said about those ladies.
No.
And fortunately, Len carried on with the Clonarf stud and kept it going. It's Clonarf Calzaghe.
And then, as you see, you'll see that some of them are in stallion tack, and some are not, are
Yes,
they?
that's
You know,
right.
it's
Well, stallion tack is personal, I think. Some people don't like it. I don't mind stallion tack on a cob.
no.
Some people want you to take the side reins off. We don't use it ourselves personally, but they say, oh, you take the side reins off, and I think the horse isn't going to go well when you take them
Yes.
off. Sometimes it goes better,
Yeah.
but I think a horse is more balanced
Oh,
when
it is.
shown in
Yes.
stallion tack.
Well, because they can't do this turning the head in.
No. know, it's interesting to note that, you know, Fiery Jack is shown
intact.
intact, and our Fiery Jack is shown intact.
Yeah,
But
and
it's
yet
not.
this one has always been shown without tack, hasn't it?
Prince of Wales always been shown without it.
But
It's
then
horses for courses.
And
is
then,
what
of course,
suits.
Meredith was always shown intact, wasn't
Yeah,
he? And
yeah.
Flying Comet, not.
Comet. No, Comet was intact.
Flying Comet, was it? Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, no, he was.
Comet was intact. Fantastic show, animal, Flying Comet. Very impressive. Comet was. Four-way solo, just going to give it a show. Yeah,
That's gone well, yes, from the side.
nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. On that show, he could possibly go up.
Yes. I think the thing is, when they're trotting back towards them, that sometimes they just go a little bit too fast.
Yeah,
And of course, that's when it shows up any little defects, isn't it?
exactly. It's just
Whereas if they just jog back almost.
That's it, yeah. Just get them. Some of these cobs are in marvellous condition. Perhaps some of them a little bit too much in condition. But he was going all right. He'd give it a show. But then we've cut off.
Oh, he's just taking the judge's jacket.
Julie was getting rather warm out there.
The thing is, it's
It's heating
a
up.
lot warmer than it was meant to be, I think.
Yeah. But I suppose it's heating up out there now.
Yes.
We're moving ever nearer towards the end of the class. This is David's Victor Fluid, property of Joe Klass and Jane Bugler. You'll notice a lot of these handlers, some of them run them on a long line,
Yeah.
some of them get up to their head. All depends what suits the cob best. It's nice when a cob can go on a long line, but not all of them do.
Yeah, we've just seen one or two of these where they're almost moving up and down rather than
Going
out,
on,
aren't they?
that's right, yeah.
And then, of course, to cover the same distance, they're taking up twice as many strides,
Exactly.
really.
You know, cannot beat that Welsh cob action where
No.
they're coming up
And out.
You know, and you can see when they're doing that, they're moving off their hops.
Yeah.
He's not so exuberant in his
No.
action, this cob, as others that are in there.
I suppose that's the thing, really, that with an in-hand class like this at the Royal Welsh, you can't come in and not give it 100%.
No.
They've got to be on top of their game, looking fantastic and going. Because you haven't got, this is your only chance, really, isn't it?
Well, there's so much work that's gone into this. A lot of these animals would be exercised regular, because they've got to be fit to come into this, to come in for this class. If they've got them fit, they'll go through the class okay.
Yes.
But you can see the ones that aren't fit.
This one just isn't cooperating,
No.
and each time he goes to trot, he turns. Well,
Yeah.
that's better now.
Yeah, that's better.
But still not. If his head was just straight, he'd just get more of a reach,
Yeah,
wouldn't he?
his head is half twisted, and
Yeah.
he's not concentrating then, is he,
No.
going forward? I thought this cob
Yeah,
would
it
have
went
been
well
pulled
in
a
its
bit hard.
first.
It went well in
Yes.
its first,
Yeah.
first trot.
And you see what a meaningful walk that's got.
Yeah.
No, what was the number again? 1450. Penlan Grieg, the Dominator.
That would have been bred here in Bilfwells, I think you'll find.
Right.
Oh. Yeah, that was bred by Yvonne and Alvin Abley
Oh,
here
right.
in Bilfwells. Yeah.
All right.
Great supporters of the cobs, and they use a hell of a lot of Brinathon stuff and Thornicide.
Yes, so that
You
one
know?
was a Thornicide, the Terminator.
Yeah.
Oh, this was the day Cot Welsh King.
Right, I think that was the last one to.
No, we haven't had the Palomino, have we?
Oh, sorry.
That must be it. Oh,
Oh, no, it wasn't the last one. It's another couple. One, two.
1440. Coed Newydd Calypso.
Another two yet, I think another 2 or 3 yet.
If they're just not getting into a rhythm, then it just doesn't catch your eye, does it?
And you lose it. And in another show, that horse could.
Oh, exactly. Yes.
Could fly.
Yes.
So it is. It's all on the day. This is about today. Yeah, 'cause you'll find a lot of these cobs compete and win at other shows around the country. But today they have to compete against many different stallions, and one person's choice, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
Sean Race.
Well, and I think that's why you have to be a little bit flexible, because something that you really liked, and you can think, oh gosh, that's the best thing I've seen for a long time, and then it come under you again, it's perhaps put on weight or it doesn't settle. And if you're honest with yourself, then you have to put it down the line and say, on the day,
Not today.
not today.
But this is the mistake that a lot of people make when following judges.
Yes. Or they think they know what they like.
Yeah.
But it's the whole package.
It's got to be the whole
Yes.
package. You know, and I think being judges, you know as well as I do, you could put horse up today, but tomorrow you could have him 35.
Oh, yes.
I mean, we've seen it here today, earlier on this morning. Animals that have done very well in other shows.
Yes,
Have been down the line
yes.
today and qualified, cuddy qualifiers
Yeah.
and that.
The only thing I would say that we've seen consistently is that when it's a good horse with a good producer and runner,
Yeah.
then they don't come if it's not right.
No. They haven't.
And you know, when people say, oh, well, I thought that would win, that's because they always show them at the top of the game.
That's right. Yeah.
Not because there's any favouritism
No,
or
no.
anything else, because they
They're on-
deserve to win.
And you can distinctly see the cobs here that are on the top of their job.
Absolutely.
That's quite clear to see.
Well, and I hope that the people who are watching can and actually say to themselves, oh, well, how did that go, or how does it look,
Yeah.
or is it carrying too much weight? So that they're actually making those same comparisons as well.
Yes. And hopefully the people watching at home can see the differences and are picking up a little bit of what we're talking about regarding to the action and the type of animals we're talking
Yes.
about.
Well, this one is again Mrs. Chaplin, Beru Rebus.
The sponsors, Netflix, for sponsoring the World Cup section today, and representing Netflix today, or coming out to present the awards to the Serena Kid. So we will welcome Serena Kid and the division of this wonderful Italian class has come to a conclusion.
And of course these classes and this judging will keep people amused for weeks, months, won't it?
Oh.
When they discuss and chew over.
Oh, they'll be talking about this from now to Christmas.
Yes. and then it'll be looking forward to the whole thing starting all over again next year. Yes.
Next year. We all do it. You know,
Yes.
I think if you're an enthusiast, you go away and you discuss it, talk
Yes.
about it, chew it up, mull it over. And we've all got our favourites.
Well, and it's where they go from here. You know, if it's how people develop or improve their stock almost.
I must say, over the couple of days, we've seen some lovely stock.
Oh, we have. And what do you think now? I mean, do you think people do research when they're looking for stallions for their mares?
Yeah, I think so. I think they
that
look
still
at-
happens.
Yeah, I would like to think so. And look at the breeding.
Yes.
I would encourage people to buy stud books.
Yeah.
Research into the breeding. You know, from a breeder's point of view, very important that people are interested in the breeding.
Oh,
of the
absolutely.
animal.
Yeah.
Not just what's standing in front of them, but a lot of people, they seem to want to buy a rosette
Yes.
instead of an animal and been to see its mother and father. I have a bee in my bonnet regarding back in the day we used to have stud visits.
Yes.
We've now got Facebook,
Yes.
but that's where I learned. We went to all the top studs.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And we see the mares, and we see the stallions, and we see the stallions' mothers and grandmothers. And it's very sad that we've lost that.
Well, yes, because people just can't be bothered, really.
No.
And when you think what travelling, how difficult it was years ago, the roads weren't anything like they are now. But I don't know. I just wonder sometimes people use what's popular rather than maybe what will suit their mare.
Yeah.
I mean, that's always been the case, hasn't it? You know.
Yeah. Now, this particular cob, for instance, that's ever so well under saddle.
Yes.
But obviously, the young lady wants to have the fun of
Well, I think
competing
that's
here
the
in
thing
stallion
is, yes,
class
maybe
at
she
the
hasn't
moment.
shown in hand at the Royal Welsh before, and she wants it for the experience.
Yeah, exactly.
And he looks well enough, but he's just not produced for as an in-hand
No.
today.
No. Because he's trained as a ridden horse. She's got him more for that job.
Yes.
But it's great that she's taking part in the cob stallion class at the Royal Welsh.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure that means everything to her, just to run around that ring.
Yes. What was this one? here we are, we're coming towards the end of the class now, the last few doing their individual shows.
Expecting the last time for this individual show. And the big business.
We've just got a couple left. This could be,
This could be the last one, I think.
Yeah.
Here we go then.
Oh well, now the decision making comes to its.
Look at these magnificent stallions.
She'll go to the end, and I think work up from that to see if she wants to switch a few round.
Yeah.
There might be some in the middle. There might be some in the middle. She all depends how much importance she put on their individual shows. I think a couple of them have gone better than others. So it'll be up to Julie now if she wants to swap any round. I don't think she'll be swapping her first couple.
No, I would be very surprised.
I'd be surprised if she did that.
Oh, here we are, she's moving one.
There might be a change round here and there. You notice for her picture she's starting at the bottom and working up. I think that's a nice way of doing it.
Oh, it is, yes. Oh, and she's coming up again.
Yeah. Keep going, you might end up with a couple more, yeah.
No, because often people don't bother so much with the bottom of the line, unfortunately.
That's judging, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, that's proper judging.
Yes.
What we're seeing there. She's had the manners to go down to the people, recognised their animal. She's noted it. She's taking that's what she's doing. She's moving them.
Yeah.
And I think that's very good for a judge.
Well, it is, and also, you know, somebody has the misfortune of standing at the bottom.
Yes.
And on the day it needs to be the one that she likes the least.
Yeah. And it has to be that way.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
Which one is she looking at now? Oh.
She's moved the Granathan stallion up. It's gone up a bit.
Yes.
Inspecting the stallions with the head for eye. Turning them sideways. See.
They need to allow themselves plenty of room here because they're yes. But you see, look how clean that first one is through its front. Look at that. No, I mean.
On the side. I'm sure it's a delight for all of you spectators to see such
lovely standing.
Yes.
stallions paraded in front of the judge here today.
Into Wales.
Where did these stallions come? Are we about to have them on? Yes!
Yes, there we are. Well done. Beautiful lineup of Cobb Stallions there. You wouldn't see this picture anywhere else in the world.
And wonderful, really, for the crowd.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lovely day.
Well, this is the pride of Wales.
Yes.
What we're seeing here in front of us.
And
what an example of the breed.
And the winner, and being presented by Serena Kidd as well as the judge. Serena Kidd coming out on behalf of the sponsors, Netflix. And I don't need to tell you who the winner, you probably worked it out already.
So the next step will be an interesting one too, won't it?
Yes. Because we'll be moving on after this to the championships, where Julie's job will just become that much more difficult in selecting the male champion and female Prince of Wales couple.
With 47 the high flyer in third, 1414. 1414 is owned by Mr. and Mrs. Glenn Bigley of the Hannah with Hannah Prince of Wales. In fourth, 1436. 1436 is owned by Mr. Lee Thurman with Ronald Tarzani. In fifth, 1441, owned by Mr. Clifford Merrick, greatly honoured the director. And in sixth, 1423, 1423 is owned by Joe Glass and Riddler with Davies Double Desert.
Two Cobb Stallions.
Exactly.
To come to the Royal Welsh, to breed both of them, one winning the junior and one winning the senior.
But I'm sure that you can appreciate in Grandson what a magnificent sight we have. Most of the time I've just seen them backside. You've had the pleasure to see them front, but also we've seen them on their side. And it's been
Yes, it'll be interesting to see the two, the young and the two full brothers next to each other. I don't know whether the younger one has got quite that front set.
No. I think he's bigger in front of this one.
Yes.
I think he covers more ground as well in his action. But,
so he's 8, this one, and then the full brother was...
But either one of them would do me in my stables.
Yes. Oh, so 5. The younger one's 5 and this one's 8. So just 3 years between them.
I think the other Cobb sounds a little bit more short coupled.
Yes, and closer to the ground,
and maybe
I think.
a little bit stronger in the bottom.
Yes.
Than this one. But it's going to boil down to preference at the end of the day. When we see them both standing next to each other, we can make our minds up what we think. But at the end of the day, it'll be Julie's judgment that counts, not ours.
But I think after watching the classes with her judging, one can almost, paint a picture of the type that she wants.
Oh, I think she's got such a wonderful pattern of elements.
Yes, herself, yes. So she's,
and they show the resources to the best you can possibly be. Magnificent strikes by these beautiful Australians.
So who does this one belong to? Does it belong to the breeder?
Yes. Marion and Diane and Caleb Evans.
Right. So I suppose this is the one that they consider is going to take on from his father.
Yes, I would think so, yeah. I'm sure it will prove in the future to be a stock getter.
Yes.
Such a lovely type of each as well.
And it's a very, very short head, isn't it? From the eye to the nose.
This all seems to know he's a champion.
Yes.
Right? You know, he knows he is.
It's not an easy to show these stallions.
You see that you have lots of different handlers running into the ring now to grab their friend's Cobb Stallion to have a final run round. A cheer from the crowd. It's one of the main parts of this event. They keep going round and round. Different handlers running in. Some horses will end up with 2 or 3 different handlers. But Dorian will stop now.
No, he won't be handing it. Yes,
he won't be handing it to anybody.
No.
He'll be hanging on to him, keeping him fresh for the championships.
Well, when you think he's been in that ring and he's trotted round and he's still got plenty in the tank, hasn't he?
And that's how he wants it.
Yes.
He wants to keep him back. There'll be no shortage of runners for him.
No.
But obviously he's the man in charge. He's losing his head.
Yes.
Such wonderful class of senior stallions. Now they are moving on.
Anyone watching, you can only see the camera is on.
So does he have many of his own? Does he have many copies? Yes.
Yeah, he's got his own copies as well. But he's been the main producer for Grimfast.
Yes.
He's done an awful lot of good in producing their stuff, because he's produced them to perfection. Him and his wife, they have produced the animals to perfection. I'm in charge, I think he's saying.
He's certainly one that he can't relax on the end of, isn't he?
Unfortunately, the camera's not on the ring at the moment, but you would see the cobs still going round at the moment.
Yes. Oh, here we are now.
But now comes the next moment of truth for the male championship.
Oh.
You see they're winding that cob up outside to burst in, and there he goes to give a flash along the grandstand. Another very good moving cob.
Oh no, he's definitely a shorter coupled, isn't he?
Yes, he's shorter coupled than his brother.
Yes, and closer to the ground.
Closer to the ground. So we all like different things. And
well, and just smaller, really, isn't he? He wouldn't be as tall.
I quite like him personally myself. I quite like him personally myself. But I'm not Julie.
I suppose the older one is in type is more similar to the mare, the Baron mare that she's already had champion.
Yeah,
Although she's not big, but
no,
but she's got this lovely front, just
Oh,
like
yes,
this has.
yeah.
Same head.
I just like the way his brother
Yes.
moves. But it's a preference.
Yes.
It's a very difficult choice we have here in front of us now. When you've got such wonderful animals to choose from, it gets more difficult. If you haven't got so many to choose from, it becomes that much easier. But because she's got the male champion now, she's got to choose one of these. Then we move on. I think your chips are on him, Rob.
Yes, I like him.
Yes, I know. Yeah, and I like him.
I mean, you know, he's got this lovely elevation to his. Just there, yes. I mean, it's so balanced. And
He's
it's so
extremely
rhythmic.
balanced.
Yeah.
He's extremely balanced. There he goes.
I think we'll just have to wait and see him until he's gone round the corner, just to make a sort of proper comparison.
That's right.
Oh, come on.
Oh, we missed it.
Oh.
Now, the two stallions are going to come in front of the gun. Now let me
No, it's a difficult one. I mean, the older horses certainly gave the better performance.
Oh yeah,
there.
the older horse give a better show there and then.
But now it'll come down to type, really, won't
Exactly.
it? Which type does she feel?
You won't see this every year.
No. Difficult one. This one actually is carrying a little bit less weight.
Yes.
And he looks fitter almost.
Yes, yeah, I would agree there.
You can see where his shoulder is, his back end.
Yeah, he's bang on.
Yes.
But with the younger horse, they're trying to make him look a bit more mature, aren't
yes,
they?
and they've almost, have they put too much condition on to get it looking like that? I mean, he's very attractive as well.
It's just that I like him.
Yes.
You know,
Oh, she's excited about whatever she's going to do now. Yes, she's made up her mind. She says, "Oh, do it before I've changed my mind."
She's gone for the junior.
She's gone for the junior.
Yeah. He's a lovely little horse. I'm not going to say I told you so at this point.
I still haven't changed my mind. He won't convince me.
Just two wonderful animals
Yes.
at the end of the day. I think he's going to look absolutely lovely standing next to that mare.
And if you thought the competition was getting closer to an end, we are going to move on to the main.
Now the breeder must be thinking, were we fools to sell it?
And if there's no...
I'm afraid I don't think he'd have given him away though.
No.
I think the cheque would have been large.
Yes.
You couldn't put a price on that.
Oh, I mean, what's wonderful is that, you know, you're not thinking the champion is, I'm not keen on it. You know, both of them are just outstanding.
Well, God willing, in the future, as breeders will have the opportunity to use this stallion.
Yes.
You know, and
a lovely colour this as well.
Oh yeah, it's very attractive colour. Very attractive.
Well, and what an achievement for the breeders,
Oh,
you know, to have the
tremendous
champion and
achievement.
reserve.
And unfortunately, a lot of breeders don't get recognition.
No.
And he's getting the recognition today.
Well, when you think, you know, they bred the father of it and the mother of it.
Yes, yeah, yeah. And that is breeding at its best.
Well, he's gone better there now.
Yeah.
So now the next thing then is the Prince of Wales Cup,
Yes.
is it?
It was, yeah, we've done male champion.
Right, what we've got now are some interesting facts about the George Prince of Wales Cup. That last year's winner was Danaway Crackling Rose. At the turn of the last century, there was great concern about the future of the Welsh Cob and was almost totally obliterated by the introduction of Hackney blood. They were saved by the old gene pool of the Welsh Trotting Cob, which when crossed with Norfolk Hackneys, more cobby type, produced an animal that the Principality was very proud to own. To encourage the breeding of Welsh Cobs, His Royal Highness George, Prince of Wales, donated in 1908 a Silver Challenge Cup valued at 50 guineas, and it was competed for at the Welsh National, the forerunner of today's Royal Welsh. The first recipient in 1908 was Pride of the Hills. She was 3/4 Welsh, but the remaining part of her ancestry is 1/8 thoroughbred and 1/8 Arab. She was bred in Aberystwyth by Mr. H.P. Edwards and was sired by Woodcock, who later became one of the founder sires of the Connemara pony when he became the premium sire of the Galway district. Apart from breaks for 2 world wars, petrol rationing in 1948 and foot and mouth in 2001, the Cup has been awarded every year since. It has now been awarded 95 times to 68 different animals. Has been won 9 times by an exhibitor residing outside of Wales.
There have been several multiple winners. Park Lady won it in 4 consecutive years, 58 to 61. Matrathalide Win also won it 4 times in 1926 and 27. However, missed 1928 before winning it again in 1929 and 1930. Clonard Flying Comet, probably the best known stallion the breed has known, first won it in 1974 before doing the hat-trick in 76 and 78. The only other cob to win 4 times in total has been my Welsh Maid in 47, 49, 1950 and 1954. Another to do the hat-trick was Derwin Rosina, winning in 1966 to 68, and Derwin Gross and Gok winning in 1986, 1990 and 1992. The only youngsters to take the Cup were Pennell Brimmore, 3-year-old colt in 2009, a 3-year-old filly, Perthog Gwenan Mai in 2015 and in 2016. The 3-year-old colt, Cascod Brennan David. The only grey ever to win was in 1928 when Pant Grey Star won. The Derwin stud has been the most successful owner winning the Cup, no fewer than 13 times. the last time being in 1992. All carried the Derwin prefix, with the exception of the first, Dewey Rosina, which is a 19-year-old, won in 1973, with Nebo Black Magic, which came back to the Principality after working in the streets of London for several years. Major stud winners 13 times, Derwin stud, 8 times Front Half, and 7 times Park stud. In recent years, the only Prince of Wales winner to go forward and take the Cuddy qualifier at the Royal Welsh was in 2010, when Haigmore Glen, which was owned by Julie Evans, was the choice of the late Brindley Williams. In 2015, the championship and reserve went to the same owners, Perthog Wenham Mai and Haigmore Orient Express. The last time this happened was in 1954, when the Royal Welsh Agricultural Society was held in Machynlleth, with Jack Lloyd taking the championship and reserve with Myath Welsh Maid and her son Myath King Flyer.
Well, there we are. For anybody who was wondering about the origins of the Cup and who's won it over the years, then there's a lot of information for you.
So,
and what's interesting, of course, in today's Cup, we've got something, one of the contestants that's already won it twice.
Yes, yes. So that's going to be very interesting. Oh, they're coming down.
Male champion of 2019 in the World Cup section also goes to Winwise Kalena Ready, number 1400 in your catalogue.
You see the tension building now around the ring with the male champion and reserve male champion coming forward.
Oh no, here he is. Just about to come in through the gates.
Here comes the mare.
So we're going to ask now the females also to come into the ring. The presentation has been done to the male championship.
There she is. Ah, picture.
And representing Netex, Sweden getting the shooting award out. And now the males are making their way in.
Well, I think she looks an absolute picture, standing there. And there's the reserve female champion. I'm going to put my chips on the mare, Rob.
Yes, well, it will be my choice because it's the one most similar to the stallion. This is a similar stamp.
I just think she is such a beautiful mare.
But you see what I like about it? It's not carrying loads of weight.
No, she looks well.
Yes, and it hasn't got this huge belly on it.
No.
It looks fit and it looks well.
She's fit and well.
Well, I can remember when she won the Prince of Wales Cup as a youngster. You know, she looks as good now as she did then.
Yeah. She's maintained that freshness, which is nice. They've worked very hard on this mare, obviously, to get her to this peak.
The history behind this cup is immense. There are many a big name that has won this cup.
Yeah, and you see, and as soon as she knows what's happening, there we are.
Oh, there she goes. Yeah, look, lovely. Look, sitting, going, love, look, ears up, she's going. She's not missing a beat. Oh, now she is, but
No, you see, and she covers as much ground as the stallions
Oh
did.
yeah,
There, that's lovely.
Yeah, that's lovely.
And you see the way she flexes
Yeah,
those hocks
yeah.
and brings them right underneath. On this, he's gone very well for this.
yes, yeah. He's a very good showing,
Yes.
this guy. This is the reserve female champion, Tony Newman.
And of course, this is where they look babies, because they haven't quite established balance and things like that, have they? You know,
No.
she's obviously finding the atmosphere of electric.
Yeah. He's given a nice
That's
show.
gone very, yes, it's going
It's gone
very well.
He's got him balanced.
It's difficult. You know, if she had the young stallion champion, I wouldn't be surprised.
No, but I've
But
got
I
to
still
go
like
with
the
the mare.
mare better. Well, they're
You
both
know,
exceptional,
but
aren't they?
Listen,
You know,
they're two outstanding
Yes.
examples here. They've got there's a beautiful set of animals in that ring.
yeah, look at them
She's
there.
got to pick two.
They're almost like peas in a pod.
Exactly. She's got to pick two.
Yes.
And of course, there will always be a reserve. And a cup kindly given.
She could shock us.
The Grandmaster,
Going for the two girls.
I just don't think she will. No, I think.
Stranger things have happened.
Yes.
She won't be that far out.
No, except that she was excited by putting the young stallion there, wasn't
Yeah,
she?
yeah. But I think it's definitely got to be the mare.
Oh no, yes, I think she's made up her mind. Aye. And what is she going to go
Well,
for? Oh,
here it is. Here comes the moment.
oh, the mare.
Yeah, the mare.
Yes, with the stallion, the young
mare
stallion
and the stallion,
reserve.
yeah. Had to be. Had to be.
What an
Very
achievement.
proud moment for Dorian and his wife. Very, very proud moment for him. Absolutely outstanding. What a lovely, lovely pair of animals for our breed to have representing us on the greatest day in the Welsh Cob calendar at the 219 Royal Welsh Show.
This wonderful trophy will have a history of over 100 years. The coveted George Prince of Wales Cup. I'm sure that you all...
Well, I've no doubt he'll sleep well tonight.
I think he could end up with a sore head in the morning.
Yes.
And Chapel Granmine wins it for the second time in her career.
This is the second time she's had the Prince of Wales Cup.
What would be the third time
Is
now,
it?
isn't it? Did we say?
Is it the second or third?
It says the only youngsters to take the cup. Oh no, Perthogwen and Mai in 2015 and in 2016.
Oh, that's
no,
no.
I think it's the way they've written. And
Yeah.
in 2016.
Yeah.
So 2015
It's the
she won it
second
before.
time
So it's
she's
the
won the
second
cup.
time.
Fantastic. Look at that. Every Welsh cob breeder's dream is that cup. And
So she
we
must be
could only dream. Andrew Elliott from Brightwell's in there presenting.
This is Julie Evans.
Yeah, so she's just 7, so plenty of winning still left to do, hasn't she?
Oh, yes.
She's worked hard over the last 2 days. But I'm really...
I may be sounding a little bit over enthusiastic, Rob, but I can't tell you how much we're fortunate to have these animals in this ring.
Oh no, absolutely.
And I have, you know, no connection with that mare or anything like that. It's a genuine enthusiasm.
Oh well, and I think what's so nice is that for everyone to see is that here's a mare that is presented in show condition,
Yes.
which doesn't mean grossly fat.
No, she's not fat.
She's got nothing to hide.
No.
So therefore, what he's done is got an even covering.
No.
So it's not heavy in front.
She's clean.
Oh, lovely limbs. And that amazing movement.
Hard to get mares like that.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, here she's got a rug that she's won, and now she's had a...
That's the Brightwell's rug.
Brightwell's rug.
The owner, Graham Lloyd, was allowed to put the rug on. That is horse and man together.
He must be very proud, Marion Evans, his wife and son, they must be very proud of this achievement here today.
Oh, absolutely. Because, you know, they never set off this morning or yesterday or whenever they left home. They didn't know this was going to happen.
No.
It's something that you always hope for.
You hope.
But it's a dream until it actually happens, isn't it?
You hope for it to happen.
Yes.
But dreams do come true.
Yes.
And this is very encouraging to any, because there's a couple of people, Dorian and his wife, they're no great big stud.
No.
Or anything like that. They're genuine enthusiasts.
Yes.
And
are prepared to work hard.
And they've worked hard on their animals.
Yes.
And they're getting the results.
Yes.
And it's paid off. Because you don't get that without work.
No. Oh well, no. What a wonderful end to her 2 days of judging.
Yes.
This is her
yes.
champion, and she'll be able to open a lot of magazines over the next few months,
Yes.
and there'll be pictures of her with this lovely mare.
That's right. And I'm sure Julie will go home from the Royal Welsh feeling very tired.
Yes.
Because she has judged every animal.
Well, and you know, the concentration that it involves does take it out of you.
Well, I always said if you don't go home from a show tired, you
Yes.
haven't actually judged
No.
it. She's put a hell of a lot of concentration into her judging, and she has judged every animal that's come in front of her.
Yeah.
And I think that's a lovely thing for a judge to be able to go away with that, walking out of the Royal Welsh Ring.
And I suppose what you see, when you look at her, and she's won the Baron Mare class, that's what she is. She looks like a mare that hasn't got a foal at foot,
Yeah.
isn't in foal necessarily, but looks fit and well.
Yeah.
And I think that's good, because what she doesn't look like is a brood mare that's had a year off.
No, and it's possibly they haven't covered this mare to keep her fresh.
Yes.
Then she won't go sleepy.
No.
So it's possibly this mare isn't been covered this year to foal next year.
Well, and it's difficult, really, you know, to put them in foal early enough so that they come to the end of July.
Yeah.
And as you say, they do drop off when they're in foal, and they don't feel like putting the same enthusiasm in, do they? And there's certainly, as soon as he sets off, it says, right, let's go.
Yeah, ears pricked. She loves it. Well, that's what makes these animals special, isn't it?
Yes.
They don't come along out of the blue every day. That's a lifetime's achievement, and that is the beauty of our breed. And we're all thriving for that.
Yes. Well, and the wonderful thing is there were 2 stallions in there that can go on and produce this, can't they?
Oh yeah.
They've got the same.
And God willing, those animals will go on
Yes.
to produce great things for our breed. Oh, there's his
There we
wife and baby and children. Oh, he's got 2. Has he got 2? Oh, 2 kids. There's David Oliver.
But you see now how different the mare is now. It's as if she says, oh, thank goodness for that, I can relax.
But you see, Dorian, Michelle, after there's no big-headedness about these people. They're very, very nice people, very unassuming people. You know, you see Dorian, I was with him in Glenhusk, went in the bar, had a chat, had a pint, great, had a crack. And we need more of that.
Yes.
In what we do.
Well, and the point is that there's nobody either in the grandstand round the ring watching the television or anything else that can't for 1 minute say it didn't deserve it.
Oh God, no. It deserved every bit of it.
Yes.
And more, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
And this is what we want to see, is people congratulating
Yes.
the people from outside.
Well, and being
happy
for the
smiling
success.
faces, not got their head ducked because they don't like them. It's camaraderie. You know, this is what we're all about. You know?
Now there we are, the ring is clearing.
So the next event will be later on. Will be the Thomas Brightly.
Was that not tomorrow? That will be, won't it?
That'll be tomorrow, won't it? Thomas
Yes.
Brightly, yeah.
That must be all for today.
Yeah, that's all for today, I think. And thank you very much, everyone, for listening to
the ramblings.
Me and Robert chatting away here, but hope you found it a little bit informative and a little bit interesting.
Well, we've certainly enjoyed it, and I think, you know, it is interesting when you can have a chat about things as you're watching them, and I don't know, makes you have a keener eye, decide what you like or not. Be very good. Thank you very much.
Hope you've enjoyed it as much as us. Thank you very much indeed. Diolch yn fawr.
Good afternoon, everyone. How do you get anyone to follow what you just seen? Fantastic. Right, we'll show you another fantastic angle. This is your Cruz. I hope he presents himself today. This is last year. He is the hybrid falcon. In other words, he's a bit like a warbler, really. And when we fly falcons, we try to get them to chase a new one, a little